Good morning. How are you?
Okay, I'm speaking 10 o'clock slot.
Yes. Are you and Wendy both here?
Wendy will be here shortly.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for doing this. I'm John.
Thank you for volunteering.
I was really delighted to see your talk.
Oh, thank you.
I'm program co-chair, so I read everything.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for selecting us.
It's so hard. If you want to hook up.
Good morning.
I haven't seen all the changes you made to the slides since last night.
They've been minor.
I'm like, do I gotta get down and have an entirely new talk?
Yeah. I mean, I swapped all of the eagles with basilisks, but,
That could be an improvement.
and my prompt engineering skills are nowhere near as good as yours, so.
I guess we should sit down. I was thinking we would stand, but sit down works. I mean, there's a
Whatever you
table.
prefer. Yeah,
I may do too much pacing if I stand.
well, and the other thing is, like, I'm normally a horrible pacer, but there's not really
There's not a lot of room, yeah.
to pace,
It could be bumper
especially
cars.
with a co-presenter.
Yeah.
I don't need to be in this.
Oh yeah, I gotta get myself on the Shmoo Labs.
Okay, so what did I change? Minor visual, but
Oh,
same-
you did the, I thought it was fine before, but
yeah, I didn't like it. Added in this.
oh yeah.
I do want to talk about like just how much time is involved. Just a little bit. I mean, without this turning into the 2-hour talk just about.
I
the
was at that bullet point right there.
That's the same. I think I had made these changes before. I changed the formatting a little bit.
Yeah.
And then both this and this one, I changed to both have FedRAMP.
Yes.
Controls. Nothing I changed here. Woohoo,
Fabulous.
Nugget.
Can we have a third speaker?
I almost didn't get him back to the money.
I was pretty close to stealing him last night.
I mean, that's fair.
Nugget has not yet learned the meaning of the phrase "too many kisses," as I discovered last night.
We're walking down the hall and like, I'm going to talk, you hang on to him for an hour.
I think the only other one I really changed was this one, and not a ton. I put in when they
Oh, this
actually
is your
published
slide, so, like,
when they
you
published
change away.
Res 5, and then just qualified that all of this was published as of May 2023.
Yes.
Nothing has changed, but I want to make sure to call that out because I realized, given that we're in a new year,
Yeah.
I was looking at it kind of fresh eyes this morning. I was like, wait a second.
I was gonna say, someone please take a picture of me with Nugget,
That's-
the best ShmooCon speaker gift.
Right?
Yes.
Not much bigger than the move.
What? Oh, go home, Microsoft. You're
All
drunk.
the smooches.
I will start.
That's a good point. Oh. Oh, man.
Kelly may have words about that.
Alan, you just gave me a great idea for another slide, but it's too late.
So actually, when I give my supply chain talk, I'm starting to
Hey, how's it going?
my dog line of this. It's the soft underbelly.
Oh.
No, Alan saying what I just thought
thank you.
we should have done if we'd thought about this earlier.
Oh,
Is
amazing.
the only way you can survive FedRAMP
Yeah.
is with a puppy.
With a small puppy.
But
yes.
it does break the eagle theme,
Oh,
so.
Don't get his Kelly's. I was borrowing. Yes, of course.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
Everything else looks good. Like,
Okay. I have
has-
spoken
I
a few
have-
times. He has not.
Not here. Spoken.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, give us a refresher.
1 hour block,
Yeah.
40 minutes off.
Yep.
Is it 40 minutes or 50 minutes? 40 minutes?
50 minutes.
Okay.
That's okay.
No worries.
At 40 minutes, I'm going to be throwing
Yeah.
you a 10 minutes
Cool.
time, then I'm going to be throwing you a 5 minutes time, then I'm going to be throwing you a stop, and then I'm going to throw you a shot. There's time for that.
Good. Yep. You should not need it. Knock on wood. We do have a boatload of slides, but knock on wood.
Where people get jammed up is they don't factor in their question
Right.
time.
Right.
Their talk time is done, and then they got time on a first.
Yeah.
That just creates about.
Oh, yeah.
Are y'all going to be sitting, standing, moving?
I think we decided we should sit.
Mostly sitting.
Otherwise, we'd bumper
If
cars
not
into each
entirely,
other.
Yeah. We're both pacers, so if we were both up on stage, we'd just be
Video of
bumping
the one
into
at
each other.
B-sides, it was a little bit like, who do we follow?
Yeah.
So we're going to try to follow you, and then follow slides. Okay.
Cool.
Questions, concerns, comments? Have fun.
Yeah, that's the plan.
You should plug in sometime so that we make sure that
Oh,
that
yeah,
works.
let's do that.
I was going to do that
It's
right
the first
now.
talk of the day, and so the chance
See-
that there
see if
is a
anything
glitch.
broke
Gremlins
overnight.
hiding in the system?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
One last thought when we about it, and I have those little signs. I'm going to get a little more ostentatious with you to give me some sort of high sign.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so one of us can like,
Not
Give it
me, but I just need to make sure.
thumbs up.
we're aware that we're running out of time. Oh, we might have to hold off just to get that.
It is thinking.
All right, you got it.
Okay. Now, hey, PowerPoint.
Oh,
How do I do
Anything
the-
I'm worried about is done.
So you can just go chill and go on vacation. the
Yeah,
rest of
now
the time.
now we can just do the easy part.
That's right.
How do we
That's right.
get this
That's what I was
presenter
just
view?
going to say. I'm going to unplug for a second.
Did you do presenter view?
I might not have.
There you go. And is that up there still?
It will be in a minute.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Oh, it looks well. Oh, is that just because the screen from the side?
I think it's just the screen from the side.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I was like, oh my
I
god.
did
what's
notice.
happening to
Yeah,
the
I did
glitch?
notice that at first as well. Oh, and
Great. Probably, if you're not gonna freak out, I'll take my mask off to do the talk, so we're not.
that's my plan as well.
Okay, cool.
Leave it
Hopefully
on.
there's nobody breathing directly on us down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know I have trouble projecting enough. And well, the mic's right there.
Yeah. No, I'm.
Okay.
I tend to either be not projecting anywhere near enough or just should they be quiet? You're being too damn loud. And with the mask kind of
Yeah.
confusing that a little bit, I'm probably likely to be even more extreme.
Yeah. I want to pull these people. Like, why do you want to torture yourself with FedRAMP
Well,
at
we
this
can-
ungodly hour in the morning?
We can start with an audience participation thing at the
We
very
should.
beginning.
We
and be
should
like,
say who has done a FedRAMP authorization and who's just here to like laugh at the pain of the rest of us.
yeah, literally, my only, and it's not even a regret. Should I have changed? Should I have not have changed with the deck? Having just gone over it,
Yeah.
is should I have done the before and after headshots?
Oh yeah. I did actually go look to see if I had any good ones. Like sadly, I didn't take a selfie after I finished the bar because that probably would have been a good one.
Yeah, it would. So yeah, mine was just like a number of years ago. Kathleen and I were. It was after we moved down to Georgia. Yeah, it has to have been. And we came up here, and I have an Aussie, Kathleen and I standing in front of the embassy of Kazakhstan. But I've got like a good deal. Like I'm not looking
Yeah.
horribly beat up or unhappy,
Yeah.
but I've got a good deal of gray hair, and I considered using that, especially with the view of the embassy of Kazakhstan.
I do have the one Dan took. He took me out to dinner on our anniversary during bar study summer,
Oof. Ooh.
and I'm just giving him this look, and he refers to that sometimes. Let's see if I can find it. Oh my god, that was a long time ago.
I think this was going to be. I even think this is going to be like 5 people.
Oh, yeah.
3 of whom I knew were
Like-
packed, and it's actually getting to be relatively in between.
This is Wendy's. The fuck are you doing to me?
Ooh, I love it.
That would would be a perfect.
He's like, no, it's our anniversary. We have to go out to dinner. He was also, the missing context here too is 2 days later he was deploying for 9 months. So he's like, no, we're going out for dinner. And I'm like, the bar's like less than a month away, my friend.
I love you, but my top priority right now is
Still
not a
past the
romantic
damn bar,
evening
so
out.
I never do this again in my life. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I told you in case you meet Ross, which he will be here.
Yeah.
Kelly's third kid.
Kelly, what?
Third kid.
Oh, perfect.
No efforts needed.
Perfect. So I don't have to freak him out.
And thank you for this. This was one that I read your proposal and was like, yes, we need to hear this.
We were like
Thank you.
looking for the sympathy barcode.
I'm sorry to
suffered through
have
this.
disappointed you. And actually,
Yeah, she emailed me. I'm like, what? Like, people want to hear us rant?
yeah.
Apparently so. There's something he said for that. I've spoken to a decent number of people. A lot of them were like, oh yeah, someone needs to say this.
Yeah, well, there were actually people who walked down the hallway and they were like right in front of me, so I walked down. And they're like, Federer was, they're like, oh, we fucking know that. What's going on? I was like, that's basically what I expected the reaction to be. People were like, yeah, duh.
Of course it is. You know that.
Yeah. I did also get a water bottle. I might pull that out. Is he snoozling? That's how you deal with FedRAMP.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Just sleep through it.
Yes.
Definitely best advice. Okay, we're done.
Anesthetize yourself through the pain.
We're done. Here's Nugget. Oh, you know, actually, I do have how to get through FedRAMP anecdote that I can share if it comes up. It's be married, but live in an entirely different state from your wife. So you
We've
have
done
no
that a
one to
few
spend
times.
time with at home, but you're not going out to singles bars.
Yeah.
No, like after I finished the first one, I was like, oh yeah, that is how I did it. Is Kathleen and I lived apart for 6 months.
Oh, I put a space in there.
Oh,
Why am I not landing here? What am I doing?
oh, sorry. I'm gonna run down to something I need to give Kelly. I forgot about. I don't ever forget anymore.
This is where I never remember to sign up for the Wi-Fi stuff, and I'm upstairs with an actual cell signal.
Yeah. See, first one in the morning.
I was like, wait a second, what did we break? And I was like, oh, maybe the monitor went to sleep, but
This is number 19. It's not our first rodeo.
yeah. Oh, man. Ooh, it actually loaded. Also, let's see if I can just reuse from last year.
Good morning, everyone. We're almost ready to go. The announcements that we have, welcome to Saturday morning. Thank you for getting up this early. The announcement that we have is that there are no announcements yet. So nothing needs to be updated. Thank you all for not burning the place down. I have two things to give away here. And are we ready, AV? Okay. All right. So welcome to Saturday morning at ShmooCon 19. This talk is about FedRAMP, what's wrong with it, and how to fix it, with Shane Angle and Wendy Knox Everett. And please take it away.
Thank you. And to reiterate before we start, thank you for coming out at 10 a.m. this morning to talk about FedRAMP of all things. Show of hands before we get into the actual deck. How many people here have worked on a FedRAMP project? Okay.
Yeah. Who are the rest of you, and why do you want this pain at what is 7 in the morning Pacific time for me? Okay, close enough.
Good point. Yeah, close enough. Cool. So, in case anyone just kind of wandered in and went, FedRAMP?
Yeah.
What? Well, I guess I'll stick around. Started in 2011 as a way for federal agencies to vet security of cloud products that they were planning on using for internal use. If you're selling a cloud product, do you have to have FedRAMP? I'm going to say the obnoxious federal compliance thing. It depends.
And Shay is not even the lawyer on this panel here.
But I do play one on TV. Officially, if you're selling cloud services to the federal government, it needs to be authorized under FedRAMP.
Services can be NIST 800-171 if you're giving a product.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, lawyer, nitpick.
So what happens if you don't and you still sell to the federal government? You get asked nicely to get FedRAMP authorization. There was a OIG investigation of the Department of Transportation. They published their report in, I think it was August of last year, that identified just scores, literally, of cloud services that hadn't been authorized under FedRAMP. And the outcome of that was a recommendation that they be evaluated to ensure they complied with FedRAMP. That was it.
So generally, the idea behind FedRAMP was this nice fuzzy, well, we'll vet things, we'll have a standard for everybody to know to meet, and so we know that everything that's going to hold sensitive information, and FedRAMP has low, mod, high, and also tailored, that turns off of the level of sensitivity of information that you have, and we have fairly standardized classification levels across the government. So cool, this will be great. We'll go through this one program. We know that the systems are really greatly set up to match the level of sensitivity of what they're going to hold. It's going to save everybody time and money and effort, and it will be fabulous.
Oh, and also, if you're selling cloud services to the federal government, you'll only really have to go through this once. And then you're in this one-stop shop marketplace, and other agencies don't ask for anything else from you. As you can tell from audience reaction, that is exactly what happens 100% of the time.
Yeah, OMB came out recently with a nice little memo. They're asking for feedback. I believe it's actually still opened. All of you who have gone through this process should definitely go to regulations.gov and figure out how to put a comment in on this. And they're like, yeah, it was built for a simpler time. And the security environment has gotten much more complex these days. I think also a lot of agencies are like, well, what's good enough for that agency down the street is not good enough for us. We have special needs. And so, you know, we don't trust this one-stop shopping. Job board, even then, like, they want their fingers in there to assess things. So yeah, this is what happens. So a little about who are we? Why the heck should you even listen to us? Because we have scars. I'm Wendy. I was a software developer for a long time and then had a really dumb idea that I should go to law school. I went to George Mason Law School up the street and did a national security concentration. Went to a law firm for a little bit, and then I knocked around and did FedRAMP and High Trust. Because sure,
Why do you-
attorney who's a software engineer, I should totally do the compliance stuff.
You hate yourself even more than I hate myself.
Yeah, and I really hate myself because I left that to go be a CISO at a company in a regulated industry, so it's great. So,
Shane Engel, I'm Director of Advisory Services at Echelon Risk and Cyber. Have been in FedRAMP, many years. Roughly 2013 is when I started, so it's still in its not even awkward adolescence at this point. At that point, this headshot, for the record, was literally taken like 9 months before I started working on FedRAMP stuff. I've been working on FedRAMP stuff ever since, and well, you can see the gray hair now, so you can see the side effects.
Gray hair sprouted 1 month after.
Completely, yeah.
cool. So we came here to air our grievances. So we're going to get into a couple of them. So I am very snarky about compliance frameworks and the negative impact that they have on real-world security because I come from the startup world and there's a limited amount of resources in terms of time and money and effort. And so I can get a little cranky. Like, I love the idea of FedRAMP. Yeah, we have a one-stop shop. The security controls are set so you don't have really overly burdensome security controls for things that don't hold information that's quite as sensitive. It seems like it should be great. But that is clearly not what has actually happened.
Yeah, great idea. Has it worked out? No. Anybody, just show of hands again, for people that have worked on FedRAMP projects. Anybody who is like, yeah, it's achieved all of its goals. Anyone?
It's hunky-dory. We love it. Yeah, for the people on the video who can't watch, there's not a single hand up in this room right now.
We're not surprised. So what's the process you go through if you haven't been through it before? Well, this easy. Wendy and I laughed about this right before we started today. Single bullet point, just prepare for it. Nothing major involved there. Nothing significant. Won't take years off your life. The first FedRAMP project I worked on actually started in 2014, and we succeeded in a record short amount of time. And after I finished, I'm like, 1 year. And I'm like, how did I manage this? Like, not the world's dumbest guy, but I'm not that smart. And I realized what it was I just moved out to the DC area. It was too expensive for my wife to move out without a job. So I was living by myself, but not single, for about 6 months. So all I had to do for 6 months was FedRAMP. And maybe cook dinner once every so often and then eat leftovers the rest of the time. Drinking?
No, you're missing the sponsoring agents.
Yeah.
We won't even get into.
You're missing FedRAMP ready. You're missing the 5 assessments you need to do because somebody fucks up.
Yeah.
Good point.
The fact that the poems will be rejected 14 times for arbitrary reasons.
Oh, we'll get into that on the
Yeah.
And we tried to put everything in, but PowerPoint crashed because of the number of bullets. So.
Yeah. So, small interjection here. I've actually worked on more FedRAMP prep that the companies decided, fuck it, we're not doing this, than ones that I've actually fully taken through.
Yep. Same. 1 or more assessments for things that are not in compliance, you can't immediately fix. Prepare a plan of actions and milestones. I'm just going to leave that right there and make it sound super simple for right now. Then we're going to get into the problems. Then after you're completely done with that, get authorized either by the Joint Advisory Board with a provisional ATO or by your sponsoring agency. Then you get into the joy that is continuous monitoring, and then you repeat that process until you quit or you stop running the program.
And then you get another authorization from another agency because why the heck should we reuse? And
And if you're a cloud service that does agile small releases once a week, you get into arguments about when you have to reauthorize.
Oh, yeah. So I made an aside a few minutes ago that poorly implemented controls can decrease security. We're going to get into a couple of these when we actually go through some of the control things. In theory, this is what you tell the FedRAMP folks, like, hey, this control as written doesn't really make sense for our environment, and so we're meeting the point of this in a slightly different way. But you lose a lot of time and effort. Like I said, startups' resources are usually really constrained, and so this can be a big burden. And I actually, at B-Sides LV, many years ago at this point, was complaining with some friends, and we decided that we should write a paper on this. So should you wish to go dig it out, we did this at NDSS, and we did another paper for IEEE Security and Privacy, specifically on FedRAMP. I only got to pick a few of the controls for this talk, but we go through, I think this is an actual peer-reviewed computer science paper about how controls can get in the way of having really good security, because at the end of the day, if you're getting hacked and you're losing data to data breaches and ransomware, your company's going to shut down, and your nice shiny FedRAMP certification is going to do no one any good at all. So, yeah, all right. So it's not that Microsoft, literally, I want to pick too much on them here, but this is an example of a pretty big hack that's happened recently. They do have FedRAMP. I'm sure you've all heard about this, but basically folks in China got a hold of a skeleton key from Microsoft that came out of a crash dump that was pulled out of a secure environment onto a user's laptop, and they had some sort of access to the laptop through malware or so forth. That key should have been expired, but they were able to use it to reissue new ones. They used it to access State Department emails. The way that they pulled the emails was through not a normal mail reading activity, and so that activity didn't show up in the audit logs. Possibly it would show up if you paid for like a fancier plan, which Microsoft likes to charge you for things. And they have actually, to their credit, they fixed that. That mail reading activity is now available in lower level plans, and they tweaked the audit retention and so forth. But this is just, I was like, Microsoft spends tons of money on security. They have actually really fabulous security engineers, and they still had this problem.
Wendy, that's the only real-world example you've got, right?
No, I've got another one for you. Actually, I had a few, but we had to cut them down. Circle CI, in about 2023, maybe this is 2022 and it actually happened. Again, malware on a user's laptop. Does FedRAMP have endpoint controls? Yeah, they've got a few. They also have some antivirus and so forth controls. Again, they were able to exfiltrate, and this is another issue that was found by the folks who are getting hacked. They saw activity on their GitLab, and they were like, how did this happen? And they had traced it back to Circle CI and let them know that they'd been hacked. So let's talk about a couple controls. Before we jump in, Shay, what's this table? It's a really big, detailed table.
It's all of the controls.
Counted all the controls.
I hates them.
Yeah.
I do love Excel spreadsheets, but I still hates them. The first FedRAMP project I worked on was for an unnamed agency. Insisted that anytime we made any revisions to the documentation package, documentation for FedRAMP, if you haven't worked on one, is huge, that we couldn't transmit electronic copies of the documentation package. We had to print out in triplicate and put into binders 3 copies of the entire documentation package, which meant as we were going through the preparation process, roughly every 6 to 8 weeks, I'd get in the train from Vienna, where I was living at the time, coming to downtown DC with a rollerboard suitcase in hand, full of in total about 3,000 pages of documentation that I had also had to print myself at the office because of the sensitivity of information.
So who owns stock in the paper company?
Good point.
And printer cartridges.
Yeah, we went.
Oh, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say too, if you do get to work on these electronically, like the SSP docs are like hundreds of pages long, and if you're trying to use a not fabulous online document editing software, I'm not going to name names. You get a lot of data corruption of the docs because you have 30 consultants writing in it, and it's good times.
In my experience, we'll pick on Microsoft a little bit, you get those problems in Microsoft Word as well.
I didn't say it.
That documentation package routinely, and it was just me working on it 90% of the time, routinely crashed Word just because of complexity.
So Shay, tell me about our friend Phipps. Oh, I have a great story after he's done.
Anybody in here on the COE Center of Excellence Discord for federal compliance? There's a bot. It's one of my favorite things online. Anytime anyone enters the word Phipps, it automatically replies back and says, just so you know, Phipps is stupid. It is one of my favorite things in the entire internet. I got much more joy out of it than I probably should the first time I saw it. FedRAMP still references FIPS 140-2. Regardless of our feelings about FIPS, that could be a whole other talk. They replaced it with FIPS 140-3. Remember, math is hard. Over 4 years ago.
So my FIPS story here is I was working on a project with an acquired startup, and like many good software companies, we worried a lot about like identity theft, and so identity is the border and so forth, and so all the developers had to use YubiKeys to access the prod environment. This was before there was a FIPS version of the YubiKey, so we went through FedRAMP. We had to basically, for the GovCloud, which we'll get to the whole thing about GovCloud versus prod later, you know, like it's an entirely separate thing. We had to take the developers' YubiKeys away, and I had a great time being like, I'm sorry, like, these are great. They're much more secure than what we're making you do, but we have to because we have to check this checkbox because the YubiKeys are not FIPS compliant yet. There are now FIPS compliant YubiKeys, so if you're doing FedRAMP, you should get those. Yeah, we took them away. Yeah, this may have been like one of the founding seeds of my I hate compliance when it gets in the way of security a lot of times. Yeah, here's another one where the FedRAMP controls as written conflict with other government advice. NIST 863 tells us not to rotate passwords. I love to point to this. I'm doing vendor security assessments, and they want to know why we don't rotate all of our passwords every 30 days. And I'm like, oh, because we have to use randomly generated ones, and they're in 1Password and so forth. But if you're FedRAMP, you have to rotate your passwords.
Yep. Some protection mechanisms. Media? Yes. Keys, passwords? Nope. Nothing. As a result, you're in a situation where you have potentially easily interceptable information that can unlock password-protected devices if they've been gotten by whatever adversary you're facing.
Yeah, similarly, yeah, you have to enforce data integrity checks. Doesn't necessarily say anything about tamper controls on those. This is one of my all-time favorites. I actually get this all the time in vendor security reviews. People are like, oh, you put up the little magical incantation text on the login screen saying that this system is only for, you know, specific authorized use. And I actually very carefully went through all the controls the other day, and so SC13 is one of the big encryption ones. Nowhere in FedRAMP does it tell you that you should encrypt data with customer-specific keys, which is like a core thing that, like, you know, helps protect you. If you lose one encryption key, at most you're going to lose one customer's worth of data. I have very strong opinions about which one of these is a much more effective security control. Like, I don't, fine, put up the magical incantation text. I had to maybe waste the developer's time for a few hours to, like, edit the file, push it through CI/CD, get it out. And the other one is probably a fundamental architecture change for older systems. But if you're doing modern security, you should damn well have customer-specific encryption keys. And those should be in an HSM, which...
But Wendy, without the banner, how will people know they're not supposed to do bad things?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, HSMs are not really required. I mean, I don't know. I see these as table stakes. Like, if you're using KMS, you get it. You should be using KMS. We don't really have requirements for this. Scanning. So Tenable.io and some other ones do actually now have FedRAMP, but there's not actually a requirement that the scanner that you have to run at least monthly to do your vuln scans for your Kanban, that have FedRAMP authorization, and if that scan is any use at all, it has to be doing an authorized scan, and so you're putting login creds into a system that, you know, we hope is secure, but this FedRAMP doesn't actually check on that.
So, AC04, information flows between between interconnected internal external systems. Needs to be well controlled. That's great. Local network transmission. Yeah, just do. It's the Wild West. Do whatever you want. AC01 and AC03 are about access control procedures and policies. There's so much latitude in there. I know firsthand. You know, what constitutes something that's good, and so many other domains within FedRAMP really flow down from whatever you've established there. Whether or not something's sufficient is honestly completely subjective.
Yeah, in a modern cloud environment, it's identity control and it's change management. Like, that's where you really need to put most of your attention, and they let you write your own processes. I mean, they're going to vet them, but there's still a huge amount of loosey-goosiness that can happen there. Yeah. Yeah, well, there. Oh, we're going to get to some of those. We got you. And then also, as a consumer protection privacy attorney, there's not really actually anything in FedRAMP that, you know, really says you can't use this stuff for ad targeting and so forth. It's just not actually ever called out. So why are there problems? Because we can't have nice things. This is where I get a little bit into my George Mason educated attorney at times. It can be really hard if you have overly specific regulations, because then you get locked into things. One of the few things I do like about HIPAA is that it is so loosey-goosey that it doesn't really get very much in my way of implementing really good security. So like, we have our customer-specific encryption, and we use YubiKeys, and nothing in HIPAA is telling us we can't, versus that issue that I had with FedRAMP. And so basically, on the other hand, though, without specific things telling you what you need to do, like, can every company out there that wants to provide services to the government come up with good enough security on their own? Like, there should be some guidance. And so it can be really hard to find the balance, and part of the issues with FedRAMP is that if they haven't found the balance right, it's very hard for them to pivot and address that issue.
So, speaking of, you pay a 3PAO to do your assessment. You know, they'd really like to come back the next year for your partial assessment, the year after for your partial assessment, the year after that for your full assessment. I'm going to point directly at you for having raised the issue. You can easily find 3PAOs that, for the right price, will do whatever you want, easily. I know some of them by name. I've interacted with some of them.
And so they'll work with you along the way to make sure that you're smoothing through
Yes.
your surveillance audits and through your full audit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're a really tiny one, maybe there's less of an incentive, but yeah, it's just the repeating nature of this really drives you to it. Oh yeah. Let's just implement it. So pretty much every FedRAMP project that I've done has been on either Azure or AWS. And a lot of people walk in going, oh, we'll just pull our code down and plop it into GovCloud, and it'll be a breeze. Like, what are you worried about?
It's magic. I may be also somewhat biased against this in that I started off on FedRAMP projects that were self-hosted. So, but that's a whole other can of worms, which I'll also get into. It's not magic. It doesn't fix everything magically.
All those companies that promise that, like, you know, you just give us your code and we'll run it, and like, you can use our FedRAMP authorization. Yeah.
It makes your documentation package simpler. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
It does. A lot simpler, potentially.
Matrix of responsibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every cloud service provider has a matrix of responsibility. We've dealt with this a million times.
Yep.
Yeah.
However, it doesn't mean you have none.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean they're going to always do the right thing.
Or it doesn't mean that they actually are ATO when they claim they are.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll just sort of start. This is the one that I feel the most. I have been in startup land pretty much my entire career. Doing FedRAMP is huge. And like I said, a lot of the times I've seen folks actually end up walking away. They had great tools. Maybe it would be wonderful for an agency, and it's just not worth the time and paperwork and so forth for them. I mean, on the other hand, if you're a big government agency like your DoD, I mean, well, DoD is like ITAR and all kinds of other things that are even more burdensome. Maybe you don't want a really tiny, like 6-person startup doing your stuff. You know, they have pretty excessive needs sometimes, and it may not meet it. So I don't know where the happy balance is there, but it's very much a problem that happens.
Yeah, so my experience has been a little larger, a little more mature companies, kind of from growth stage up to companies that are way too damn big for their own good. But I've seen, especially on the smaller side, you know, as I mentioned, the first FedRAMP project I worked on was self-hosted, and it almost killed me. And it almost killed the company in a lot of ways because of how much stuff had to be implemented and how much stuff that looking back on it now, I'm like, really, we did what? Why? We spent how much money?
So Shay, maybe we should make a special version of FedRAMP to help with this.
Wendy, that sounds like a great idea. I was on a number of the working groups that developed FedRAMP Tailored. Whether or not I have regrets about that is a whole other thing. Honestly, I think that program started off as a really good idea. Let's reduce the barrier of entry, especially for some of these less impact if something goes wrong systems. It started off great. However, I think the pendulum swung way too far to the other side. So now you have something that is so simple and so basic that the percentage of cloud service providers that can actually use it is like this. And so you've got a simplified version that nobody can use.
And it's not really actually simplified. Like, a lot of the stuff in there are some of the big chunks of FedRAMP mod. So my advice is always just do FedRAMP mod.
Yeah. Having moved to consulting Mumble years ago, I have yet to advise a client to try tailored at all.
Sorry, could you give like the 2-sentence summary of what tailored is?
Yeah, it's for very low impact, kind of lower. Oh, yeah, sorry. The question was kind of 2-sentence summary of what tailored is. Very low impact software as a service only offerings. Can't really do much with authentication information. And it was meant to be for smaller offerings, smaller companies, lower impact offerings, make the barrier to entry easier. Did it make the barrier to entry easier? Yes, I will be the first to give the tailored program that. We succeeded on that front. Did they make it actually useful? No.
Yeah, so it's fewer controls.
I believe there's currently under 10 offerings that are authorized under tailored. I think it may be even less than that, but I haven't checked really recently, so mandatory caveat on that. My favorite thing, inertia.
Oh, when I told Shay we should really talk about R4 to R5, like I wish I had a screenshot of his face.
It was not good. Rev 4 was published in September of 2020. There was a revision in December of 2020. As of May of last year, if you're in planning, yeah, use Rev 5. This was the first guidance that we'd gotten regarding shifting for FedRAMP programs. If you're under contract, you could use Rev 4 until September 1st or until your ATO or PATO gets published. And then you need to address how you're going to handle the entire delta, publish it in your poem. We'll get to that later. And then if you're in continuous monitoring, you needed plans by October 2nd. And then if you had your last assessment between January and July, you've got a year to make the switch, between July and December, complete everything implementation-wise, and testing no later than following your next annual assessment, which could be 3 years out from that point, theoretically. So you could be looking at 5 years after release of Rev 5 before you're actually required to get that in place.
Oh yeah, so this is my favorite password control. The minimum password lifetime. We've had this NIST guidance out for an incredibly long amount of time. I'm not super plugged in on FedRAMP these days. I haven't heard any news about like this particular control will be updated.
Nope.
There's a bunch of other ones that are probably pretty similar that like they don't quite match with modern security guidance, and there's not a lot of great mechanisms to address. Like, let's jump in and adjust this one control, like because the R4 to R5 shows us we want to do it in like a big set of controls, and it takes us years to roll it out. So it was published in 2020. I did a FedRAMP project in 2017, and I remember doing an R4 to R5 Excel matrix diff on like what was going to be the uplift.
So
Oh, it's your
what's our
favorite.
favorite thing in the world? It's POAMs. So the idea was you document what the issue is that you can't resolve right away. Here's the mitigation plan. Your authorizing official has to approve it. Okay. So far, so good. I'm not too concerned about this. I clearly haven't done one yet if I'm not concerned about it at this point. So why are there problems? A huge amount of paperwork and time involved in both creating that initial version of your POAM and then your at least monthly. No, that works. And your at least monthly updates to your POAM.
There we go.
There we go. So you've gotten a FedRAMP authorization, you're selling to multiple agencies, you now have multiple authorizing officials. So what happens if you submit a new POAM item and authorizing official from agency 1 likes your mitigation plan and authorizing official 2 hates it and won't accept it?
And just as
I'm
back-
not answering the question
Yeah.
because there's no answer to the question.
Well, the answer is an answer to the question. AO2 can count fans. If you don't like it, don't use it.
So just for people who are not super familiar with what these are, this is how basically you say this control makes no sense from a security perspective. So one of the ones I will pretty much always try to insist people do is FedRAMP requires you to lock accounts after like 10 incorrect password submissions. So if I wanted to break into somewhere, I'm going to go just throw garbage against all the admin accounts that I've identified so that the admins are locked out while I go do whatever the heck I'm going to do. So you can put in a POAM and say no, like maybe we'll do like the escalating delay and so forth, but you have to put a POAM in on that. Like FedRAMP just requires that your admin accounts are going to get locked if someone wants to try cred stuffing against them, or not even cred stuffing, like throwing known garbage so they get locked so you can have your window of opportunity to go do nonsense. Oh yeah, they stay open forever and you
Yeah.
carry them on forever. Yeah, that locked one's like, you just carry it over and over and over and over and over. And then the Word doc that you have all the stuff in gets corrupted, and then it's fun times.
There you go. So, as we said before, great thing, one-stop shopping. Everything's repeatable. You get through your first agency authorization. Other agencies will come in. They'll say, yes, we have this nice objective program. You have been assessed against it. Agency 1 has authorized you. We certainly don't have any political disagreements with the authorizing official from agency 1. We trust them. Here's your authority to operate. Nothing ever deviates from that, right?
No. You do all this pain, and then it's fun and great, and you sign up all these wonderful agencies as your
Yep.
customers, and it's beautiful.
Do you get a free puppy as well?
Yeah, where's Nugget?
Hold up, Nugget. After your first successful authorization, you get a nugget. Thank you, Kelly.
GovCloud. So AWS, Azure, so forth, ITAR environments. FedRAMP requirements are so damn crazy that no one wants to actually do everything required for it. in their normal customer environment. So we bring up entirely special data centers. I mean, part of this too, especially with doing ITAR, people have to have clearances and so forth. So like, that's a whole nother like can of worms. But everybody has a GovCloud.
But Wendy, the OPM says this shouldn't incentivize or require providers to create separate
Yes.
dedicated infrastructure for federal use.
OPM thinks the 853 R4 requirements are like the gold standard of security, and all of our customer environments should just be following them. They totally know what's best for us.
Trust us, we're here from the government. Well, not us, but.
Yeah, no.
So we've spent a lot of time complaining, justifiably, I think, about FedRAMP. Is it fixable? So we can ditch it completely. We're not even going to replace it. We can overhaul it or incremental improvement.
So the whole slowness from R4 to R5 shows it's really painful to do a really big overhaul, and there's sometimes like just some specific controls, like our favorite, the password change one. There should maybe be a mechanism to say like, hey, there's, under modern security guidance, there are specific things that are in a FedRAMP security control set right now that are sort of out of date and have some way to jump in and update them. I mean, I think that the official idea is, oh, you just do a POAM for that control. And that is not a really good solution because it requires each individual service provider to decide that this is what we're going to do, and then you have to go through the whole pane of POAMs over and over. So I would love some sort of mechanism to do this. I'm also going to throw out that as an admin lawyer, I fully understand that like you have to go through something like an NPRM process, and maybe there should be. So maybe like we should have computer security experts weigh in. There's no way that this would actually be super easy and simple, but we just don't really have a good way to do it at all right now.
And the other thing on the POAM as the way to handle, say, the changing password expiration rules is not only is each cloud service provider then handling that, but you're then, again, at the mercy of AOs. And you may have an AO that's like, no, password expiration is where it's at.
People have weird fetishes.
They
I'm not
do.
going to judge.
So, some other suggestions. Require not always using the same 3PAO. Let's get away from this. You sign up once and they're going to be favorable, so you've signed up for life or until they go away, something like that.
I gotta say, this makes me really twitchy. So my company is like a pile of lambdas that runs on S3, and training auditors that we don't even have containers is painful. I can't even imagine doing this in a FedRAMP environment. I mean, there is a auditor education thing that happens, and so it can make it go faster on later years, but like the financial incentives, like.
I teach government auditors about technology you would never pass.
Yeah, oh yeah, our SOC was painful. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Two things, thank you and I'm sorry. Require that it's actually a one-stop shop. I mean, if this is one of the main goals of FedRAMP, way back when dinosaurs were roaming the earth and I had very little gray hair, let's make it actually happen. And then work on reducing barriers to entry, both cost to get up and running and also paperwork. This is one place where I will actually be a little complimentary, at least to the FedRAMP program. They have made some, I would like to see more, but some very good steps towards automation of items regarding reporting, those sorts of things. I think there's still a long way to go, but steps have been made, and that has been one of the nicest things I've seen in a lot of years regarding FedRAMP. Make POAMs actually work. Make it not suck the lifeblood out of you. Huge amount of time for maintenance. My first FedRAMP engagement, and it wasn't like we had an excessively large or complex POAM. I was completely unprepared for how much time it would then take out of my life after we were up and running. Following not a sales pitch for the company I work for, but the number of people that we have coming to us saying, can you just handle our POAM for you? Can you just handle our POAM for us? It's
it says a lot about how much time and effort it takes.
I mean, the other thing too is, can you just handle our Kanban for us?
Yep.
The scanner found something, and you claim it's not exploitable in your environment, and it would take an insane number of man-hours to update it. Like, why can't you just patch your shit, yo? Which, like, on the one hand, yes, there's a lot of ridiculously outdated software out there. But there's things that just flat out are not exploitable in a particular environment, and like the scanner just found that CVE, and now you have to attempt to explain like why you're not going to patch that. It is painful.
And again, you come back to the AO1 may think it's fine, AO2 may be like, yeah, I don't care if it's unexploitable. You still got to fix it.
Yeah, proving unexploitable is always a fun exercise. Like aggregating them across? Yeah, that would be a good, so the question was, do people aggregate POAMs? And yeah, that would be a nice way to find things like the admin account lockouts and the password changes. Like if everybody has to do the same POAM, maybe we should standardize it.
That would be a great idea. To the best of my knowledge, no. Well, but I mean, theoretically,
The
you could
PMO could
aggregate
do
them
it.
within the government and use that as
Yes.
a data source for updates to FedRAMP, that sort of thing.
Yes, the PMO does need job security, and so they're probably not incentivized to do that. But they are in the position where they could very much do that.
Yep. I'm done. Nice seeing y'all. So back to my buddy Tailored. Do we just get rid of Tailored completely? Make it more useful? Can we learn lessons from both the establishment of the Tailored program that we can use for other programs? Or if we are getting rid of Tailored, can we incorporate any of that into the higher impact? And I think we can.
Yeah. So I do kind of like the idea of aggregating POAMs. It's kind of cool. But again, if everybody's allowed to be like, hey, like, let's change this control, it could be chaos. You could be like, well, like one thing you know right now is you're going to go in and get a new FedRAMP certification. You're going to be doing 853 R5. When you're going through the preparation process, you know the pain you're going to experience. I mean, maybe you don't fully know the pain you're going to experience, but you got some boundaries around it. It could be incredibly disruptive to get 3/4 of the way through prep, and then they're like, oh, but you could also do this other weird thing with this other control over here, and it would be really hard to track. Like, I have far too many massive spreadsheets already. I don't know if I need more. And so there's that sort of problem, and there is sort of the admin law problem that I referred to, where you need notice of what you need to comply with, and you need to give people the chance to comment on it, and then even once it's in place, there has to be mechanisms for how to handle updates to it and so forth. You can't just have chaos when you're imposing requirements across people. And like, yes, FedRAMP is not law, but it's the same sort of notice sorts of requirements. I'm sure that we could figure something out here, because I really would like to see specific control updates happen in some sort of way. But you're going to get a lot of complaints of people going like, well, I really put an extensive amount of effort into figuring out how I'm going to handle my admin accounts getting locked when people throw garbage at them. And, I didn't know that this was just going to go away.
It was hard for me, it should be hard for you too.
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh my God. All right. So it's hard for me. It should be hard for you. I am an attorney. I don't actually practice, but I took the bar, and it kills me when people are like, but all attorneys should still have to take the bar because I did it and I suffered. We do a lot of that in FedRAMP. So.
Questions?
We had some awesome participation, but I'm sure there's even more. So I think there's the microphone up here. Come on up.
I have a really naive question. My friend over there really suffers with stuff like this. He has to do it all the time, and I'm like, why is it so complicated? You guys have jobs trying to meet requirements. Everyone else has to suffer with this. But who sets these requirements, and how do you make them easier? And how do you tell them that this sucks balls and none of it works and it's garbage?
I mean, one thing you can do right now is OMB, I believe it's still open as of the moment, does have on regulations.gov. Like they put that memo up and they're asking for feedback on it.
What is OMB?
Oh, it's in the executive branch. There's sort of a sub-agency which oversees, in theory, IT across various agencies and so forth for some version of overseas. And they put out the original FedRAMP authorizing memo and helped set up the JAB, which is DOT, yeah, the Joint Authorization Board, which has other agencies in it. And so OMB sort of is meant to be the overseer of this program.
Okay.
So they would be the ones to go. And I know specifically, like, there are people putting good suggestions up. So I know some folks at Let's Encrypt, and a lot of people use Let's Encrypt for their certificates. If you're going through FedRAMP, you have to do a lot of crypto controls around your certificates, and people are constantly asking Let's Encrypt for, like, hey, can we get all this, like, crazy crypto stuff that we shouldn't ordinarily have to use? And so Let's Encrypt put a comment in recently being like, hey, can you either make it clear that you can't use Let's Encrypt certificates for FedRAMP, like, just put that out, you know that you can't start with this and you're going to have to go find some other solution, or make a way for people to use Let's Encrypt certificates without having to provide all of this documentation and so forth that we don't ordinarily provide to our customers. And so that right now is a really good way to provide some of this feedback.
And just before you, just one kind of quick addendum to that. As critical as I am of FedRAMP, just want to kind of reiterate what Wendy said. And like, I know people at OMB, I know people in the FedRAMP PMO. There are people that want this to be a good program and that want this to succeed. And if we can engage with them and help drive change, for all of the things we've said, I'm not counting my chickens, but I'm relatively optimistic there is a hopeful future.
Okay, so question, rant, I'm not sure, we'll figure it out as we go along. If you didn't have a program like FedRAMP, like CMMC, like 800-171, and mandate it, they wouldn't do it. 800-171, every federal contractor was absolutely required to be compliant with as of 2018. My guess is that single percentage points of federal contractors were actually compliant with
Yes.
800-171, okay, by 2018, because like nobody's checking, woohoo, let's go. So you have to have something that is mandated and checked. However, they've designed this, perhaps intentionally, perhaps unintentionally, in such a way that it enriches some people at the expense of the taxpayers to such an extent that it is terrifying.
Yes.
It adds barriers to entry that are so bad that small companies have almost no hope of doing this properly. And they've tried to mitigate that with FedRAMP Ready. So you can go without getting an ATO and say, we are FedRAMP Ready, okay? But you don't need a sponsoring agency. They've tried to put steps in, and I love that. But the fact is that none of these compliance systems, and by the way, I've worked with the 3PAL for the last couple of years. I wrote chunks of CMMC. I know
less fond of HIPAA than Wendy is. I think the answer is something, if we're using HIPAA as kind of a guide point, it's something in between what we've got now. It's things like FedRAMP, and we just got the get the hell off the stage. Thank you, everyone, for coming out, especially at 10 a.m. on a Saturday.
Holy cow, big team.
Yeah, and we're super engaged, too. It wasn't just, I gotta go somewhere on a Saturday morning. Went well.
Yeah.
Nice working with you guys. Yes, that I want to be very careful answering that question. That I can. Let me just jump down there so next people can. Yeah. That I wouldn't do. Oh, and actually I'm going to go over here.
That's good times.
Howdy. I'm your next speaker. Good. Got HDMI, an adapter if you need it. But prefer if you're on your own, just because that was one skill.
I did the tech check in the other room last night, so hopefully everything should still work.
Oh yes, you're the one with the special Google laptop.
Yeah, exactly. Got to be just a little bit different.
I'm good.
Oh, totally. Yeah, and the thing is, like, this has a touch screen, but like, since the keyboards are here, it never uses a touch screen. But I think that they've got some competing engineering constraints because they're trying to make all of the like Chrome OS devices cheap, easy accessible financially. And so like, even these Pixel books, which are like top of the line, are just like they're a little flimsy, a little underpowered, things like that. Oh yeah, like the maglock. Yeah, thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea. They're like, well, yeah, we do it a few generations.
Yeah, because a bunch of people got promoted for shipping it, and then no one got promoted for carrying on the same device line.
Yeah.
So,
Now Lenovo has it, but I won't.
oh yeah, for sure.
So you are Baron Brown?
I am, yes.
I'm Frank. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I'll be introducing you today.
Okay, great.
So, yeah.
What do we? Okay. There we go. There we go. Cool.
Have you spoken at ShmooCon before?
Not at ShmooCon. Spoken at DEF CON and Coke before.
Okay. Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
Nice.
never ShmooCon. So.
Definitely speaker upscale. fan as well, so
Oh, wonderful. Awesome.
I may have seen you there too.
Yeah, well, thank you for all of your dedication to all the cons. It's what makes our industry run. So.
Thank you for speaking.
Absolutely my pleasure.
So the gist is you'll want to keep your eyes up on the green guys up there.
Sure.
Yeah. He'll give you the spiel right here.
Okay, great.
Welcome, ShmooCon speaker.
Thank you.
Have you been here before?
I've never. This is my first time at ShmooCon.
Okay.
I tried to get tickets a couple of years and couldn't, so it turned out to be kind of somewhat easier just for the talk.
So it's easy to see. We're just going to be up here.
Yep.
Got an hour to talk. Well, this is an hour talk, but it's actually 50 minutes.
Yep.
So at 20 till, I'm going to hold up this sign.
Okay. Yep.
And I'll wave it. And, I'll be able to tell. You can see it after 5 minutes there. And then when it's 10 till, I'm going to do the stop sign.
Yep. Perfect.
That's just that fun. That's all.
Okay. Brilliant. Yeah, I left plenty of time for Q&A in my slides, so
Great.
35 minutes because I think it'll generate some good discussion. So we should have plenty of slot to make sure we meet the time markers.
Cool. Nice bag.
My plan will be to start about a minute early, just so I can get some announcements in, and I'll pass it over to him.
Sure.
That works.
Sure.
Cool.
Do it now. Okay.
It's awesome. Yeah, I saw this one. It's one that made me laugh. The title made me laugh.
Oh, good.
I put it on the website, and I was like, okay. Should I play with this some more? I don't know.
It gets pretty ridiculous. You'll see in my slides that you can mangle things a lot in the screen and just make it work. So.
Yep. That's awesome. Yeah, obviously when speaking, you can take the mask off as well.
Yeah.
A little easier for people to see you and hear you.
Yep. Got thumbs up.
Yeah, other than that, like I said, if you have any questions, there's some guidelines there too. If you don't have questions, hot mics, just keep in mind.
Yep. Appreciate it. Appreciate that.
Just the back. That's awesome. Do you do other security research and stuff too, or?
Yeah, mostly focusing on like Unicode stuff. So my DevCon talk was on homegrown attacks outside of IDNs.
Okay.
So using them to break machine learning systems and plagiarism detection and things like that. So mostly it's all the as we as an industry keep adding stuff to Unicode, the attack surface keeps growing.
Yep.
And that worries me, and so I just keep doing things like this.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. I don't want to eat into your talk time, so
Yeah, no worries.
as much as I can.
Yep.
That should be entertaining. Yeah, given how busy the hallways are, my guess is you may have a constant stream of people coming in. It seems like there's a lot of traffic right now. Something to be aware of.
Yep. I figured a lot of people are waiting to see everything when it's posted online as well.
Well, that too. Yeah, the Saturday and Sunday early morning talks are a bit tricky.
Yeah.
They're like, we need proctors. I'm like, okay, I'll be out. It's fine. I'll be responsible.
Keep my party night forward to a dull roar.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yes.
And Aaron Brown.
Yes.
Wonderful. Good morning, ShmooCon. Woo! Saturday morning, so hopefully, again, everyone is awake, at least partially awake. But yeah, thank you. A couple announcements before we get started. Thank you for wearing your mask. It's appreciated by all of us here at the conference. Post-con swag, so things from last conferences, will be on sale in registration at 2 p.m. today, and t-shirt sales have already going on now. So once this talk's over, feel free to head down the reg and pick up a t-shirt if you haven't had the chance yet. Tonight at 9 p.m. there'll be a number of evening events. Next door in the main room will be Shmoo FAQ with Lintile. If you haven't seen that, it's pretty entertaining, pretty fun experience, doing some trivia type stuff. And then there'll be board games in the far room down the hall. So definitely make sure you check things out tonight. Should be pretty fun. But with no further ado, I'd like to introduce Aaron Brown, who's going to give us some interesting information and attacks around different things that you can do to maybe trick some of the accessibility features that are out there. So I hand it over to Aaron. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
All right. Y'all weren't warned, but there's going to be a little bit of participation. First off, I need to know
You can't
if
trust your ears.
this works, if we can hear audio samples.
You can't trust your ears.
More volume?
You can't trust your ears.
There we go. Okay, thank you. So thanks for coming. My talk is entitled You Can't Trust Your Ears, an introduction to homophone attacks and other screen reader abuse. It's a little hard that I can't play these audio clips. I have to look over my shoulder. Oops. This is much easier when I don't have to work across screens.
Hello, hacker family. Welcome to ShmooCon Hack the Planet.
There we go. Hack the planet. So first off, I'll start with who. My name is Aaron M. Brown. I'm also known as the Tarquin. I'm currently a senior security engineer at Google. I can be found at Mastodon at omg.wtf.sh/thetarquin. My two email addresses are root@wtf.sh or the.tarquin@gmail.com. If you want to get me on a phone, please don't. But if you want to get me on Signal, please ask. Happy to chat with folks over Signal. For those of you who may be watching this stream or listening to the stream later who have low visual acuity, I'm a tall, heavy-set man with a graying beard, just so you can kind of put a visual image on it. This slide covers disclaimers. There's quite a few of them for this talk, for which I apologize, but they're all important. The first point reads, my current lack of accessibility needs. I do not currently require or use a screen reader for everyday computer use. So I'm not a blind person, but I work with and consulted with several blind and low visual acuity folks before I gave this talk, before I came here today. I'm just a security researcher who's fascinated by the ways that computers can be used to lie to us and who really, really cares about getting this stuff right. The second point reads, I will describe slides. I will do my best to describe the contents of slides for blind and low vision members of the audience, or for those of you who are a little bit hungover and prefer to watch with your eyes closed. That's cool too, no judgment. If I slip up and don't describe everything on the slide, I apologize, and feel free to ask me to do so during the presentation. I will make the slides available after the talk so folks can read them. I also have a very complete speaker notes that should cover all of the substance of my comments attached to those slides so that you can get that information later as well. The third point reads accidental ableism. I reviewed my slides and presentation notes with blind and low vision and disabled folks, and I do my best to make sure that my presentation is free of latent ableism. I apologize in advance if I slip up with that. If you feel that anything in this talk is ableist or in any way unfair, please reach out to me so I can learn and improve. The fourth point is that these attacks work against all screen readers to different extents. So the trouble is it affects them in different ways. This is unfortunate because there's a lot of screen readers out there. Wikipedia currently lists 24 that are in active use and development, and a bunch of other ones that are deprecated. Of course, folks in this room know that deprecated does not mean no longer used. So those are all out there as well and have similar problems to the ones we're going to be talking about today. The diversity of this, the saving grace of this is that the diversity of screen readers means that many of these attacks that work very well with one are garbled or ineffective with another. So the diversity of the tools out there mean that for some of this stuff, an attacker would need to know which screen reader is being used or find one that works well across most of the population of screen readers. For the purposes of this talk, all of my recordings were made with Chromevox. This is because I regularly use Chrome OS, and Chromevox is bundled with Chrome OS, so it was the thing that was convenient for me. And finally, of course, views are my own. This is personal research undertaken on my own initiative, and my employer doesn't endorse anything I've done here. I'm not here in anything resembling an official capacity. Believe me, if I were, I'd be behaving myself much better. And finally, a note about the audio. It sucks because I recorded it in the most convoluted way possible. I couldn't find a way to record Chromevox directly from the audio bus, so I had to do a screencast piped through speakers that then were picked up by the mic on the laptop. Hackers persevere even if they do it in the squirreliest way possible. So you'll hear some dings and some back chatter and things like that in the audio. It's my fault for thinking, surely 2 days before the conference is a fine time to cut audio clips for this. Okay, why? This slide is labeled why. I am a 2-time philosophy school dropout, and so I think it's always an important question to ask. There are 3 reasons why I wanted to research this topic. The first reason is the hacker joy. I love breaking things. One of the reasons I do what I do is because I love it when I can make absurd things happen. I started getting into homophone attacks as an extension of my work on homoglyphs. Homoglyphs are Unicode visual look-alike characters. And I found a whole other fractal area of ways to break systems, and quite frankly, that delighted me. The second reason is to help friends and loved ones. I'm blessed with many good friends in my life, and some of them benefit from accessibility tools like screen readers. Many others likely will one day. Once I scratched the surface here, I started to realize that my friends were at risk from these attacks, and I wanted to do something about it. And third, because I fucking hate bullies. I'm a hacker because of point number 1. I work in security because of point number 3. I do what I do because I want people to be able to spend their lives living their lives, right? I want them to be able to spend their time in whatever way they choose, and I want them to be happy and not terrorized by hackers or stalkers or abusive exes or anything like that, or suffering from the consequences of breaches. And the shitty thing about bullies is bullies target the people they target people with disabilities disproportionately. They actually seek out people with disabilities to target. Okay, that's why me. This slide is labeled, but why us? Why should you in the audience care? And here's a few reasons. First, if you work in security, as many of you do, security has to be for everyone in order to work. If your cloud admin uses a screen reader and gets phished with one of these attacks, you're just as owned as if they were phished, as if the attackers had phished a sighted admin using more traditional techniques. Second, you should care because you or a loved one will probably be disabled someday. Considering only vision loss, about 1/4 of folks eventually experience vision loss significant enough to change the way they live their day-to-day lives. And it's the leading cause of loss of independence in older folks, right? So looking out here, I spot maybe call it 80 to 100 people. That means there's dozens of people out there who someday will personally be potentially at risk for these attacks, right? And finally, because committed attackers don't pull punches. If someone wants to attack your organization, they're not going to avoid targeting your disabled employees. In fact, they're likely to specifically target them if they think that's a better way to get in. Okay, that's all the front matter out of the way. So let's just jump into it and talk about what is a homophone attack. This slide contains a definition of homophone attacks. Homophone attacks are attacks that leverage the similarity in the sound of 2 strings when read either by humans or text-to-speech software. Some researchers led by Nick Nikiforakis of Stony Brook University published a paper called Sound Squatting, uncovering the use of homophones in domain squatting in 2014 that looked at the use of native English language homophones for domain squatting and phishing attacks. This focused primarily on real words in the English language that are common in domain names, sound alike but are spelled differently. So for instance, think sale, S-A-L-E, and sale, S-A-I-L, right? Among other experiments, they registered 30 sound-squatted domains and observed significant volumes of human traffic as people natively confused those homophones and mistyped things into their browser or things like that. They also identified several active threat actors using homophone domains for distributing malware and engaging in phishing attacks. For instance, by using the domain inbox.lv, spelled INNBOX.lv, instead of inbox with one N. So this raises the question, if I can find my cursor, sorry. So this raises the question, if these are used by threat actors to target everyone, why am I focusing on screen readers? And there are two primary reasons. First, screen reader users are at significantly increased risk of falling victim to these attacks, as they are limited in their ability to double check the spelling of things visually. And secondly, there are novel homophone attacks that I don't believe have been discussed anywhere else that specifically target screen reader users. So this slide is blank and just titled what the attack sounds like. This is where I mentioned before there's going to be a little bit of audience participation. So to demonstrate this, I'm going to play an audio clip of 4 different domain names read by a screen reader. One of them is the domain name google.com, spelled like you're used to, Google.com. I'll play the audio twice, then I'm going to ask you to take a brief poll of which you think is the real Google.com. So here's that audio once.
Google.com. 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 Google.com.
Okay. We'll play it again.
Google.com. 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 Google.com.
All right, raise your hand if you think it was number 1. A few folks. Raise your hand if you think it was number 2. Yeah, a lot of folks, majority of folks. Number 3. Okay, a few smattered folks. And number 4. Again, a few smattered folks. So there's kind of broad consensus that number 2 is the actual Google.com. But I lied to you. Okay, I'm sorry that I lied to you. None of them was actually Google.com. I know you're shocked that a hacker would lie to you, but I promise not to do it again, and I really hope I can rebuild your trust. They were Google.com, Google.com, GEWGLE.com, GEUGOL.com, and most concerningly, katakana letter GU followed by GULL.com. Now, some of you may be wondering, is katakana letter GU valid in domain names? It is. I checked this against the most recent spec, and it's specifically supported by IDNA 2008, which is like the definitive, these are the scripts you must support if you say you support IDNs, internationalized domain names. One thing you'll notice is that aside from the first one, these aren't composed of homophonic words or like phonemes, or homophonic words. They're just bolted together phonemes that can cross languages. Screen readers are very good at mapping Unicode strings onto sounds, and attacks can use phoneme building blocks to spell out any message they want, including across scripts like in that last example. Right? So I think this gives you a good sense of kind of the scope of the basic phishing problem, right? And like I said, I'm going to focus mostly on phishing because I think that is the biggest attack vector here, but it's not just phishing, right? As a quick digression, I want to talk a little bit about things like tricking people into contacting the wrong people for support on social media, right? Especially now that Twitter is no longer Twitter, but rather X, we're seeing a huge number of scams that use lookalike accounts to try and shill cryptocurrencies or engage in support scams or things like that, right? So one example I'm worried about is these kinds of support scams, right? Imagine that you are a user that, first of all, imagine Twitter was still a thing. And imagine that you're trying to know which user to reach out to in order to get help with an issue, right?
Twitter support. Twitter support. Twitter support. Twitter support.
Yes. The question from the person in the front with the gray shirt and the blue mask was, what screen reader am I currently using? These were all recorded with ChromeVox, because it's the one that's natively bundled with the laptop I was using when I built the talk. Great question. So, to my ear, actually the first 3 of these that are garbled kind of sound more fluent, right? They sound better than the actual way Twitter support was read, right? And this is the problem, is you can actually do this if you play around a little bit with these phonemes, you can get it sounding really, really good. And if you're a person who, again, needs to reach out because you're being, like, you know, harassed on a site or has just technical problems or your accessibility tools aren't working, right? You won't know who can actually officially support you in that. But of course, it's Unicode. There are depths upon depths. So I've done a lot of work with Unicode and its impact on security. Mostly, my previous work's mostly been, again, in homoglyphs, visually confusable things. And one question that comes up a lot is a certain Unicode code point permitted in domain names? And there are 3 possible answers to that, right? One is yes. If it's in the IDNA 2008 spec, officially it's supported in IDNs. If you claim to be a registrar and a TLD, you have to support them, or else you're not standards compliant. Of course, everyone's always standards compliant all the time, right? That works. So you could say yes, it's in the spec, it is supported, right? Another question might be, well, it's not in the spec yet, but it might be in the future. So we still kind of have to worry about it, right? And the third is ask your TLD because the spec is not complete, right? Top-level domain owners get to decide what domains they support. And so, for instance, emoji are not in the IDNA 2008 spec. They are not supported in IDNs because they're not a script. However, several TLDs do support emojis in URLs, right? Screen readers, of course, also have to support the full spectrum of Unicode. These collide if we, for instance, register the domain sleepyturtle.fm, rendered as emoji, and then also as text. Since most screen readers just read the emoji as its canonical name, this creates an audio collision between the 2 domains, even if they go different places. Here's what that sounds like. And in this case, it's going to emit the dot in the first URL, but that's just weird behavior that depends, again, on the screen reader.
Sleepy Turtle, FM. Sleepyturtle.fm.
So this slide is labeled why I own sleepyturtle.fm, and the answer is because I was working on this way too late at night, and it delighted me, and my registrar let me register this. If you go to the emoji, sleepy emoji turtle.fm, it just takes you to a some FM channel I like. But it gets worse, because screen readers can just lie to their users. So unfortunately, this level of subterfuge isn't required in most cases. When dealing with web page contents, screen readers typically only read the rendered DOM, like kind of item per item, and don't provide context around web page or link behavior. Some screen readers have features that will resolve where a link actually takes you, or that disables accessibility features like these tags we're going to be talking about, but it's not universal. And some of the screen reader features, some screen reader readers have features that will resolve where a link actually takes you, but this can also be defeated by links that trigger JavaScript on execution, and take the user somewhere which is like determined by some sort of JavaScript payload, which that is honestly not that different from some obfuscation techniques against sighted users, but it's definitely a principle you can use here. But where it gets interesting is in the abuse of web page accessibility features meant to improve screen reader experience. So again, this slide is titled Screen Readers Also Just Lie, and it contains a screenshot of some HTML code. This HTML code uses a feature called ARIA tags. ARIA, or Accessible Rich Internet Application Tags, are designed to allow web designers to create better experiences for users of accessibility features, right? This is actually a good thing in most cases. This helps make websites more usable for screen reader users. It's great. But since they override reading out the elements on the page, they can be used to lie to users about the contents of the page itself. In this case, a link that has text example.com and takes the user to example.com has been overridden by an ARIA tag. When a screen reader reads the rendered tag, it will speak out google.com instead, because that's what the ARIA tag contents are. This can also be used for gaslighting or targeted abuse. Users of screen readers can get delivered an abusive message that would be invisible to sighted users. Then, of course, because these live in the site code, there's issues with like injection via cross-site scripting and things like that. So anything you can do to modify the DOM, you can also inject ARIA tags and change the behavior for screen reader users. So ARIA tags serve an important function, but they also serve as an attack surface. That's something that I don't think has gotten a lot of attention. As far as I can tell, there hasn't been nearly enough thought given to when we change the behavior of accessibility tools for the good of the user, do we also make that misuse resistant, right? Which is hard. I don't want to say it's just we haven't thought about it and it's an easy problem to solve, because it's not. And this is going to load the video, in theory. Yeah, there we go. This is the only video in the presentation. It depicts me using a screen reader and hovering over a link that reads www.example.com. Because of the ARIA configuration, it will read out www.google.com instead. So this is me actually reading out the element that you saw the HTML for in the previous slide.
www.google.com. www.
Interestingly, there are some Unicode attacks that screen readers actually protect against. Sighted users are vulnerable to homoglyph attacks, in which lookalike characters trick them into thinking two strings are the same when they aren't. They're basically the visual equivalent of attacks we're talking about here. So here are two examples. The first appears to be google.com, spelled Google.com, but it's actually created with lookalike characters. The O's are the Armenian small letter O, and the E, I believe, is the lowercase Greek epsilon. Sorry, I didn't include the other code point in here. That's my bad. But it is not the lowercase e that you expect. The second is more subtle. So the second appears to read cc.example.com. However, it uses right to left override control characters to reverse the order of the character rendering. So it appears to read cc.example.com when it's actually moc.elpmax.cc, right? So in the audio recording you will hear ggl.com, eliding the characters that look like O's and E's. And then you will hear correctly moc.elpmax.cc, defeating the homoglyph attack using the right to left characters.
ggl.com. mock.elpmax.cc.
So this is an interesting way in which the attack surface for homoglyphs and homophones sometimes overlaps, but sometimes it's distinct, and sometimes screen readers are protected in ways that sighted users are vulnerable. You saw and heard this clip at the beginning during my audio check.
Hello hacker family, welcome to ShmooCon Hack the Planet.
So this appears to just be gibberish on the slide. But the fact that screen readers are so good at turning Unicode sounds into sounds lets us create some pretty wild messages. So again, like I said, this slide contains a string that looks like complete gibberish, but it demonstrates that we can build audio messages out of screen reader interpretation of Unicode text. So one interesting trick here is that I've used zero width spaces to break up the string. So these visually have no impact on the spacing between the letters, but they act as hints to the screen reader of when it should end a phoneme or end an audio chunk, right? This also hints towards an interesting side use of this behavior, hiding messages in apparent gibberish for other screen reader users. A kind of screen reader user can't, or a form of like steganography, right? Combine this with the fact that screen readers support phonemes from any script, and users can mix and match Unicode code points at will to sound out messages they want to send. And the more scripts they pull from, the more incomprehensible it will actually be to sighted folks. So this slide contains some Chinese characters. I want to thank my colleague Yuan Yu, who is fluent in Mandarin, for confirming to me that this is absolute gibberish. I don't speak Mandarin. I did this entirely by picking characters and seeing how the screen reader read them. And then I went to my friend Yuan and was like, Yuan, I'm not saying anything embarrassing or terrible, am I? And she's like, no, you're not saying anything at all. This doesn't make any sense. I was like, great, exactly what I was hoping for. So if there is some deeper meaning here, I apologize, but I'm like 99% sure this is just gibberish. Until, of course, you read it in Chromevox.
A shi zayu, fully tu nai, go to see Joe, he can't pay Yahweh, bye.
So it's not like totally like easily to figure out what that says in English. So while it's maybe not the cleanest rendition of a secret message, this was me playing around for like 15 minutes and figuring out like the basics. I think it demonstrates the point that you can embed messages across languages by abusing homophone phoneme collisions. This slide contains the English version of the message I was trying to send. Hey, she saw you, flee tonight, go to see Joe, he can pay your way, bye. Here's that audio again.
A shi zayu, fully tu nai, go to see Joe, he can't pay Yahweh, bye.
So this is an example of me messing around with the phonemes created by Chinese characters and creating an English message when those Chinese characters are read by the screen reader. As a side note, if someone creates a cross-lingual sentence that sends one message visually and another with screen readers, I would love to see that. I would love to, like, I think it's possible. So if y'all want a fun little like mini CTF challenge, there you go. And if you create one, let me know and I will buy you a book of your choice or, you know, post about it on Twitter or something. Right? Okay. So what do we do about this? Solving this will be hard. I wish I had a slick one-size-fits-all solution for homophone problems, but I don't think there is one, and if it exists, I haven't found it. And the problem is complicated by the fact that every screen reader or text-to-speech engine, again, is subtly different. There's no open source, publicly available map of confusable phonemes like there is with visually confusable letters. The Unicode Consortium publishes confusables.txt, which is a mapping of every character they think can be confused for any other character visually. Nothing like that exists for sounds, right? There's also not enough resources devoted to either accessibility or security, and much less even to the security of accessibility. So I think the things we can do about this, the two biggest ones are on this slide, right? First of all, talk to your users about their accessibility needs, right? Again, most people in this room, I think, work in security. You should be talking to people about what accessibility tools they use in their day-to-day work, right? And two, hunt for these attacks and share what you find. Where are my threat intel / threat hunter folks? If it's any part of your job. Yeah, a few folks. Sorry to call you out like this, but we need your help. Like, we need you to be looking for this stuff, right? This is a gap with every threat intel feed I have seen. We know these exist. Nikifrakis and co. found these attacks in 2014. And attackers never forget a trick, right? If this stuff was going on in 2014, it's still going on 10 years later, right? Attacks only ever get better, and we're way behind the evildoers on protecting our users with disabilities. There are a few tactical things you can do, right? This is actually a case where your anti-phishing training can be useful, right? Update it to encourage the use of character by character or spelling mode on screen readers. This can help find a lot of these URL attacks in phishing emails. So if your users who use screen readers are suspicious, they can go into spelling mode, which will read things out one character at a time, rather than lumping things together and reading out the word, right? Suggest that if their screen reader software has a feature to resolve links instead of trusting ARIA tags, unfortunately some do and some don't, that they avail themselves of that feature, right? And of course, understand your users' accessibility needs, right? I'm gonna keep harping on this point because it's very important. Talk to them. Ask them if they'll let you sit down with them and learn how they work, right? Involve them in understanding the risks and designing the mitigations. include them in the discussion, and develop a deeper understanding of what they need to be happy, productive, and most importantly, safe in their day-to-day work. Okay, there are some more speculative things. These will require some more research, but I think they're promising ways to at least try to stop these things. So just like you can use optical character recognition, or OCR, to solve a lot of homoglyphs, it sure seems like running text-to-speech back through speech-to-text solves at least some of these attacks. Secondly, you can pressure TLD owners and registrars to step up their game in detecting collisions with high-traffic domains or ones that are likely targets for phishing. I'm sure if we all tell them they just need to sacrifice a little revenue to help a lot of people be safer, they'll jump at the chance, right? Actually, sorry. In my notes here it just says hold for laugh. Okay, maybe that one won't work. And finally, devote more resources to accessible security. If any of you are looking for research areas to make a real impact and tangentially have good topics for conference talks like this is a great place to start. We can make our users much safer by devoting some resources to both the security of accessibility tools and the accessibility of security tools. Which of course requires understanding your users' accessibility needs, right? Know who in your organization uses screen readers, right? Know if there's people who maybe have maybe use speech to text to generate emails and things like that, right? At least know what software they are using so you can at least start thinking about what other threats that brings to them and their organization so you can help them be safer. But I wanted to highlight one aspect of those more speculative approaches, right? The speech-to-text part. If anyone has seen my work on homoglyphs, I think you know where this is going. This slide is titled, "If attackers trick a sense, defenders can use that sense." And I actually think that that is a good general rule for these kinds of confusion attacks, right? So remember that horrible, vicious lie I told you earlier with the 4 different domains that sounded like google.com but weren't? This slide contains a screenshot of the automated transcript of that screencast that was taken from. And the transcript reads, google.com, 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 and crucially, it's the right version of google.com for all 4 of them, google.com, right? This is because the transcript is generated from speech-to-text interpretation of the audio. The attack is tricking the transcription engine in the same way it tricked all of us, right? But if we take the output of that speech-to-text transcription, what we're left with is actually harmless. It would take you to the quote-unquote intended domain of google.com, right? So we know this works, at least in some cases. Unfortunately, I think that this, Unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, I don't think this defense scales as is. I don't think you can generally apply it to every case. I mean, the obvious ones are speech to text is overhead, right? It's compute. It is, it adds complexity if you're using services as an extra service call, things like that, right? It's also not always clear what to do with this result when you get it back. If you did find one of these attacks, is the right thing to do to just drop that email, report it, right? Like we need a lot more attention given to what we do and how we properly deploy speech to text to address these attacks. Okay, so with that said, where is this research going next? I want personally to do the following. Fuzz test all of the screen readers. Fuzz test speech to text assistance. Fuzz test all the things and see what breaks. Right? Second, there are a lot of other accessibility tools that have gotten approximately 0 attention from security researchers. I hope some of you in this room will join me in fixing that. If you want to help, if you want to start testing some of these accessibility things, hit me up, right? Happy to collaborate with folks, just see what we find, right? And finally, as I mentioned, all of you threat intel, threat hunter folks out there, go and look for this stuff. We know it exists. Find it, share it, tell us where it is. And this slide, again, mostly looks like gibberish, but it reads,
Dear ShmooCon family, thank you for listening.
Dear ShmooCon family, thank you for listening. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be able to speak. This slide is labeled Greets. As always, this talk is not purely a product of my own work. I did it extending the work of many other researchers and supported by a wonderful community of friends and hackers, a few I want to specifically call out. Thanks to my colleague Yuan Yu, who gave me valuable feedback and patiently entertained my more absurd ideas, most of which didn't make it into this talk. I want to thank my longtime friend Elsa Junison, who reviewed the presentation for sensitivity and ableism. She has an incredible book out called Being Seen that I highly recommend to everyone. I'd like to thank my colleague David Sang, who gave me feedback and pointers, as well as freely sharing his deep technical expertise and his experience as a screen reader user. Thanks to my additional Payphones hacker crew, who are always supportive of my efforts and are down to do weird hacker shit with me whenever a thought crosses my brain. And thanks to all of you for coming. Much love, hacker family. Go forth and hack the planet. And I want to leave plenty of time for questions. So there are microphones. Please come up and ask a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Do I have a microphone? Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Rob, and I know a thing or two about DNS. And I wanted to know if you were aware of ICANN's guidelines for the implementation of IDNs, version 4.1, which was from September 2022. It supersedes the last version of it, which was written in 2012. And we'll just let that speak for itself. Section 252 says you can't commingle cross-script code points in a single label, and 253 recommends being more careful about confusables, which is their term of art for that. Whole script confusables, so Cyrillic character set that looks like Latin. Have you found the ability to register domains that mix stuff recently?
That's an excellent question. If you don't mind, I'll just describe you real quick. Someone asked a question about DNS, deep technical knowledge about it. They're wearing a maroon shirt, jeans, 6 shoes. I have not registered a mixed script domain recently. I think that what you will find is that TLDs and registrars and the combination of them matters a lot more practically than the spec does. And the reason for that is if any combination of registrar and TLD gets this wrong, attackers will just use that registrar and that TLD.
Yeah, it's certainly a Maginot line as far as controls go, right?
Absolutely.
So it'll just drive right around the end of it. But it's certainly, we are signaling that they need to do better.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
please, when people say that, please double down on that messaging.
I absolutely will. And I apologize for being flippant earlier about it. There is a huge amount of work being done to figure out how we build a community of registrars and TLDs that work with that. I will say the problem for all these confusables has never been the specs, right? They are updated infrequently, as you pointed out. I think that's a very valid criticism. However, I think a lot of the issues come with there's no one single point to enforce those specs, right? And the combination of the community of registrars, the community of TLD owners and things like that makes it so that we can have the best specs in the world that very clearly lay out what's acceptable and what's not. And if we don't drive 100% acceptance, attackers will slip in through whatever.
They're unfortunately also sometimes done by committee and represent what you can get consensus on, which is a low bar. So I had the second question, if I may.
Absolutely.
We know about Levenstein distance, which is good for looking at string similarity.
Yep.
Have you found other interesting things that would make good reading in terms of phoneme distance and things that I liked your idea of rendering it via text speech and then shoving it back through speech to text to see what you get. Have you found anything else interesting in that arena?
That's a great question. I've not done enough deep research there. Sorry, the question was, we have various distance measurements for strings, and that often can work visually by comparing the distance. I have not found anything about phoneme distance or things like that. I will confess, when I was doing this, I did a couple of cursory scholar searches for is there confusable phoneme mappings? And what I immediately got was a bunch of very deep linguistics papers that confused and scared me. And so I did not dig into them deeply, because it was clearly not where my expertise lays.
Okay, they confuse and scare me too, and I was hoping you could simplify it for me.
At least we're not alone in our confusion and fear.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the talk.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Someone in the back wearing a long sleeve shirt, jeans, sneakers, cool multicolored mask. Yeah, absolutely. So the question was, can we do something like look at the waveform of the legitimate google.com and compare that to things as they're read out to see if it's a very close but not identical like waveform? I think there's probably something we can do there. I think it's going to be a big challenge for 3 reasons. One, the waveform will differ based on screen reader. So if you're doing DSP and trying to figure out, okay, what is the right google.com, that has to happen at the screen reader level, and every screen reader has to solve it for themselves, right? Or take the same approach, but generate their own waveforms, right? 2, I'm not convinced that these screen readers will always generate a different waveform for different strings. I think collisions could be close enough that they're generated for different strings identically. The contrapose of that is my point number 3, which is I'm not convinced that in every case, the same google.com would generate the same waveform. I think if your hardware is different, your operating system environment is different, things like that, that may generate differences in waveform. That's speculation on my part, because I don't know, because I haven't actually looked at it. So all in service of saying, I think that is an interesting approach to the research. I think it's going to be hard, but at this point, we should try everything we can.
Right, so even reference waveforms would still have struggled because the hardware and software, even if you reference it across software, it's just such a large vulnerability space.
Correct, yeah. I think it would just be too hard to guarantee that all the reference waveforms would always line up on every single, yeah. My pleasure. Oh, that's a great question. So, person in black clothes and a very cool, looks like an evil eye or third eye hat, beanie hat, is asking, what is the impact for non-native speakers who may confuse these homophones just because they're learning English? I suspect that this is where the Nikiforakis and co, where a lot of their human traffic may have come from, right? People who have normal, honest confusion about these homophones, because English is a very difficult language to learn and has a lot of these homophones. I'm a very auditory person. I grew up in a musical family. I'm a native English speaker, and I mess up homophones fairly often, right? So to your point, I think that this will be a thing where these domains, if they were sound squatted, like Nikiforakis says, will catch some of those people. And the question is, okay, how close can we get this, and how can we find homophones that are more likely to be accidentally put in by a user to target these sites? This is where I think, again, SAIL versus SAIL, S-A-L-E versus S-A-I-L, and things like that. Another one is mail, M-A-I-L versus M-A-L-E, right? I think those are the ones where you're going to see a lot of those accidental confusions. But I think your question's a great one. I think we will see that, and I think we have evidence that it's out there. See also my threat hunter folks in the audience. We need you looking for this stuff. So. Thank you.
Hi. I was curious if there are existing attacks that have been found using, targeting this particular vector, and if so, you sort of mentioned you had two different big examples that I considered. One was google.com, which is something that everyone would be going to quite frequently, and one that was Twitter support, which is something you would be going to in a very sort of specific situation. You probably haven't gone there before. Do you have any insight or even speculation on whether attacks like this would focus on domains people would go to quite a lot, and so some sort of like fingerprinting thing that you learn some extra sound that goes with it that would work would help, or if like novel domains are much more likely to be attacked?
That's a great question. So a person in looks like a purple shirt, but the light in here is not great, and a black jacket was asking about, do we know what kinds of domains we expect to be targeted? Is it high frequency ones that everyone's going to? I suspect there's probably two threat models for this, and I appreciate you leaving the avenue open for speculation, because that's what I'm going to do now. Number one is probably spear phishing, right? If an attacker knows that your cloud admin uses a screen reader, if they can figure out which one, maybe they posted on the forums for, Chromebox asking a question, things like that, they will probably use that to target specific domains that your cloud admin is likely to go to in everyday work to phish their credentials, right? The other is kind of like the mass dragnet thing of like, again, we're an e-commerce site that people are likely to go to, that they are likely to plug their credentials into when they buy things, right? And just sit there and harvest credentials to a site where specifically those credentials are high value for some reason, right? And in that case, we don't particularly, as an attacker, we don't particularly care that the person is using a screen reader. It's just, we want those creds, and this is another way for us to get the creds, right?
Yeah, I think in the cases where it's like a domain where each person would like be familiar with that domain already, that also provides a potential defensive mechanism where what you can do is you can fingerprint the text of the domain in some way and play it alongside the domain whenever it appears.
That's not a bad idea. My colleague David Sang made the point that because he has used the same screen reader for so long, he is very keyed into subtle changes in domain sounds.
Yeah.
And so even when they update the screen reader sometimes, he gets a little bit like shock and paranoia, right? Like things like that. So, or even if he doesn't, people do, right? They get used to this, was his point, right? And so I think that having some other key information that if we know it is this actual domain, like our browser knows that we're actually going to Google, right? We have some sort of allow list where it says like, okay, also read this other information or read this other thing. The question then becomes is how do we stop attackers from just appending that on to the end of their URL? That I think it will probably raise the cost of the attacker, which is always good, but.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi. First off, thank you. That was an awesome talk. It's an
My
interesting
pleasure.
topic that these things that not a lot of people talk about are always interesting. So it sounds like these screen readers and accessibility tools are not very, very heavily tested because an enterprise has this many endpoints and only this many are using the accessibility tools. So we have to worry about where we're going to make the most change. However, when you're doing reconnaissance as an attacker on an organization, you want to know what type of software they're running, and you often don't know without running some type of payload that's going to attach to their browser, and you start getting all this yada yada. If you just go to LinkedIn and say, who's blind?
Yeah.
And now you say, who works at that organization that's blind? You don't even have to target a single organization. You could just say, who is blind, period, in this industry? Target them. It sounds like people could be revealing information about the software that's running on the organizations where they work without realizing it, and that organizations aren't necessarily calling it out. And if the software is not thoroughly tested, then when people are throwing attacks at it, people aren't going to necessarily notice. And I feel like that is an obvious gaping hole for a social engineer to say, wait a second, anything involving disabilities, I want to go right after that. And there's probably only a handful of these products that do it. We'll find the vulnerabilities in all 5 and throw it. It seems concerning.
I think you're right. So person in long sleeve black shirt with the sleeves rolled up, jeans, very comfortable looking hiking boots, raises the point that like there's other information leakage here in things like LinkedIn and social media that shows that these screen readers or accessibility things will be running in an organization's network. I think you're right, and I think 2 things. Number one, this I think increases the need for us to do fuzz testing and things like that, because I also think that there are probably RCEs and things like that in at least some of these tools, right? I have not had the time to find any myself, but I speculate they exist because, to your point, this is an area that where not a lot of effort's been given. So if we have folks out there who are identifiable from LinkedIn or other social media, that could very easily be a way for attackers to generate a target list, right? Because like I said, attackers don't pull punches, right? They're not going to lay off just because someone has a disability. So,
cool. Thanks.
My pleasure. Okay, I got the stop sign. Thank you all so much, ShmooCon. You've been great. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Could you give me a sentence or two more context? Yes, yeah. That's interesting. I had not considered that, and that's a really interesting notion. I'm actually gonna move out the side to not crowd these folks. Oh, hey, good to meet you. Oh yeah.
That looks right. Great. And then we should be able to close this and that. That looks good.
It's not mirroring.
Oh, is it not? It looks like it's mirroring. Okay. Cool. Great. We don't need these masks. Yeah, I will get some more. Anything else we need to do?
One thing on note, make sure your 1080p don't go below it.
Oh, so for whatever reason, I can only see this as a 720p output. So yeah, I've been practicing on 720p. It seems to work here. I don't know about the stream.
We came here early in the morning and like you can still see it from the back.
Yeah.
The recording, I don't know.
I just want to make sure because we were having problems in here with scaling. So I think if it goes below 720, I know 1080p is what we prefer. Right, but I just want to make sure so it's as long as the ATEM sees it, it should be good.
Yeah, everything looks good. Yeah, looks good up there.
Okay.
Yeah, I've set my monitor on this laptop is actually not 1080p, but it's also not 720p. So I've just downscaled it to 720p, and it seems to be fine.
Yeah, my only concern is making sure that their gear, because we were running into a problem with this room. It's a thing. It's been fun this week.
We know, like we were here last night and they were struggling. So
yeah,
we saw it in action.
Yeah, and it was this morning has been an adventure. So
get some water.
I've got 8,000 steps already this morning.
So where would the person with the board be? Right in the middle.
The board, so the stop.
Yeah.
They're going to be back there. So that's
So they just play with us from there?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, we are going to have a stopwatch right on the video, so we'll see the time anyway.
Yeah, we're going to tell you as well.
Yeah. And we are kind of aiming for like 40-45 minutes to this like something.
Yeah, so he'll kind of go through it with you, but because that's his role. My role is just to make sure that you're on the projectors. So there. All right. This is minutes. 22. Sign up for your talk.
Could you do it like 5 minutes before?
Sure.
At the 35th minute showing up.
So at 35, you want to see this?
Yes.
And then at 40, you want to see that?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that. No
That
problem.
would be perfect. The other question I had for you was, we were told to repeat the questions that that the audience has with a mic. Do we still do that?
You don't have to. Both mics are working. I just checked it out the last guy was doing it anyway, just because that's
Okay, perfect.
enjoy doing. But yeah, as long as they're coming up with mics, no problem.
Yeah, we were told to repeat it, so I just want to make sure that the mics are working.
Cool.
That's good.
Great.
Have fun.
Thanks.
But if we don't understand the question, we can always just
Yeah.
make sure that we get this.
Frank.
Hi.
Ben Prashant? Ben Prashant. Did I get that right? Prashant?
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's perfect. No, I've been saying it wrong.
What do you say?
Prashant.
That's perfect.
Prashant? Prashant?
With a TH on there.
Is there
Even though it's spelled with a T.
Prashant. 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 I will try my best and I apologize.
You just made me second guess.
I'll just.
known Prashant a while.
I'll pronounce Ben like, I don't know. I'll call him Jerry. How's that? No, sorry. Yeah, so you're first time speakers here at ShmooCon?
ShmooCon, yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Oh, wonderful. Welcome, welcome. So you already got the spiel about keep your eyes on them for the timing and everything, right? Terrific. So really what I'll do is just kind of start off with a couple introduction or a couple announcements and stuff from the staff, and then introduce both of you, kind of just hand it over to you. Okay. Now you guys take it away.
Great.
Thank you.
So you're the one before lunch, so I don't know, there might be a few people leaving, but I don't know. This is actually a pretty big crowd, so.
Yeah. This is looking good.
See, a couple of minutes before we get started. Like, I'll kick off around 59 or so.
All right. And so is the stream up now?
What's that?
Are we currently on stream? Or does that begin at
I'm not sure. They usually will put up a placeholder until I kind of give them a signal and they'll put us on. But they do warn you like the mics are hot, so that's why I was like. Try not to trip. Oh, they did move. They had like a switch there that I almost tripped over earlier, so. Yeah. We need more tripping hazards on stage. But it sounds like an interesting talk too.
Yeah, it's. I think it's really cool. It's definitely the coolest project I've worked on.
We have to believe it's cool.
Yeah.
Yep. That's great.
Yeah, if you could stick around, I don't know if you're gonna be.
Yeah, I always catch the start of it, but I'm on the CFP committee, so I try to watch all of the talks afterwards as well. But,
So did you review this?
yes. Like I said, it sounds interesting. So, again, looking at different nations we serve, right, finding different vulnerabilities in them, right, and finding out some things that work across all of them, or a large swath of them.
I think the challenge with the talk really is that like when we were doing this, we were doing it at scale. Like we were looking at several of them, so you just keep tripping and finding a bunch of things.
Yep.
But then when you're giving a talk, you need to really narrow down on a few interesting ones and try to go as deep as possible so that the crowd finds it interesting.
Yep.
I think that was like quite challenging.
You're just picking and choosing.
Yeah.
You're pruning out a lot of stuff. It seems cool, but then it's too simple, and so it's not so interesting. Or it seems cool, but it's too complicated to explain on stage without a lot more time.
There's that novelness. Yeah. Is it novel? Is it new? Is it unique? It's hard to know if something's novel or not, right? But
I did find some. It's 58.
yep. And you can take your mask off and you're up here too. Just
We did find some. We found a way to crash the OpenBSD HTTP.
that's always a good sign.
Yeah, and it was so simple and just so surprising that it was doable that way. It was just send one extra byte after a message with a chunked body. If you're using fast CGI, that will dereference a null pointer and the whole thing dies. So
Wonderful.
there's a bunch of things like that we couldn't mention. Yeah.
We couldn't fit it in the narrative that we had, so then we had to
Yep.
kill it,
Yeah. You can share that in your after talk with everyone. So if you guys are ready,
Yeah.
Good morning, ShmooCon. Woo! You are in the BELAY track, and it's now good afternoon, so we've crossed over that line. For everyone, this is again the last talk before the lunch break, so hopefully you can get some food somewhere after this. A couple announcements for me before I kick it off. Thank you for wearing your mask. It's appreciated by all of us. Past con shirts and merch will be on sale at 2 p.m. in the registration room, so encourage folks to swing by there. And Hack Fortress is one of the cooler events that we're doing down the corridor, so make sure you actually do head down the corridor. We have lots of different events going on down there, so really encourage folks to check things out. But if you would, please put your hands together and, Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Ben and Prashant to the stage here at ShmooCon.
Hey everyone, thanks for being here. I know there's some good competition here in the sense that there are 2 other nice talks going on, and we're sad to be missing some of them as well, so I really appreciate you all being here. So I'm Prashant. I'm a researcher at North Industries, and I'm broadly interested in network protocols and file format security, and I used to be a PhD student at Dartmouth. And
I'm Ben. I'm a PhD student at Dartmouth, and I have 2 wonderful, beautiful cats, David and Dale, who will be featured throughout the presentation.
Yeah, we kind of like the symmetry of this particular slide. The reason why we actually went down this whole rabbit hole of exploring HTTP 1.1 implementations was that we got some funding to actually explore parser differentials in HTTP implementations, and in like a little over a month since we started this work, we reported our first vulnerability, and since then there were tons of them. And then in the middle of November, the project officially ended, and then here we are. So I'm sure that HTTP as a term, at least a lot of you would have heard of. It's essentially just a request response protocol where you have a browser or a client that crafts a request and then sends it to a server, and the server then responds back with a certain body. And an HTTP request essentially has 3 parts. There are 3 portions to it. The first is the request line, where you have a verb to say what the request is or what you want to do with it. Like, for example, you have get, but there are other interesting ones as well, like post, put, delete, head, connect, and so on. The second thing over here is the resource that you're targeting. Like in this particular case, it's just this slash. And then you also have the version string over here. And the second portion of the request is a set of headers. Like in this case, there's a host header that is a comma separated. So there's a comma to demarcate between the key and the value over here. The colon, sorry. There's a colon to separate the key and the value here. And then content length over here is a special header. And what it does is that you say how many bytes are going to follow. Like, for example, there's also the content length is going to say how many bytes are going to be there in the body, and moose over here is just a random header that, so you can also have like these specialized headers that the server is going to do nothing about. Like the client can put anything in there in terms of headers.
Yeah, I made a mistake in making this slide. This moose line should be before that CRL up there. So I'm actually just going to edit the slide live. There we go.
Yeah, and then comes the body, which over here is 16 bytes, and that's why the content length over there is 16. And this is a TCP-based protocol, and we are primarily only looking at HTTP 1.1. And what you see over here is a sample HTTP response, where in the status line over here, you have the version string that's usually copied over. So there were several servers that we saw where instead of 1.1, if you just wrote 0.1, it would still put it back in here in the response body, in the response status line. And then you see a three-digit number over there, which says what the status code is. 200 is OK. There are 2 others that would be featured in the talk. There's the 403, which is either forbidden or access denied. And then there's also 400, which is a bad request. In that case, there's a parsing failure that the server said, no, this packet is bad, we're not going to process it. And Over here, you also see that there's, again, a content length header. And in this case, it says 21. And then clearly, we've lived in New Hampshire for a while, so that's why it says live, freeze, and die. The carriage return line feed over here is CRLF. That's a delimiter, and that's used widely in the HTTP protocol. So I told you that these are verbs, and these are different request methods. So then there's a GET request, in which case you just ask for a resource. And in the GET request, having a content length and a body doesn't really mean much in the protocol itself. And then you can also have a POST request where you send some data to the server. This could be forms. This could just be some sort of JSON data that you're trying to send to the server. Then you can also delete resources. And that's the delete method in the HTTP 1.1 protocol.
All right, so HTTP is conducted over TCP, and it would be wasteful to open a new TCP connection for every request response pair. So instead, connections are reused in HTTP 1.1. So there's two different ways you can reuse a connection. The first we're calling ping-ponging, which is where the client sends a request to the server, and then the server sends a response to the client, and then just on the same connection, the client sends another request and receives another response, and they can go back and forth until one or the other closes the connection. The other way of reusing connections is pipelining. So that's when the client sends multiple requests just concatenated together right in a row on the connection to the server, and the server then responds with the appropriate number of responses. Okay, so that's the end of the whole background section. Now we can get into some of the vulnerabilities we found. This is like one of the first things we noticed is in this little web server called Sysanta Mongoose. So this is primarily used in embedded systems. It's written in C. There's about 10,000 of them if you search on Shodan right now, just facing the internet, but many, many more on internal networks. This is just when we were first getting started. So we were just basically setting up a bunch of servers, starting up an example application, and then just typing in requests and seeing what happened. So I'm going to show you what we noticed when we just started doing that. So let me pull up the demo here. Okay, and then great. So we'll start by sending a really straightforward request. I can make this bigger if that's a little less visible. Can you guys see that in the back? Yeah. Cool, great. Okay, so we'll send a really straightforward request to Mongoose. So here the request is just like a GET request with no headers and no body. And it responds 200 OK, gives us some HTML. Great. So what if we add a message body to this length, or to this message? Then GET requests with message bodies are not, the semantics of that isn't defined in the standard, but it is allowed. So I'm just going to type in 10 bytes and see what happens. And the server still responds with HTML. It seems like it just ignored the message body. I'm sorry? Yeah, there's also a server log down here that just says what kinds of requests the server received. So you can see it just sees another get slash, not different from the first. Okay, now what if we put a minus sign here? Then this is not allowed in the protocol. This should be invalid, and most servers will give you a 400 when you put a minus sign here. But when you do this, Mongoose does something weird. So it responds with the same HTML, and then after, it tells you 404. And then in the log, you have h:-10 as the request line. And so that really looks a lot like this. And if you count out the number of bytes from h:-10, carriage return line feed, carriage return line feed, that's 10 bytes. So what if we change this to 11? Presumably, we'll get th:-11. And sure enough, yeah, that's what we get. So then, what if we figure out how long this whole thing is? And then see what's going on when we do that. So that's 39 bytes long. And it's a good thing that 39 is the same number of digits as 11, because we can just plug it in. And if we do this, then that happens. So the server is just stuck over and over parsing the same request, and it didn't respond either. So that's sort of funny. If we now try to send a legitimate request again, so we just change this back to a 10, it still doesn't respond. So the whole thing is just locked up in an infinite busy loop. Yeah, so this is, I thought this is really funny. So we can shut this down. We reported this. It's now fixed. So that's good. But because this is an embedded web server, if you look on Shodan, the vast majority of the instances of this server out on the internet remain unpatched because they live on weird little systems in people's closets, and no one's really thinking about them. So this most likely will still work on a given instance of the server. So why did this work? As we saw earlier, Mongoose supports pipelining. How best to handle pipelining? Well, pointer plus offset, pointer to the end of the header block, plus the content length. And if the content length is negative, then the whole thing falls apart. Great. Second vulnerability we're going to cover. This is in a web server called Lightspeed. Now, Lightspeed is actually the third or fourth most popular web server on the internet by number of sites hosted, which may come as a surprise to many of you. Certainly was a surprise to me because I had never heard of it. And the reason for this is that 99% of those websites are like small business WordPress sites. So no one, they just kind of don't matter so much. Yeah, so they market themselves as the fastest WordPress stack. There's a few 100,000 of them in the US and many more outside the US. And I'll just show you what we found when we were playing around with Lightspeed in a very similar way to how we were playing around with Mongoose. Okay, so here, if we start by just sending a request to Lightspeed, so we'll send HTTP 1.1 into Lightspeed on port 8088. That's where the example server runs. We send this, get a bunch of HTTP or HTML, and it's too much HTML, so we're just going to pipe it into grep, and we get a 200 OK. So that's a really basic request. If we add another request to this as a pipeline, then we just get two 200 OKs, so that makes sense too. And if we add a message body to the first one, then that actually is because I didn't type out 10 bytes here. So that was my mistake. If we add a message body, we still get two 200 OKs. So that all looks fine. And we were just playing around with this, and we said, what if we put a 0 right there? That should do nothing, right? It's just a leading 0 on a number. But if you put a 0 there, so just recall, no 0, two 200s. With a 0, we get a 200 and a 400. So that's kind of weird. 400 means you have a malformed request. And it's actually the second request that it thinks is malformed, but the content length header here is in the first request in the pipeline. So that's kind of confusing. We went into the code and just kind of looked at how they were parsing content length, and this is what we saw. So stir to LL, if you look at the man page, this is just a libc function. It's an integer parser. It takes 3 arguments, the string you want to parse, and then an unused argument they don't use, and then a base. So 10 would be decimal, 2 would be binary, and they put 0. So a base 0 number is not a thing. Does anyone know what happens when you put a 0 here? Has anyone seen this before? I'm sorry? That's pretty close. I'm sorry? Yeah, it tries to guess. Yes. From the man page, essentially when you put a 0, it's going to look at the string, and if it starts with 0x, then the string will be interpreted as base 16. If it starts with 0, then it's interpreted in base 8. And if it starts with any other digit, then it's interpreted in base 10. Okay, so this is the way that Lightspeed parses the 2-message pipeline without the 0. So it'll just see 2 requests with a 10-byte message body in the first. When you add the 0, you have an 8-byte message body in the first, and then the method of the second request is going to be 89get, which of course is not a real HTTP message or method, so it 400s. And that's why we have the malformed, why it's interpreted as malformed. So you might be wondering why any of this matters, right? This just seems to be some stupid bug in Lightspeed, but it's kind of just a bug that allows a client to invalidate a response intended for the client. So it seems like really no harm done, just a dumb mistake. Okay, so we're going to introduce a new concept, and this is HTTP proxies. So it would actually just be a dumb mistake if the browser were talking directly to Lightspeed. But that's relatively less common than having intermediary servers that sit between the browser and the endpoint web server. So this could be a CDN, it could be a caching proxy, it could be just a reverse proxy that's doing load balancing, it could be enforcing access controls on the requests, the incoming requests. So the flow that we're going to see when we introduce a proxy into the mix is going to look more like this. So Firefox is going to send a request to HA proxy, which is just a web proxy, can do caching, can do access controls. And HA proxy is going to forward that request onto Lightspeed, totally unchanged. Lightspeed is going to turn around and respond to HA proxy, and then HA proxy is going to take that response, again unchanged, and just send it right back to Firefox. So that's generally the mode in which HA proxy works. Now, we're going to essentially consider proxies and CDNs and caches as all being elements of the same set. They're all just HTTP transducers. They take in requests, potentially rewrite them or normalize them or modify them a little bit. In the case of HA proxy, that doesn't happen, but that can happen. And then they forward them on to some other server. So that's kind of the framework we're working under. For our purposes, CDNs are not really too distinct from just a normal load balancer. Okay, so let's start up another demo. And this time we're going to add HA proxy into the mix. So we have an instance of HA proxy that is pointing at Lightspeed, just as shown in the graphic a minute ago. So if I send a request to HA proxy, then when I get a response, it's a bunch of HTML, and if I just look at where that response came from, you can see there's a server header set to Lightspeed. So this is just saying the response came from Lightspeed, indicating that HA proxy is working as intended. Okay, so HA proxy presumably does not have this mistake with the weird octal content length parsing thing. So maybe we can exploit this difference. So I've configured an access control list in HA proxy. So if I ask for /.ssh/ID/RSA in HA proxy, then HA proxy will say 403, you can't do that. And that's because I just added some option in the config file to deny requests that look like this. And if we want to get around this access control list, then maybe we can take advantage of that parsing discrepancy between HA proxy and Lightspeed. So here's a big, ugly payload that I'm going to copy and then try to explain. Okay, so we start with a GET request for slash. And we have a content length set on that GET request of 0 to 100. Then we have, from HA proxy's perspective, we just have 200 bytes after that. So this highlighted region is 200 bytes. So HA proxy will see this payload as one request with a 200-byte message body. Now Lightspeed is going to see the same payload as, it's going to start out the same, right? It sees get slash, the content length of 0 to 100, which in octal is equal to 128 in decimal. So it's going to see 128 A's right here. This is 128 A's. And that's going to be the request's message body. And then there's going to be another request after that. So from Lightspeed's perspective, there's 2 requests in this payload. And the second request, well, that's asking for ID/RSA. So if all goes according to plan, we should be able to send this to HA proxy. HA proxy will forward it to Lightspeed. Lightspeed will respond twice, once for slash and once for ID/RSA. And then we should get those responses, and we'll have done our job of bypassing the access control list. Except it seems like we just got HTML. So let's look at what the responses look like. And actually, there's only one response. So something strange is going on. We send this, but we only get one response. All right. So maybe this is what's going on. We're sending requests with netcat. We send our payload to HAProxy, and HAProxy sees one request. HAProxy forwards that to Lightspeed, which sees two requests. Maybe Lightspeed actually does respond twice with the private key. But then HAProxy is only expecting one response, so it's just going to say, oh, something strange has happened. I'll just drop that second response on the ground and forward only the first. So perhaps that's what's going on. And if that were going on, then the solution would just be to make sure that HAProxy and Lightspeed agree about the number of requests sent, but maintain the disagreement about what those requests actually say. So we'll go back to the demo, and I'll just restart these containers and try doing this again. This time, I'll try adding another request to the pipeline. So this is the same payload as before, and I'm just going to add yet another GET request onto the end of it. And I'm going to set a host header here. And I'll explain the reasoning for that in a minute. So if I add another request to the pipeline, then HAProxy will see two requests, and Lightspeed will see three. But we can fix that by changing the content length value of the second request that Lightspeed will see. So the length of this we can grab. So the length of the new request we just added is 33. We can add that to this, 23, to get 56, and send that into HAProxy. And there's our private key. All right. So I set that host header earlier. And the reason I did that is that HAProxy also can act as a cache. And that cache is only going to work when a host header is set. So now we can take this even a step further. Given that HAProxy's interpretation of this whole thing is that this request was sent and a private key was received in response. So it must be that when you send this request, you get that private key. And so it's going to put that in the cache. And if we just wget HAProxy, and we look at this file we just got right here, we also have the private key. Okay. And then also, we have our demos on GitHub, and we got an email saying we shouldn't put private keys in a GitHub repo. I think this is an exception to the rule.
So what you saw here, were two examples of what can happen if you do misinterpret how the HTTP requests are handled. So when you have a front-end server and a back-end server and they disagree on how to parse the HTTP requests, the side effect of that is pretty much request smuggling. And bypassing ACLs and cache poisoning are just like two side effects of this happening. And to just explain what just happened, what you see here on the left is the interpretation that HAProxy has, where it sees that it's a 200-byte message body, whereas Lightspeed sees it as 128 bytes because it interprets 0 to 100 as octal. So then you see three request lines over here, three lines with the get request method. And you see that HAProxy sees the first and the third, whereas Lightspeed only sees the first and the second. And so then essentially both are seeing two requests, but then which two requests is the point over here. So you might think that these are pretty obvious mistakes, and HTTP seems pretty straightforward. So why just parse the content length, right? I mean, it's just an integer, just get it right, a positive integer without the positive sign or any signs, but then you can just pretty much parse this number and you just get it right, right? Not really. I mean, when you actually look at the spec, there are essentially 8 rules on how you need to handle message bodies. But then when you start diving deep into it, you see that this first one is about the head request and not about get or post. So I guess this is not relevant for this one. And then we see the second one, which is again about the connect request. I guess, again, that's not relevant to this one. This one is relevant, though. But then it says, it's again an exception. It says that when you have this other special header called the transfer encoding, when that's present along with content length, then what do you do? And then there's this one, which says what to do when the transfer encoding takes a specific value. And then you have this one, which says that when you have no transfer encoding, but the content length is invalid, then what do you do? And have I confused you all enough? And then you also have like the valid content length header without the transfer encoding. This is what we are probably interested in. But then you have these 2 messages, which are like, when you have the request message and none of the above are true, then what do you do? They just say that there should be no body. And then they say that when you have a response message without the declared body length, then you should parse everything all the way to the end of the server connection closing, and all that is the body. So that's how complicated this is. And then if you thought that was enough, then there's a whole blob of text that says there are exceptions to all the rules I just mentioned. So yeah, I mentioned that there's another special way that you can, a special header for you to handle the message body, and that's called transfer encoding chunked, which is essentially used when streaming when you don't know how large the body is going to be, and you cannot specify what the content length is, and you want to send the response in chunks. So then you just specify this, and then you say that the first line over here is the chunk length, which says A, which is interpreted in hex, and that's why you have 10 bytes, followed by the CRLF character. So then you can also have a 1A over here, which is 26 bytes, and that's why you have the body A through Z. And then you have an empty chunk length over here, and that's how you terminate your chunks.
Right. So then there's a little used and little known part of the grammar called chunk extensions, and this is where you add some amount of white space optionally, and then a semicolon, and then a key value pair separated with an equal sign, and the key is going to be, it can be quoted, but it doesn't have to be quoted. And then you can put more key value pairs, and you separate them with commas. But you can actually put commas in the quoted strings, so you can't parse this by just doing split on commas. So this is the level of forethought that went into these standards. Anyway, it turns out no one uses this, so it doesn't even matter. A lot of servers will just ignore them, and many of them don't even make it accessible through the scripting backend. I think the original intent was for checksumming the chunks, but this is all over TCP, so it's reasonably reliable, and that doesn't really come up too much. Many transducers will actually just take those chunk extensions and just rip them out before forwarding the request, because they just cause too much annoyance. Also, this optional white space here before the first chunk extension, that's not just regular optional white space, that's called BWS in the standard, which stands for bad white space. And bad white space is white space that you should accept, but you must not produce. So if you receive a request that contains that white space, you should allow it. You should never send any requests that contain white space there. And that means that a proxy or a transducer needs to normalize out that white space if they're conforming to the standard.
I think there is the keywords over here being should and must. I think like should is supposed to be permissive, like you should really do it, but it's really okay if you don't do it. But then must is a lot more strong, and if you're familiar with standards, I think there is a hierarchy to these keywords here.
Yeah, that has its own standard. Okay. So the next natural question is what counts as white space? And so RFC 9112 defines BWS to be go look at RFC 9110. And then RFC 9110 says BWS is equal to OWS. And that stands for optional white space. And so then OWS is defined to be any number of spaces or tabs. Okay, so that's it. Except then RFC 9112 says there are some contexts in which a space is what you should accept, but you can also optionally choose to accept tabs or vertical tabs or form feed. or carriage return on its own. And then there's also, so it seems like, right, carriage return on its own should be allowed in that context. But then it also says you must not produce carriage returns on their own, except inside the message body, where, of course, arbitrary binary payloads are allowed. And then if you receive a carriage return on its own, so i.e. not followed by a line feed, then you either have to consider the whole thing invalid and just reject the message, or translate it back into a space. So even just the question of like what is white space is not very clear. If you just read the grammar, you get 1/3 of the picture. So this is from this you can probably guess that implementations are pretty inconsistent about this. So here's a list of transducers that will forward carriage returns within the bad white space before a chunk extension. So Google Cloud's load balancer will do it. Akamai will do it. And also Apache Traffic Server will do it. Google and Akamai have now fixed this. So Akamai now 400s when you try to stick them in their carriage returns in that white space. And Google will just strip out all the chunk extensions now. So this isn't a problem anymore there. Apache Traffic Server hasn't fixed this. We reported it a really long time ago privately, and they said, that sounds like a problem. And then nothing happened. So then we reported it publicly, and still nothing has happened. So it turns out there's also one pretty popular endpoint HTTP parser that interprets carriage return followed by anything as equivalent to carriage return line feed in this particular context. And that's Node.js. So if you have Node.js on Google Cloud with a load balancer in front of it, or if you have a node-based service with Akamai as your CDN, or if you're using Apache Traffic Server in front of Node, then maybe there's something interesting we can do with that difference. Okay, Node also, by the way, fixed this bug, but only in a feature release. So if you get Node from the Debian bookworm repositories right now, you actually get the vulnerable, or the version that has this bug.
Same for ATS.
And same for ATS. So when we do a demo in a second, that's just using that's just apt install Node and apt install traffic server. Anyway, so yeah, it seems like most HTTP implementations don't really get the spec 100% right, mostly because it's really complicated, and also because the standard is just, it comes from a time where permissiveness and flexibility was considered really important for a network protocol, and that's just, I think we can probably all agree that's just a bad idea in hindsight, but we need to maintain backwards compatibility. Okay, so another demo. This time, I'm going to start up Node and ATS, Apache Traffic Server, and then my little attacker container. All right. So I'm going to start by sending a request at Apache Traffic Server. So Apache Traffic Server is pointing at Node. So this is very similar to the HA proxy Lightspeed configuration we had earlier. We just have Apache Traffic Server. When you send it a request, it's going to forward that request over to Node, and then Node is going to respond, and that's it. So I have a very simple application in JavaScript. It just responds to every request with served up by Node.js, unless that request is a delete request, in which case it will say something different. But we've actually configured an access control list on Apache Traffic Server. So if we try to delete slash, we get 403. So yeah, Apache Traffic Server will block all delete requests with this configuration. And so here's a payload that will actually get a delete request through Apache Traffic Server. So here you can see we're doing a bunch of stuff. I'll explain that in a minute. But we're going to be piping it all into netcat to ATS. So when we do that, we get this response here. So we did get a delete slash through the load balancer. And in fact, this exact attack used to work on Google Cloud's load balancer, and also used to work on Akamai for the same reason. Okay. So how did this work? Yeah, so here's Node's interpretation of the payload. So it sees two requests, a post and a delete. And the post has, so here where we have yellow, that's length fields. And where we have purple, that's data. The post has a chunked message body, with the first chunk being 2 bytes long, and that length there is delimited with carriage return. And recall that Node will accept carriage return anything as the delimiter here. And then we have some data, and then another chunk, and data, end of chunks, and then a delete. And then Apache Traffic Server is going to see that same data, and it's going to see those carriage returns here as being part of the optional white space before a chunk extension. So it's actually going to ignore this semicolon A as being a chunk extension. And so the 0.2 is going to be a length, and the 2D is data. And then so you can see the roles have flipped here. What is data to Node is length to Apache Traffic Server, and what is data to Apache Traffic Server is length to Node. And then we have a big, long blob of data that happens to contain a delete request, but is just opaque data that we can ignore. And then we have a 0-length chunk, and then a totally benign GET request. So that's ATS's interpretation, and that explains why it would let this payload through. Except you may have noticed that there's a content length on this delete request, and it's 183. And that's way longer than this message body here. So the reason for that is that Apache Traffic Server, when it receives a request, it just kind of crams it full of some extra headers. So it puts in some information about what the originating IP is, and it also just puts a really long version string into the request. So you need to take this into account when you're smuggling. So you need to basically pad out this content length to take into account the fact that this GET request right here in the message body is going to get made way, way longer. And so that's why we have the weird-looking content length. This used to work on Google Cloud. You could poison cache, and you could bypass what's called Google Cloud Armor policies. And they gave us a $6,000 bounty for figuring that out. Yeah. This also worked against Akamai to bypass their equivalent structures and poison that cache, but they don't have a bug bounty program for their CDN, which I think is their biggest product. But that's changing. That is changing. I have an email from a colleague at Akamai who said they're starting a program, and this is maybe a month or two ago, and that we're on the list for when they do start the program, but I don't know when that will be. Yeah, so this was the impact here. Okay, I'm going to pass it back off to Prashant.
Cool. So how did we actually find all these things, right? So the core idea over here is that we have something called the HTTP garden, where we have configured most of the servers that you would find in the wild, and most of the transducers that you would also use in the wild. And everything over here revolves around the driver script that sends these HTTP requests to the set of all transducers that we have configured. And the transducers then forward these requests to an echo server that we have set up. And the echo server essentially just grabs whatever it got as a request and puts that in the HTTP response body and sets the right content length and sends it back to you. So then the transducers then pass it on back to the driver script as well. And then the driver script, what it can do is that it can grab the payload from the transducers and then pass it on to all of these servers that we have configured. And then the servers are configured to respond back in a JSON format that we have, where it responds with the exact headers that it read, as well as the request URI, the target, the request method, and also the version string, right? And then, and the other thing that we have also done is that we are doing something called differential fuzzing, where we have an input generator that takes into account coverage as well as a grammar for HTTP 1.1. And then it keeps passing on new input to the driver script based on previous coverage information that we've gathered. And the entirety of the HTTP garden relies on two core tenets. The first one being that the servers do convey their interpretation of an HTTP request, and they do this with the help of their scripting backend. For those of you who are familiar with PHP, you would recognize what's on the right here, which is how PHP actually, you can grab what the request method, the URI, the version, all of those things, how you can grab them. The one thing missing in this particular code snippet is the headers not being extracted, but we had a separate method for that.
And the message body.
And the message body is right here.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah. The other core tenet over here is the effect of the transducer, and we observe that by pointing it to an echo server. And we configured a bunch of them. I'm just going to leave it here for a second for you guys to see, but there's plenty of them, and you would recognize most of the popular HTTP servers. We've configured them, and they all respond with almost the same JSON output. And similarly for the load balancers, all of them, they point to the same echo server that we have. Yeah.
So it's worth noting, we found at least spec violations and sort of harmless bugs in the vast majority of these programs, and more serious vulnerabilities in a lot of them. We're kind of restricted on time during the talk, but if you want to come up to us after, we have loads and loads of these bugs we could talk about. So especially weirdly, the OpenBSD HTTP stack, which you think of as being like kind of designed for security, has a lot of these sorts of problems, which kind of gets at this deeper insight, which is that traditional secure programming practices for like systems programmers really don't carry over so well into this domain.
Yeah, and you'll also notice that there are some external services over here, like the Microsoft IIS server. We didn't want to, most of our things rely on Docker, and we didn't want to mess with that beast. So to conclude, that brings us to the end of our talk. Never rely on the assumption that two parsers for the same format agree. If you really have to rewrite your parsers, make sure to fuzz them while comparing them to the other implementations. And if you want to use access control policies, don't just trust that the CDN or the HTTP proxy that you have configured is really going to work. And I think the last one here is a bit cheeky from Ben, but yeah. Cool. Fastly actually gave Ben a hat, and that's what he's wearing. It says Security Hero. They also gave him a coin. And we got a total of 11,000 in bounties from Google. We only talked about one of them. There's another one which is not as cool, but still interesting. And that brings us to the end, and we'd be happy to take a few questions from you all. I think we have about 7 more minutes. There's a mic here, sorry. Yeah.
Out in the wild, how easy is it to take advantage of this? I mean, like if you think of things like SE Linux or something that's keeping that web server from accessing, say, SSH or something like that, is this actually common out in the wild? Is everybody just running? Did you get to test any of that or see any of that?
I can take that. So out in the wild, it's sort of difficult to just kind of figure out even what the server chain looks like. So we didn't spend a ton of time trying to exploit real systems because it's kind of just, it requires specific work digging into the weeds on like how does PayPal implement this particular service. And that's kind of just not so interesting to me. But in short, SE Linux or like configuring policies about what a certain program is allowed to access does mitigate like path traversal, but if you're trying to protect resources that are within the server root, then none of this will matter. So that's a partial mitigation, but my expectation is that in many real world scenarios, SE Linux is not sufficient to prevent this sort of attack.
Yeah, I think the whole reason that this works is because there's a chain of servers or a chain of HTTP parsers, and that doesn't, like having SE Linux policies is not going to prevent this from happening. And when you have such mismatches between the parsers, ACL bypasses and cache poisoning, even desync, we couldn't demonstrate it because it's not very reliable to show in a talk, but even desync is quite possible.
Quickly, I should just define what desync is. That's just when you send a request and then you get a response intended for someone else. So that is something that was possible with a lot of these bugs, but it's really hard to pull off. It's pretty inconsistent. Portswigger had some interesting stuff about doing this using HTTP2. And so if you're interested in that, I recommend checking those out.
Yeah, please.
Hi there. Great talk. Wow, loved it. I'm asking this just in case anyone else in the audience is interested as well. If, let's say, there's a SaaS that has a tool chain, maybe sees himself as a bit of a CDN, are you done working on this? Are you interested in being invited to do some poking where you might find something and submit through a bug bounty?
I'm sorry, could you speak up for the last part?
Are you interested in getting directed to a bug bounty program to go repeat some of your work?
Absolutely. I think, yeah, I mean, we've mostly reported most of the things that we have found, but we've also not run our differential fuzzer for a large amount of time reliably yet. So I'm pretty sure we'll find more as we keep improving on our grammar and getting more and more coverage. So absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Did you explore any HTTP2 downgrade issues back to 1.0 or 1.1?
Yes, we completely saw this question coming. So we did, H2O being one of them. There was one more server having issues with the downgrade. Varnish, Envoy, H2O. Those three absolutely had issues. But we really focused on HTTP 1.1. I mean, you need to keep state when you try to explore HTTP 2 and 3 also. So, and the other thing over here was also that it still accounts for a majority of the HTTP traffic that we saw. Because although the front-end server could talk HTTP 2, the things on the back end, it almost always gets rewritten.
We did see some interesting stuff with downgrading. In particular, in H2O, which is a Fastly's load balancer, they have a really funny thing, which is that when they downgrade from H2 to H1, that HTTP 1 isn't necessarily HTTP 1 that they would have accepted had you sent it to the server originally. So this is kind of an interesting vector. So there are slight differences in terms of what constructs are allowed in H2 versus H1. For example, HTTP2 allows empty header names, and HTTP1 doesn't. So if you downgrade from an HTTP2 message that has an empty header name to an HTTP1 message, H2O used to allow that empty header name. It would forward an HTTP1 message with an empty header name, which would then get rejected by the next server in the chain. We saw some other weird things like that, but we didn't look too deeply beyond that sort of thing. We were finding other problems with white space handling and how that differs between H2 and H1, but nothing of particular note.
I think we have time for one more question if anyone has any. Cool, thank you all. Thanks for coming.
Thanks. Sounds good. We have a napkin and a pen. If that works for you. That also works, yeah. Yeah. Let me. mind going into more detail? Right? Don't, I thought don't they own Nginx? Don't they, isn't that? Okay, interesting. We've had.
There was one more that we really badly wanted to do.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, so there was that VMware product we looked at, but it turned out to just be Nginx with
Yeah.
extra skin.
Yeah, like a lot of these products we just found it to be the underlying just using Nginx or HA proxy.
I would be, so how would I get access to that? I can just, I still have to. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
There
Yeah.
are like plenty of ones where really tiny things like you can just,
Okay.
yeah, really.
So it's specifically used in the network HA proxy
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
Wait, which one?
so one request equals one response in HA proxy. I'm not certain if you're saying that's a spec violation, I believe you. If that is a spec violation, I'm not 100% sure that that's even bad. Because.
So that's how
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have not reported that. It's probably worth looking into. Yeah.
the Apache Foundation too. You should go get a CVE assigned, and if the Apache Foundation gets you it, you can file an appeal of the CVE change. You can go to MITRE and say, basically Apache Foundation dropped the ball on handling this appropriately. We're going over their head and asking for a CVE, and then they have to respond to the root server. So like they
Please do, because
Yeah, I'll send you an email and say like, but I want, if I have that thought of like, I want to build a website that compares URL parsers, and if someone's already done that, amazing.
yeah, it's all, the problem is it all runs client side phone.
Yeah.
So you're limited in what you can actually, what part of the case.
Yeah, I failed to think about that. Like, what if it doesn't work for like Java? So like, I want to do that with Java, right? Like, you know, set up a bunch of Docker containers.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's worth looking at. The way we figured out. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Phelan, Phelan. Phelan, the microphone is on.
Hi.
All right. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I'll take a medium. Prashant, do you want a t-shirt?
Sure. And large.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Phelan.
The way we do
Phil, let her carry it for you. He wants to, Mom. He wants to carry it.
I saw him very briefly, but I was running off to the room with food and he was evaporating by the time I got back down. Yeah, we were just trying out I imagine you can still Yeah, I probably am. Yeah, I am thinking that at some point we're probably this might be a good place just in terms of from the other side. Yeah, yeah. Particularly on totally early side of things.
I haven't ever tried doing anything where I've really only ever been looking at like the simplest topology, big straight lines. And I haven't looked at anything where there's loop back engines. But that would be
End up running into a lot of
potentially
interfaces
cool.
with the other local conferences. There's a B-Sides and such that definitely not the same. Right. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure on coming to ShmooCon. I had enough extra time to make plans. It was one of those, okay, let's. My partner was out here doing a reverse engineering training for blacksmithing. I was like, okay, that's
What?
interesting. So she probably made
Oh, thank you.
catch up with the rest of it.
Yeah, I was worried that people would just go to the Russian thing because that one sounds the coolest.
Yeah, that was really neat to see because I hadn't heard anything from the Russians. That's what I would have hoped I would come here. I was figuring that
USB-C. Perfect. So I don't need that. Okay, cool. Oops, shit. Cool, that looks like it works. Perfect. How does cat? Okay, crap. All right, how's that look? How's it looking here? That's still kind of an eye chart. Too late for tool to slide. I'll make that bold. Suck. You know what? Good enough.
That's what my girlfriend used to say.
Yep.
Good enough.
Good enough. Ship it. Yeah, both on the slides for 1080p, or whatever max resolution on the thing is, but oh.
are smaller. And so we may have to describe some of the things a little bit more. I love how the Black Hat's got ones that are like the size of football stadiums.
The other thing is, the cool thing is there's a video that gets created. You want to pull up a particularly complicated slide?
Is it weirdly cropping anything, or?
Is it what?
It looks like it's a different aspect ratio, but.
I mean, it's not cropped. It's just a little. I think it's the same thing. It's good to be.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's the settings of the thing. It's not beautiful.
But it's okay. Like nothing's being awkwardly cut off. So let's find.
It's like a little trapezoid, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So can you we can assume the back row is not going to be able to read our stuff.
I can read it clearly from here.
Okay.
Well, I need my glasses. Wow, this is cool. This room has some of those auditory effects. You can stand here and ask a question, and your voice projects.
Yeah, I can hear you well with a mask on.
But if I walk over there, you cannot hear me.
This is a test. All right, so, okay, good. This is a test. Yeah, it's probably the screen. Wow, huh. But it's still, it is what it is.
Yep, it is what it is.
Okay.
Cool, in fact, you know what I mean? As I walk into here, my voice projects much better.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like Capitol Hill, where there's like the one desk that can hear others. Question. Okay. So are these numbered ShmooCon bags? I mean, like dated? Oh, I like your shirt, Lawfare. Is that what it's? I can't read. Yeah, nice. Yeah, sure. Okay. Maybe we can go somewhere where we don't have to wear masks.
Now is definitely
What are
the
the cook? What are we cooking?
now is definitely the time. Cool. All right. Let's get back to slide one. Completely normal number of slides for 20 minutes.
They'll give you countdown from there.
Yep. I will stop this.
You can type B to make it black.
How do I make it not black?
B again.
Oh, okay, cool. The things you learn from working at Apple for many years.
And spending many years basically coding in PowerPoint.
Ah, that was good.
When did these come out? I don't know. But they were in the swag thing, so.
Yeah, I don't get very sophisticated with my slides. We'll see. It's mostly about just kind of having touch points, or if there are points.
Yep.
The rest of the time, jokes.
You don't really want to sit behind that media stuff. You want to go down here?
Hey there.
That is for me.
Okay, I will probably take my mask off to speak just because it will be easier to understand me.
And the reason I phrased it the way that it was is if you don't want to take your mask off, that's also fine.
Legit. Now I have vaccinated and I have a Novid. Took it right before this one to take it out.
Yep, I have it in my pocket.
No, I didn't think that this conference would freak me out as much as it has, but it really is.
Well, we wouldn't have been here if there were the mask.
Yeah. Like, that's the only reason I still went.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have just canceled.
Yeah. I will make sure that gets relayed back.
I mean, they also, like last year, did not have foreseen that there would be a very large COVID spike in January of 2020.
Yeah. But now, I would presume there's going to be 1 year from now.
I am presuming that there are no longer spikes, just a very high level at all times. That's essentially what we're looking at. Thinks I hate it. Oh, I have a friend of mine who's in the ICU right now. This is the first time that I've had someone get that sick with COVID since before vaccines were.
Yeah.
The funniest part about being at this conference is what strangers do when they discover that I'm speaking. Is the next moment of small talk is always, so are you nervous about your conference? could give a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah. Yes, comes a point when there's too many hundreds of them to be done, then
It is no longer possible for me to be brave on a stage. I am dead inside.
I tell people that one of the best things for my STEM career was not forming STEM.
Oh, absolutely. Did I ever tell you that I did competitive public speaking in college?
No.
I was on the college forensics team.
Excellent. Excellent.
I started in debate, unsurprisingly.
I did debate. I also was a symphony musician and so on, so you know, you just get used to it.
I discovered that I was the only person on the team who was not a communications major and had not taken a bunch of classes in the thing we were doing. I just started doing it, and I was good at it.
The laptop is working. It's black now.
Yep.
Then we can put the title slide on if that helps. Okay, great.
It is done. Just freaked them out for no reason by being too ready.
Exactly.
They can't even handle how ready we are. I'm curating a month-long spring I'm very excited about. I will send out an email about it to the fund list.
Okay.
When the time comes. Okay. Sure. Why not? Okay, what is even happening? How have I managed to become stupid?
Bouncy.
That's just, what's it complaining about?
Singer.
So, have to change the language. Anyway, it should be in system settings. But my system settings are gray because it wants me to update. And I'm not going to update. No, it's a very bad time for attention update. Yeah, let's try that again. Okay.
And now,
No, I still can't change my system settings. That's very annoying. I need to change my system settings. Quit system settings. Can I? Fine. Kill it.
have some bits of swag that are non-dangerous. So there's one, and there's one, and this is not going to go very far.
So for announcements, there are a lot of things around here other than the talks, so be sure to walk around and look at who's got a table. Go look at Hack Fortress, the Lockpick Village, or anything else that's going on. Play some of the games, do other things. Do we have, they look they're busy still. So I'll just introduce Eva. Eva and I worked together for a few years, and this is an absolutely wonderful talk about the world's dumbest cyber mercenaries. It was hilarious to watch unfold, and it is going to be both informative and highly entertaining.
Are they ready, or shall we?
Are you ready back there, AV?
Yes.
All right.
Let's do it.
Well, thank you. And I would like to introduce Eva Galperin, who is going to talk about tracking the world's dumbest cyber mercenaries.
Hi there, my name is Eva Galperin. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I am here to talk to you about tracking the world's dumbest cyber mercenaries, a years-long saga. But first, I have to tell you a secret, which is that this is not my talk. This is, in fact, the work of my fabulous colleague, Cooper Quinton, who first talked about the latest developments in tracking dark caracol this summer at DEF CON. Now, the last time that I spoke at Shmoo, it was with Cooper, I think in this room. And we were talking about exactly the same set of cyber mercenaries. We were talking about dark caracol and our latest findings in 2019. You will not be surprised to learn that these idiots are still at it. But they're at it in new and exciting ways, which I will tell you about just right now. The very end part of the research was mostly done by Cooper. So when I say we, I'm actually talking about this guy. Security research is a team sport. It is done in groups. There's usually not just like one heroic guy typing on a keyboard, but really for the end bit, it's one heroic guy typing on a keyboard, and it's this dude right here. So give him full credit. Everybody give it up for Cooper. Thank you so much. Now we are going to go back in time. We're going to get into the TARDIS, and we are going to go back to Kazakhstan in the late 90s and early 2000s, and we're going to talk about this lady right here. Her name is Irina Petrusheva. She was living in Kazakhstan, and she was the publisher of, she still is, she is the publisher of a paper called Respublika, which is one of the very few, and in fact was eventually the last remaining independent newspaper in Kazakhstan. And one of the reasons why there were not a lot of remaining independent newspapers in Kazakhstan was because it was very dangerous to criticize the president, Nursultan Nazarbayev. Nursultan Nazarbayev had been president since 1990, sort of a first, last, and only president kind of situation. At the time of these events, he had been president for, I think, more than 10 years, and there was not really a chance that we were going to be seeing any other president anytime soon. Fast forward to about 2019, 2020, I think he did finally step down. But like 30 some odd years is a terrifying run for an autocrat. And while he was president, he was grimly humorless about being held accountable for his actions. In fact, Irina had some pretty terrible things happen to her. In order to dissuade her printers from printing her newspaper, someone left a skull on her printer's doorstep. and basically said, please stop publishing this paper. When Irina persisted and kept publishing the paper, someone left a severed dog's head outside of her home with a note saying that she would be next if she did not stop publishing. Irina kept publishing. Someone firebombed her office. Irina kept publishing. Security forces also threatened to kidnap her son, and right around then, Irina decided that what she really needed to do in, I think, 2002, was move. And so she moved to Russia, which was safer, which should tell you a little about how Kazakhstan was doing at the time. She fled to Russia in 2002 with her son, who eventually became a sort of co-editor of the paper, and the Respublika went online in 2007. Fast forward to 2014. So in 2014, I don't know if any of you can remember back to like a 2013, 2014 kind of Snowden era. Leaks were a really big thing. Lots of people were publishing huge caches of leaked documents. It was the new hotness. And one of the sites that came up around this time was an anonymous website called KazaLeaks. KazaWord. And what KazaWord did was they published an enormous trove of leaked emails from inside Nazarbayev's government, which demonstrated enormous quantities of corruption, like even more than the usual amount of corruption that you see from a country in which the president has been president since 1990. And of course, because Irina was interested in holding people accountable in Kazakhstan, Respublika immediately started reporting on the leaks. They started reading the emails and quoting from the emails and writing stories about what was in them. Now, Kazakhstan was not amused. So what they did was they sued Respublika, and they sued in Superior Court in New York, far from Kazakhstan, not even in Russia. And the reason that they sued in a New York court, in order to get an injunction to stop Respublika from publishing the stolen emails, was that Respublika's web server was located in New York. This, incidentally, is where EFF comes in, because if you publish an independent newspaper about what is happening in Kazakhstan and you want to be able to write stories in which you are talking about leaked documents, and you have been sued in a court in New York, you know who you call if you need a lawyer? EFF. We do, in fact, have an entire floor of angry attack lawyers. And so we helped to work on this case. And as this case came about, Irina and her friends and associates and her son, who was again a co-publisher of editor of the paper, started to receive phishing emails. And they looked like this. This is a spear phishing email sent to Alexander Petrushov, claiming to be from a lawyer, Rukrushat. Interestingly, this email claims to be a legal invoice from Balat Asarbayev, a Kazakh dissident and theater director, who was also targeted in this campaign. The email has a PDF attachment. As you can see, this is not just my inability to cut and paste. This attachment is blurry. So a little error message comes up, presumably in order to clarify the contents of the attachment. And when you click on the error message in order to see the document, what you end up doing is installing malware on your Windows machine. Incidentally, almost everybody in 2014 working at Respublika, or indeed located in that region, smartphones were not yet ubiquitous, and unpatched Windows machines were. So what happened was it would install this novel rat, which we call Banduk. And this led us to sort of EFF's first foray into tracking this APT. We called this Operation Manul. The Manul cat is a very cute cat native to the plains of Kazakhstan. This will be a theme. Gotta love cats. So the Banduke malware can do all the usual things that a rat can do. It starts a shell, it monitors your webcam and your mic, it messes with your system files, and it is capable of downloading second stage infections. Pay close attention because this is going to come in useful later. Listen, I told you these guys were stupid. So this ABT was unique in that their CNC was running Windows. So that's weird. The Windows Apache MySQL PHP stack, also called XAMPP. It leaves, some interesting facts about XAMPP is that it leaves directory indices open by default. So if you don't have an index.html file, as you all know, you can see a list of all the files that are in that directory. And in this case, it looked something like this. As you can see, the attacker decided to leave all of their exfiltrated files within the web root. So we broke out Dirbuster, and we scanned for these directories to find the exfiltrated files and download them all to examine at our leisure. As a result, we found dozens of other targets in this campaign, as well as files from other campaigns, including one that appeared to indicate, we think, a Vietnamese cigarette company was being targeted, or a Vietnamese cigarette importer. It was not entirely clear. My Vietnamese kind of sucks, and I'm still kind of mad about that time that the Vietnamese government personally targeted me with malware, and also the lure was written in Comic Sans. So we found backups of like entire Windows machines on there. We also found the web logins from their CNCs. This will be useful later. We also find files extracted from mobile devices, which made us think that, you know, there might be a mobile component to this campaign. Which brings us to Dart Caracal. About a year later, it turns out there was a mobile component to this campaign, and the way that we found out about it was some researchers from Lookout, shout out to Andrew Blake, Michael Flossman, and the late Mike Murray, called us up and said, hey, we found the mobile component for that malware you just wrote about. So the way that, that they found this mobile component was that the mobile component was hiding in a bunch of backdoored secured messaging and other sort of privacy apps, including Threema, Signal, WhatsApp, Messenger, Primo, which was something I hadn't even heard before it was backdoored. Also Orbot, which is a mobile version of Tor. Siphon, which is a mobile VPN used very commonly across the world. And also Flash Player, as if that wasn't already malware. And most of these apps were, in fact, fully functional in addition to backdooring your mobile device. So it can do all the usual stuff. Palace, which was what the Lookout guys named the mobile malware, can take photos, get your GPS coordinates, pull down your text messages, your call logs. It tracks your nearby Wi-Fi access points. Pay attention, this will be useful later. And also reads both plain text and encrypted messages. We found so much shit. So there we were, rooting around their CNC. We found 81 gigs of data, 40% of which came from the Windows campaigns and 59% of which came from the Android campaign. They were incredibly effective in spite of the fact that they were clearly not using exploits. Usually if you read about the sort of stuff in the news right now, it's usually something like NSO Group, and you know, they're whipping out, you know, zero-click O-days that you know, look at you funny and then your phone explodes. None of that was necessary. just download their backdoored WhatsApp and they will have a field day on your Android device. And this was particularly interesting because at that time, it was around the first time that we were starting to see more actors expanding from desktop capability into a more mobile capability. And it turned out that exfiltrated data from the mobile component made up most of the data found on adobe-air.net, where they were keeping all of their exfiltrated files. They were also still using XAMPP. Want to know another fun thing about XAMPP? It enables by default this fun module called Apache Status. You know where this is going. Apache Status gives you a real-time log of everyone who's visiting the server. So not only did we have the IPs of everyone that was infected, but we also had the IP addresses of the attackers as they logged into the web portals for which the various campaigns that they were running. Which meant that we got to play a really fun game, and that game is called Where in the World is Dark Caracol? Stand back, we're gonna geolocate some stuff. We started by geolocating the compromised devices. We found that they were largely concentrated in the Middle East, but infections were global. We found them in China, Vietnam, South Korea, in Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan, in France, Germany, and Italy, and in the Americas, so Canada and the United States. Oh, but what about those admin console logins? Admin console logins were mostly coming, actually entirely coming from a single state. They were coming from Lebanon, specifically Beirut, specifically downtown Beirut. Which is funny because the author of the Banduq malware, who goes by Prince Ali, claims to live in Beirut. You may wonder if this is going to come up later. Yes, yes it is. So here are the admin consoles. Here we are, downtown Beirut. But can we get more specific? Can we, in fact, enhance? Yes, we can. So we pop all that data into a Maltego graph, and we get one cluster of devices that appear to be the very first infections. These are the test devices, and we know that they're the test devices, the very first ones, because they have all of the oldest data, and because the test data messages read things like test, test. The only photos on these devices were up-the-nose shots of someone in their office. And it only ever connected to a single Wi-Fi network, and that Wi-Fi network was called Building 3, Floor 6. So here we are, we're running around, we pop open Waggle, and we go looking for Wiggle. We go looking for the Building 3, Floor 6 Wi-Fi network. We discover that it is, in fact, located in downtown Beirut. Now, because you can't trust the internet, the next thing that we did was we called some friends of ours in Beirut. And we had them wander around downtown Beirut with an Android looking for networks to connect to. And they did, in fact, confirm that the network we were looking for is located in this building right here. What's that building? The only building tall enough to have a 6th floor in exactly that spot with this Wi-Fi. It's the headquarters of the General Directorate of General Security. So we did what any good security researcher would do. We published that shit. And when journalists came and knocked on the door of the GDGS and said, do you have any comment on this malware campaign that is apparently being carried out from inside of your building, they essentially said, no, we don't know anything about it. All of this is made up. They're probably Mossad and CIA, Mossad, same thing. And then they said, but even if we did do it, it was totally legal. Which is what not guilty people say all the time. So what is Lebanon doing? Hacking Kazakh dissidents? Well, we think we're looking at a guy who works at GDGS during the day and moonlights as a cyber mercenary. As it turns out this was not the last that we saw of Dark Caracol. There was an ESET report on a campaign in Venezuela. Checkpoint also put out a report called Signed and Delivered, detailing a campaign using Banduke, targeting an unusually wide variety of sectors and locations, which over at EFF, we think is consistent with our theory that, that this is like one cyber mercenary. But we're not done. Fast forward to late 2022, a new Banduke appears. This fancy new Banduke has the ability to download a secondary infection, which it does from a second domain, which is orthogonal to its CNC server. So Cooper looked at the malware, extracted the domains, and the first domain was like a .ru. It had the CNC running on it. So, yeah. Sadly, they were no longer running XMPP. They had finally read our reports. They were not even running Apache. The only ports they had open were the ones that were necessary for command and control. Oh, bless them. But the second server was a domain called unclesow.com, and they forgot to register it. So in a move that I like to call the Marcus Hutchins, Cooper registered it for them. He's helping. We set up a sinkhole. We started collecting traffic coming from the infected machines to the secondary CNC, which gave us a pretty good map of all the infected machines. And here's what we learned. Oh yeah, because we're EFF, we wrote a privacy policy for our sinkhole. We're the most white-hattiest white hats you have ever seen. So we saw about 700 or 800 machines connecting every weekday, and on weekends, that number would drop to about 1 to 300, as you can see in this graph. So we think that these are business machines that are not being used on the weekends. We mapped out the infections. We've got some in the US, in Canada, in the UK, Chile, Spain, a cluster in Venezuela, but mostly the Dominican Republic. But why, though? We have some theories. So Cooper was listening to an episode of Darknet Diaries, shout out, about a guy who looked into Dark Caracol and noticed that the Banduke malware was being used to deploy Conti ransomware. Now, the Conti gang runs a tight ship, ran a tight ship. And they kept very tight control of their ransomware. There were not just like, randos running around deploying Conti left and right. Does this mean that Prince Ali has partnered with Conti? We don't know. Was political hacking for hire not paying enough? Will Dark Caracol start deploying ransomware as a method of silencing political targets? We don't know. We have a photo of the inside of this guy's nostrils, but the contents of his mind remain a mystery. So overall, we here at EFF are not super impressed by Dark Caracol. We give them the dunce cap. But what you really have to understand is, even though in the great panoply of threat actors, they're kind of derpy, a derpy dragon is still a dragon. Dark Caracol managed to infect thousands of machines over the last 6 years. You don't have to be sophisticated in order to be effective. And in spite of the many mistakes they made, they did their job. We are still seeing the number of cyber mercenaries growing, and we have seen a particular expanse in sort of the low-end market. We have also seen the low-end market really start to combine with the criminal market in these new and interesting and disturbing ways. And finally, I just wanted to point out that one of the reasons why we're seeing these kinds of cyber mercenaries, hacking political targets for governments, is because we did such a good job encrypting the web that now they have to go after the endpoints. So, yay. Stuff continues to be complicated. So stay tuned. I am pretty sure that this guy is not done being stupid. And I assure you, I'm not done catching him. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
All right. Put it away. I took up a lot of room. Too much time.
Hi.
Oh, you're
I know, it's a bit disappointed, isn't it? Do you have a USB-C adapter? Oh, you do! That's wonderful. Let me plug in and see if this works.
Okay, ShmooCon. We want to give you things, but we also value your safety. So I need volunteers for a quick rock, paper, scissors tournament for this here thermos.
Yeah, I was going to say not
+1 drinking. Okay, sure, both of you come up.
Not the camera.
All right. Go ahead. So ready, 1, 2, 3. All right, there you go. We have a winner. AV, how are we looking? Cool.
I'm projecting.
You are projecting.
Okay, so t-shirts and bags of crap are now available via donation and registration. Take them home so that we don't have to, please. Sorry, boxes of crap are sold out. Quick update. There we go. After this talk, visit the sponsors and events down the hallway. And for those of you that have been here over the years, Carson has been consensually creeping by taking photographs of you for the conference. So he's going to give you a quick talk. We love Carson. Take it away, homie.
All right, let's do it. Hey, what's going on? I apologize in advance for clipping the mic. I'm sorry. I'm super excited to be here. Who here currently works right next to, or has worked in a SOC? Oh my God. Give all yourselves a round of a hand for SolarWinds, or whatever the hell it is you just did last time. So I'm here to talk about a fun problem. Like, how is your SOC doing anyways? Like, does it suck? Is it doing great? Is it where it needs to be? I don't know. Do you? There are lots of frameworks out there to measure this. Some I actually kind of like, depending on your application. You have attack to measure your telemetry and detection coverage. Chances are you're measuring your mean time to whatever, detect, engage, evict, what have you. But honestly, a lot of these feel like a huge time sink. Right? How many questions are in some of these frameworks? Hundreds, right? And I'm not even talking about NIST 853. Thank you, Lightning Talk last night. That was phenomenal, by the way. You're welcome. Nice job. I'll fist pound you like boom in the air. That's right. And if I can have lunch with you and in less than an hour have a conversation about what your SOC looks like and how you're doing, and we come to a mutual understanding of how you're doing, why the hell can't we get something like this on paper? How do we do this without it being a giant, lengthy data gathering exercise? I've been working in security operations for 20 years. I'm now the chief architect at Artilist. Formerly, I was at Microsoft until just recently. By the way, don't buy my book, download it for free. In the next 18 minutes, I'm going to give you 14 measures of SOC growth and performance, and I'm going to challenge the way you think about how to make your SOC better and how to measure it. I'm going to talk to you about the intent of each measure, what are the considerations for good and bad, and perhaps some causal factors for each. I'm going to ask you, please don't get wrapped up in a thought experiment and how you're going to instrument for all of this data. That's not the point. In fact, some of it, I would encourage you, don't try to measure it using a giant pile of data, because you're going to be at it for a year and you're going to be sad by the time you're done. You'll spend a lot of resources doing it.
I have found, and many people I have worked with have found, that anecdata, meaning data you fabricate out of the air that's kind of truthy based on what you're doing, is oftentimes just as effective. I'm also not going to provide you a static target for each, in particular because what is right for you might be very not right for another SOC. So I'm going to split this into two groups, starting with growth measures. If you saw my talk last year at ShmooCon, I talked about how growth was one of the most important things you need to build into your SOC. Now, for those of you who like to take pictures of slides, I've done you a solid, and you will see a green dot appear at the top right-hand corner when I'm done with each slide, because yes, I like animation. And yes, there's lots of gourds and broccoli in this. Thank you, Bruce Potter. I tried to do some time machine, but like the AI generator's like, All right, here we go. Here's number one, mean time in static role. This is the duration a team member has performed the same tasks and had the same responsibilities and done what they're doing in the same way. Now, when you think about this, you might be thinking about personnel turnover, and indeed that is what I want you to think about, but I also want you to think about the following: career progression, tool and playbook evolution, and role evolution. Your SOC, the way it does business, should be evolving constantly. And so help me if you've got people smashing alerts and the same kind of alerts and smashing them in the same way with the same automation today that you did a year ago, you're in trouble, I promise. Number two, what percentage of your procedures and automation are quote unquote fresh? Fresh might be different for different people in the room. What percentage of those SOPs, analytic playbooks, Jupyter notebooks, et cetera, have been updated in some period of time? I'm going to put a stake in the ground and say the last year. Do you have a culture of empowerment and improvement in every part of your SOC? I don't care how big or small you are. Does everyone feel like they can change their lot in life? And are they then actually doing something with that? Can all of your analysts, I don't just mean your leads, I don't just mean your devs or people with dev skills, can they write? Are they writing? Are they doing DevOps? And finally, what kind of SOP or process debt, I'm going to call this SOP rot, are you subject to? And how do you, when you look at your list of SOPs, there's probably hundreds of them if you're a big SOC or an old SOC. All right, how many of them were written in 2016? Right? Number three, what is the time it takes to satisfy an engineering requirement? A new tool, an upgraded tool, a new capability, what have you. I don't mean detections, by the way, because detections are not engineering. So help me. Does the SOC know what they need? Some don't. Is engineering in the SOC? One of the best ways to really screw a SOC, I mean really screw a SOC, is to take engineering, put it in somewhere else in the org chart, some far-flung organization. If your engineering shop is somewhere else that's not adjacent to or in the SOC, get it there, now. Do they have the resourcing and budget to do what they need to do? And for that matter, do they know what they're doing? Have they worked in a SOC before? Are they willing to listen? If they're willing to listen, how long have they been? You have to explain the same crap to them every 6 months. So help me. Number four, monitoring breadth and depth. There's a couple of ways you can break this one out. What is the rate of change and accuracy of your monitoring coverage? How fast is it getting better? By the way, it's not going to be 100%. It never is. It never is. And beneath that, what does your composite asset inventory look like? If it's just AD, it's wrong. If it's just vulnerability scanner data, it's wrong. If it's just EDR, it's wrong. If it's just your NAC data, it's wrong. It has to be all of those things and more. So do you have that asset inventory? Do you have governance for your monitoring? Is there a piece of paper that tells your service owners, give us your data? What data? Is it measured? And then finally, are you driving improvements? Are there people whose day job it is to drive this improvement? This one's fun. Proactive versus reactive. Take a look at a given person or a given team in your SOC. How much of their time is being spent on what they can control and what they can't? For example, again, let's go back to what some of you might call tier 1. I'm going to call them triage analysts. Are they spending the entire time flipping alerts? Are your investigators spending their entire time running cases? Are your responders spending their entire time running calls, etc.? If they are, that's trouble. You want to think about what's your target percentage. So first of all, are you overrun with cases? What's your compliance and regulatory burden, really? And are you thinking about that the right way? Are your lawyers thinking about that right way? Do you really need to be turning on that alert? Do you really need to be forensicating those boxes? So many times, you don't. Do you have enough people? Who here has enough people? Right? No one. I don't. I never have. We're hiring. Everybody's hiring. Do you have a culture of empowerment and automation in your SOC? I'll go on. PIRs. When I say PIR, I mean those things that you notice that go wrong during an incident about the SOC, about its tools, about its services, about its users. It could be anything in an incident that you find that needs to be fixed to make sure that it happens next time less, or it goes better next time. How many of them are fixed after 1 year? Some arbitrary period of time. I'm going to go with 1 year. Do you have a PIR tracking program? Is there someone dedicated to doing that? If you're big, if you're small, does someone have the job? Do you have resources to measure and drive them? And to pester all those service centers, go fix your stuff. Do they feel accountable? Do you have a culture of cyber security built into your enterprise? You might not. And then finally, does the SOC feel heard? Because I spent a lot of time screaming about PIRs. I bet you have too. So how are we resourcing that? All right, the next group of measures are going to be performance measures. Is your incident funnel healthy? All parts of it: detect, investigate, respond, recover, etc. So first of all, can you describe your constituency, the people and things and organizations and stuff you monitor? Some of your people may come from that, and that's great. So for example, if you're in an incident and you're given 15 minutes notice, can the SOC describe system or service blah? And they might get that from coming there, spending time with them, having a Rolodex of those owners, or having good documentation. Chances are it's all of the 4 of those things. Everyone's favorite, true positives, or should I say false positives. Of all the alerts that go to your humans for triage, or your automation to act on them, what percentage of them are correctly tagged as true positive? Precision. Are you even measuring this? What's your false positive rate? Everybody loves false positives, right? Are your investigators making mistakes? I've made plenty myself. I do it all the time. How much are you pushing over to automation? I'll keep going. What percentage of incidents, true positive incidents, has the SOC themselves detected? Now, you might be thinking, oh, they should detect all of them. I actually disagree. It should be neither 0% nor 100%. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. And that's where you have to use your own thoughts in your own context to make a good choice. Do you have the right detections in place, assuming PowerPoint works? For crying out loud, there we are. Are they focused on the right business? Are they focused on the right threats? Are their proactive hunt, I don't mean incident investigation, I mean proactive hunt, and intel bearing fruit? What's their pipeline from the external users look like? Number 10, what percentage of cases should go to the SOC should actually be looked at by a human? Is it all garbage? Should it all go automation? Let's talk false positives again. Are they chasing non-priorities? Can you turn this into automation? Can you pester users with email rather than calling them. Oh my God, what a time sink that is. Calling users all the time. Was that you? Stop it. All right, here's a fun one. Of all the investigations your folks are running, with an abounded period of time, I'm going to say 2 hours, what percentage of them could be answered? Do they have the data? Is it collected? Can they access it? Do their queries suck? Do they have the competence to run it? And how are we doing on our investigative bias anyways? Sometimes this can be minutes, sometimes this can be seconds, sometimes it can be days. Containment. All right. Let's say you want to act in an incident. Are you sure you know where the adversary is? If you act, are you acting at the right time? You might not know where the adversary is, then you're really screwed. So, have you completely identified the threat? Do you have the tools you need, and are they where they need to be? Don't just think network, folks. Think identity plane. Think service layer. Do your people know how to use that tooling? Good chance it's bespoke. Do you have the SOPs? Is it working? Do the SOPs suck? And finally, when they don't have the tool themselves, can they call somebody? Are they going to respond? How much of the SOC can the SOC themselves do versus they have to call others for permission? That's SOC empowerment. 2 left. Number 13. So the SOC is pumping out some kind of situational awareness or threat intel, whatever, and it's sending it to others. It could be members of the constituency, it could be users, it could be stakeholders, it could be other SOCs. How often are they acting that intel? Are they just talking into the ether and no one does anything in with it? How often are they engaging? So first of all, are they looking at the right threats and are they talking to the right parts of the business? How often are they spending resources to perform that engagement or doing so in partnership with the rest of the cybersecurity org? What is the quality of their product? Does it suck? How finished is it? Does it really need to be finished? I see a number of SOCs, they'll get really obsessed over writing 50-page long super detailed, super polished intel reports like every week. Is that really necessary? It might not be, depending on your audience. And are others consuming that? Did they see value in it? And then the final one, and this is my favorite, maybe my favorite. What proportion of time is your SOC's leadership in conflict with others? Do you even have a mission or charter that's written down? People are laughing. I'm laughing too in my brain. Is the SOC consolidated into one org? One organization I worked with had its SOC splintered in 11 different pieces. 11. Do you think it was very effective? No. Do other organizations, other shops assert overlapping authorities? Let's say have that separate engineering group. I bet you that's confusing as hell. And then finally, we all love reorgs, don't we? What's that political burden look like based on all those reorgs and that lack of clarity? All right, there it is, 14 in less than 18 minutes. I'd ask you, you might disagree with me, by the way. In fact, I'm sure there's someone here who does. I'd love to talk to you afterwards. Regardless, I would urge you to think differently about how you're measuring your SOC and how you're pushing it forward. With questions like these, you can focus your energy, use them to tell your story, use them to make things better. If you want to talk to me, and we don't have time here, shoot me a note on LinkedIn. I'll be over here on the side. I do have 3 minutes for questions. Thank you. It's MITRE.org WAC 11 strategies. You can go on Amazon, but I don't see any of that money. Don't buy it, just download it. Go. Am I going to release the slides? Yes. I don't know yet. The question is where, I don't know yet. Probably Google Drive will be involved. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to be over here on this side. Thank you, folks. Say again? Yes. Hey, how's it going? Nice to see you.
Cool. I'm your next guy. Yeah, I'm doing the live demo one, so I'm using my own laptop rather than the demo laptop. So I'm just gonna test this. Yes. Yeah, you can test yours once. I've already tested mine once, so it's good to go. So once you test yours, life will be good. Yeah, they all. Excellent. Yeah, so you'll be using their laptop. I'll be using mine. So. Yeah.
He's got some demo stuff.
Yeah, I'm 100% live demo.
Good thing you're first then.
Yes.
Probably why they scheduled that.
Okay. All right.
So, thankfully I've timed it. Mine's about 8 minutes, but yeah, some days it goes a little bit over.
So they're all in the FMS block? Are you?
Yeah, Andrew Handoa, which actually worked out. That I guess I'm the. Usually A is pretty close, but it was an H.
Yeah.
My last name instead. Okay, perfect. Is it going to be set up so that I can do like have my notes and stuff, or?
It should be.
It's just nice to. It's just nice to.
You doing something with that? Okay. Oh, that's USB port. I'm like, what?
Oh, yes, not USB.
Like, wow, this is quite it. All right, so this is working. Oh yeah, go for it.
It's working. It is not.
Let me give you not his presentation.
Yeah.
And test signal. Let me bring it back up again. Thank you for being helpful with this.
Okay, so it's duplicated. Like.
It was in presenter mode automatically.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, so. Yeah. So, like, even though it's mirrored right now, once you go into presenter mode, it goes in.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're weird.
Yeah. So the trick, like within PowerPoint,
Yeah.
if you ever see that happening in the slideshow tab,
Yeah.
on the ribbon, you can change and make it always go into presenter mode.
See, I'm usually sharing my screen on Google Slides.
Yeah. So if you use this, like, yeah, it's like even like Zoom will do a little better with that.
Yeah,
It's
no
just-
worries.
There's a way to force it into, even if it's in mirror mode, it'll take over and like
Good
demirror.
test on your show. I've done a pre-test here at lunch, so
Okay.
my tabs are exactly as they were, so this should work. I'm not going to do an eye chart for some of my ASCII art, but I'm more people
Oh, just lots of
art
tabs.
chart. We'll tweet everything out live anyways, if it's also done. So.
Yeah. I'll take the last time.
Yep. You have 12 minutes. Cool. I need 8, so I'm good. Excellent.
Yep. Did that come across okay?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if I have a screw up with the demo, then fine, I'll go a bit over.
Fail?
Who cares? I'll make sure, but I say over, I mean, if it goes over 20 minutes, I'll done 12 is what I did. Like, I gave this to Microsoft in 11 minutes. So.
I mean, it's in 1080.
Cool. There really isn't a Q&A or time.
Perfect. That's fine. I mean, it's a 100% live demo. We encourage people to go lock things at me if I screw up, so.
And so it's NTLM V1 SSD desktop mechanics.
I mean,
or NTLM V1 secrets of the universe.
I mean, pick one, I don't care.
How about now? Hey, Goki.
Eagle Mom's live NTLM demo.
Okay.
Goki, can you hear me?
All right, am I good to plug mine in for a quick test? Are you guys good?
One moment. I'm trying to get his attention. He's busy. Like,
Yeah, no worries.
his head's down, not answering the radio.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey. Hey, Goki. Look towards the stage. Not paying attention at all.
Do you want me to walk over there?
No.
What do you need?
I just want them to look at me. Hey, Ted. Can you guys see it at the moment? Can you see it at the moment? Yeah, okay. The 1080 forcer didn't actually force it. I manually changed it to 1080, and that's where it's at the moment.
So I figured that was maybe an effect from the EFF person, but that is kind of fun.
What?
Well, whatever's going on with the way the image is projected.
Alright, well, let's test yours.
Cool. So you should be set for mirroring, so. Oh, come on, really? Damn it.
Is it backwards?
Yeah, this supposed to be mirrored. So, one sec. I have it set for mirrored.
Oh, yeah, that's like way out of sync.
Yeah, one sec. Let me try it on the other side.
Possibly.
Great. Let me try it on the other side and see if I have it going. Because when I tested it earlier, it was on mirrored mode. Oh yeah, it's definitely being pissy now.
Alright, let's try it.
Yeah.
Take... No, I'm going to take out the forcer they were trying to use.
Oh yeah. Oh good. Yeah, let's go on this side.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to my settings on here.
That matches the sheet of paper.
Display.
All right. See, this is why we have well, I never got to talk to my I now have a timer to start to morning and
Sec. Give it a sec. There we go. One sec. It should be in clone mode now.
Yeah, it was this.
Yeah.
It's a resolution forcer.
Yeah, that was killing me. You see it now?
Yes.
Cool.
Probably not.
Sec.
You guys get it? Okay. I'm gonna say that's not your fault.
That's fine.
Yeah, so
I know you're about to start your presentation. I just wanted to give you a hook.
Thanks, dude.
Hope you're having a good present.
Oh, I will. Doctor? I mean, 8 to 12. I don't see one. I've got my water bottle, but don't see yours.
Huh, I must be going crazy.
That's Advil, like, you know.
It's very, very low proof. Yes. So like,
Canadians don't actually call it Canadian bacon, it's called back bacon. Canadian bacon is not a thing. No, it's back bacon in Canada, though.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Cool.
Any other questions?
No, this should be easy.
Okay. I hope so.
I mean, balls fails, once they get their shit sorted out, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Let them know they're encouraged to throw their books at
We're
me.
ready? We're good as it's going to be? Okay.
All right. Go ahead if you have the announcements shit to do.
I do have the announcement. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us after lunch today. We have reached the Fast and the Furious portion of our program, which means that we have a set of talks that are all to be given in 15 minutes each. So it's going to be quick. And we've been promised that this one will come in under 10. We'll see. You actually have 12. 12. But now we're almost out of time. Because of the short time, I have but one giveaway for the next hour and a half. Anybody need a lunchbox? Great. It's for a 5-year-old, he says. So, as far as additional announcements, we still have some T-shirts in registration. Please take them home with you. The truck, we get a much smaller truck going back home, so they won't all fit. And tonight, we do have our evening entertainment, which will be ShmooFac next door and board games in the Build It room. It's a really great time, starting at 9 o'clock. So, when registration closes at 6:15 this evening, and that's when T-shirt sales will end until tomorrow morning. So, without any further ado, please give a warm ShmooCon welcome to Evil Mog with his talk on NTLM.
All right. So, just a heads up, this talk is mostly live demo. So, if I screw up, you are encouraged to throw your books at me. I'm taking them home to go throw at my cat. So, just as a heads up. This is NTLM version 1, The Secrets of the Universe. I'm Evil Mog. Nobody really cares, but let's go cat my bio anyways. So, I'm a bishop of the Church of Wi-Fi. I'm a chief architect of X-Force, IBM senior technical staff member. Oddly enough, they let me play with pyrotechnics, and I fly gliders for fun, but nobody really cares. Now, next slide. What we're going to basically do here is we're going to reverse NTLM to NTLM version 1 to NTLM. So first of all, we're going to talk about coercion. So coercion, basically, wow, the first slide screwed up, so in that case, we'll ignore that slide. In coercion, thank you, what will wind up happening is I'm going to talk to a domain controller, say, hey, send me your printer, send me your EFS, send me whatever, and then I'm going to go tell it, hey, I need your authentication, and it's going to give me an NTLM version 1 challenge response packet. So, an NTLM version 1 challenge response packet looks like this. So what we've got on here is typically in the format of an NTLM challenge response. It's going to send you your domain controller machine name. It's going to throw you the domain name. It'll give you a landman response. It'll give you the NT response, and then it's going to give you a client challenge. Now, the fun part about this is a lot of you might have used crack.sh. Crack.sh relied on you setting a client challenge of 1122334455667788. The problem is this lovely thing called ESS will actually wind up modifying the client challenges so you can't pay your, get your stuff for free because the rainbow tables don't work. You have to use hashcat. How that mangling happens is it does an MD5 of the first 16 characters of the landman response. I discovered this from reverse engineering. Okay, easy enough. Now let's get into the demo of what I'm actually talking about in a couple seconds here. So we have a Kali box.
I'm going to be smart and, screw it, let's go live on the responder. So take responder, I'm going to fire up, interface I, etc. I'm now listening for hashes. I'm going to go talk to first of all, I'm going to talk to a domain controller and prove that I am not an admin. Because, no tricks up my sleeve. I am Shmoo. See, I'm not an admin. Life is good. So I'm going to use this account in my auth coercion here in a couple of seconds. So I'm going to use a tool called Coercer. Clear. Coerce. TACL 192.168.46.131. This is my local IP. I'm going to go backspace this to use it with Shmoo rather than my admin account, just to prove that there's nothing up my sleeve here. I'm going to use the super secure password of password exclamation mark with a capital and the P because, Windows. Yeah, my domain's going to be mog.shmoo, and my target's going to be my domain controller. So, Coercer's going to go, yeah, nothing's going to happen. I'll hit continue. And we have a hash. It's a lovely little hash right here. So we're going to take this hash. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to fire up the tool I call the NTLM version 1 multi-tool. Oddly enough, I wrote it. Go figure. Python 3. What else am I naming my tool? NTLM v1.py, tac NTLM. We're going to paste our hash. So this lovely multi-tool is going to split out the portions of the hash you're going to need. It's going to warn you, hey, this thing has ESS enabled, go disable it. And I'll explain why in a couple seconds. This is actually important. It will then tell you, hey, look, go create a hash file with these contents. Nice and simple. We're going to copy this. And come on, copy. Now we're going to go pull up Hashcat. So I'm going to go nano 14,000.hash. Yes, I use nano. Yes, you can flame me. I don't care. VI sucks. So we're going to hashcat mode 14,000, 14,000.hash. TAC A0, and you know what? I don't have a DES candidate yet, so we're going to go into my multi-tool because I'm quite frankly lazy, and we're going to go, where was I? Python 3 DES, one sec. History, fgrep DES. Actually, one sec. Cat des.cand. There we go. Found you. That's what I needed. Because I have a time machine, I pre-cracked these hashes on Hashcat. Normally this would take you about a couple of days to go crack. I'm being lazy, so nano 14,000 or des.cand. I'll prove that Hashcat does this work. So Hashcat tech 14,000, 14,000.hash, tech A0, des.cand. Lo and behold, magic of Hashcat. Oh, look, I've cracked some passwords. All right, cool. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to take this lovely little hash here. This is a des key. It's not an NTLM portion. We're going to go into Hashcat utilities, src. All right, so /des key to NTLM. We're going to paste that portion of the hash. It's going to spit a bunch of garbage, but the important part we're keeping track of is the first hash of the NTLM hash. And I'll show you a slide as to what this works in a second. We're going to go des key to the second half. We're going to then go back into my tool, where have I put you, and we're going to copy this line right here. It tells you exactly what to type. It's wonderful. Because quite frankly, I'm lazy. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this first half. I'm going to go export nt hash equals part 1, part 2, and part 3. Now we're going to crack map exec smb 192.168.46.5 tac u dc, one sec, smb 192.168.46.5. There, that's the domain controller name. That's what I was looking for. tac u, mogs dc. $sign at the end is very important. That means it's a machine hash. TAC H, $NT hash. Dollars, not pound. See, I can't type today either. Microwave. Exactly. Precisely. So here we are. We've now determined that this domain controller hash is valid, which means we can do stuff like NTDS. Lo and behold, we've just dumped the domain controller hash. Now, where the magic of this comes from is NTLM calculation. This is an eye chart, or a bit of one anyways. So here is how the NTLM version 1 mechanics are actually calculated. You take a domain controller password, which is 128 characters randomly generated. You run it through MD4, which is basically NTLM with a UTF-16 little endian encoding. What you'll then do is you'll split that NTLM hash out into 3 portions to create DES keys. You'll pad them out to 8 bits. So you have a 7-byte chunk here, 7-byte chunk here, 7-byte chunk here. From there, you take the client challenge, which is the plain text, and you encrypt it and you get the ciphertext. Those values get concatenated together into TLM, into this lovely field right here. That's the result of that calculation, which is why what we do is we're effectively cracking 3 DES keys with hashcat, then reversing it. So, now to do some more terminal wizardry, because I feel like being cool. Exactly. So, now we're displaying graphics live in a terminal with libsixel, which is hilarious. There's a setting here called the landman compatibility level. If your level is setting for 0, 1, or 2, especially in your domain controller security policy, we own your domain. It's just that simple. There's no defense against this. And the reason why this is set is back in the 2000s, we had the crypto wars and they had to go force crappy crypto. That's why NTLM version 1 exists. This is not Microsoft's fault. I've had a good chat with them about this. They're deprecating the heck out of this. But yeah, if NTLM version 1 enabled in your domain, it's about $1,000 in hash cracking power. Let's call it 80 or so P100s over the course of a couple of hours. If you want it done yesterday, add in 160 and you're done. That's about 160 GTX 1080s on IBM Cloud, or $1,000 in my cost, because everyone loves IBM. Now, if you want to fix this in your registry settings, oddly enough, I took a screenshot of where to find this. Here's your GPO policy location. Find this, screenshot this, fix this setting on your domain, or you're screwed. Now, if you want my tool, NTLM v1 multi. I happen to have a QR code where you can download the tool. If you're brave enough. Otherwise, you can go to this lovely URL right here on GitHub. But, if you're feeling brave, I didn't Trojan this, I promise. It's fine. And with that, I think I hit my 10-minute mark with time to spare. This has been NTLM version 1 mechanics and the secrets of the universe. And I'll collect my books and my swag. Thank you very much.
You didn't get as many books thrown at you as I was hoping.
I thought I would get more. I was trying. Oh. Huh? Yes. You're welcome.
Screw an adapter. Oh, sorry. What do I need to do? Hi, Andrew. You're taking this. Okay. Yeah, and you realize that 12 thing? That was marked in this half. So if I'm a little shorter than that now, well, you mean the days. But yeah, so you're talking. I do my own introduction? No. Oh, you will. Okay. Actually, we talked about it another time 2 years ago. It's just been a while. Yeah, I was like, easiest way to get a ticket. Submit for the CFP. It's slightly more difficult now. Or rather, slightly more difficult now.
the odds are pretty good if you do 2. It's like 25% of the time you get 1. It's like, oh man, what if I get both? That really makes They don't have to make 2 presentations. This one was like, oh, it's 10 minutes long. Yeah, but the other thing is you can take your mouse cuts with 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, that'll be helpful for a lot of reasons. It's a mostly made up name, so. It originated from misspelling on the 1930 census. Hentilo, H-E-N-T-I-L. There's lots of those out there. I'm one of the few Hentilos around here. That's very in the world. There is an online audience in Haiti. There is an online audience. Is that actually happening? Yeah. Well, I know we're streaming. I saw the Twitch. And then like a few months from now it'll be uploaded to yeah, it'll be Internet Archive. Okay. Yeah, this just like randomly appeared one day with my last talk. It was like, oh, because the Twitch stuff got taken down. Well, yeah, there was some copyright music, some from the audio. Okay, I was like, oh, because I passed that around, like, hey guys, here's my talk. I got the timestamp and everything, and then suddenly someone was like, that doesn't work. But yeah, it should be on our channel. Okay, perfect. Well, are you ready to go? Yeah, ready to go. Put my mask on.
Sounds good. Hello, taping and streaming. How are we looking? What's that? Hello, taping and streaming. How's it looking back there? Okay. Well, next up in our talks this afternoon, our 15-minute rapid-fire talks, is Andrew Handela with No, Your SBOM Will Not Solve All Your Problems. Please give him a warm welcome.
I'm clapping for myself here, because I figure, gotta do something. So yeah, maybe a slightly inflammatory title, but I mean, I got you guys to come, so. I got you guys to come, so that was it. So what am I gonna do? Really, what I'm here talking about is, yes, SBOM, it's a thing. It's kind of a requirement for a lot of places now. And honestly, it's, yeah, I'll even clap for that. Don't worry, Alan. But I think everyone kind of knows it's not actually going to solve all of the problems. And I think one of the reasons why I bring this up is, I mean, it's kind of like this. Like, step 1, software supply chain attacks happened, like SolarWinds happened. And then like a few months later, there's an executive order saying, you know what we need now? SBOM. And it's like, but that doesn't actually solve that problem. Not that they said it did, but it's kind of implied. Question 3, whatever, and then profit. And I think, honestly, the more frustrating thing for me is once there's a regulation, now there's about 50 million companies that say, hey, I'll build an SBOM for you. And under the hood, it's just, okay, here's like some open source thing that has literally existed for a long time, because SBOM didn't just appear a few years ago. It's been around. But now there's way more companies dealing with it, right? So I think that's just hilarious. So who am I? Andrew Handela. I've been doing over a decade of R&D in automating offensive and defensive cybersecurity problems all over the place. So cyber attribution, exploit development, malware analysis, vulnerability research. Last few years, I've been the co-founder of course, a software supply chain company, so I'm part of the problem, maybe. But really, there's this heavy focus on software supply chain security, but I don't think the tools are really focusing on answering the most important question. If I use this software, will it do something bad? Will something bad actually happen? Now, here's my disclaimer. I'm here me personally, I'm here for 95% for the memes, 5% maybe to get you to think a little bit,
And here, this is my opinion, and feel free to be this guy and think I'm an idiot. I'm okay with that. But pretend I'm not for about the next 8 minutes, and then we can talk afterwards. All right. So SBOM, here's a massive ingredients list. This is what an SBOM is, except for software, right? And when you look at this, it doesn't actually help you all that much. Like, you look at it, you're like, okay, water. Okay, I know what water is. Probably need some of that. And then you get down, you're like, gum-arabic, lactic acid, leavening, sodium acid maltodextrin. You're like, I don't get this. Because what you actually care about from this is this little thing down here. Does it contain milk? Does it contain wheat? Because maybe you're allergic to something. Like, you care, if I eat this thing, will I die? The problem is, an SBOM doesn't have that. Can't really have it because it's essentially, here's a version and here's a name of a thing. I mean, there's a couple else, but not much is required in an SBOM. And of course, the SolarWinds attack, the thing that started this whole craze, knowing what the version number is of the Orion platform, 2019.4 through 2020, blah, 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 like, you only know it was malware after the attack. So you're only actually going to get some benefit of having the SBOM for this kind of attack after the fact. But I think one of the other kind of frustrating things is version numbers themselves are actually meaningless. There's no requirement in any way for them to be meaningful. I could commit 50,000 new commits to my GitHub, never change the version number. They're all different, right? Case in point, this is actually the legitimate version of PuTTY 7.7, and then the DPRK backdoored version. And SBOM would essentially say the same thing, right? It's PuTTY, its release version is 7.7, the company, Simon Tatham. Interestingly enough, PuTTY's interesting, so if you're trying to look up vulns, the CPE for it changed from Simon Tatham to PuTTY instead of Simon Tatham PuTTY at some point in the past. But I'm not even getting into the annoyance of changes in canonicalization of things. But again, there's all kinds of problems. What's interesting here is the malicious version, of course, has more behaviors because it's malicious. So you can actually look and say, hey, there's actually some persistence North Korea did. They'd add more data manipulations. There's a bunch of other things. But I think what's most frustrating about SBOM is, what are people actually going to do with SBOM? A lot of time, they're going to check a box. Like, that's all they care about. It's like, oh, hey, I'm going to stick these in a folder somewhere. Maybe when I pick the vendor, I'm going to look at the SBOM, maybe check like vulnerabilities, check known things. But the biggest thing is SBOM, people really care about SBOM are the regulators. So people will pick, and I've heard this multiple times, they will pick the cheapest solution, the easiest thing, just use GitHub, and move on because they're not actually going to use it. And that's annoying. Maybe vuln management, right? This is, of course, something incredibly useful. This is actually a really good use case for SBOM. But again, this isn't something that was going to solve the SolarWinds attack. And I mean, yes, it's a stupid thing for me to say. Like, of course not. It's a vulnerability. I have legitimately heard a cybersecurity vendor up at a talk somewhere saying, hey, we can find vulnerabilities like log4 shell. Of course, yes, that is in fact a vulnerability, right? And SolarWinds. It's like, okay, no, that was inserted malicious behaviors. Again, like, I get it. You need to have your marketing. You need to go out and say, hey, look at all the cool things we can do. It's like, in reality, just tell people the actual problems you can solve. Solve them. That's how you can build a good, sustainable company rather than selling snake oil. But that, again, that's so annoying. This is why it's frustrating. Exactly. I'm shocked that you're selling snake oil. Have a code signing. Of course, you should be signing your code. And then malware gets signed anyway, right? Like, your build system gets compromised. Okay, well, it's going to get signed. And hey, I mean, there have been public reports of Microsoft signing malware. This is publicly reported. It happens, right? All right. No comment on that one. But still, if your build system is compromised, the attacker gets to control what gets signed, right? And just like what happened to the SolarWinds attack. Reproducible builds. Again, good ideas, defense in depth. However, if it's in your source code or somewhere in that chain, the malware will get reproduced, right? How about multiple build systems? Again, I actually really like this one. I like this idea of like, hey, let's build it a bunch of different times and see what happens. There's some complications there. But again, it's going to be harder, but how do you actually know if you're safe or if they just got everything, right? Right. I mean, SolarWinds SolarWinds remediation was in fact to do this. But again, you still need to convince your customers that it's safe, if they actually cared. Because think about it, most of the time, are the end users actually asking for any of this stuff? You download an app on your phone, maybe you see permissions and you're like, all right. I mean, we're all cyber nerds, so maybe we do a little bit more, but the average end user is just like, I want to play Candy Crush. I don't care that they're stealing all my data, right? If you're at a better company, organization, you're like, oh, hey, questionnaires. We're going to check these boxes, right? Like that's what it comes down to. Like once a year, we'll get our questionnaire. We'll say, are you guys SOC 2 compliant? How are you doing all this stuff, right? And all of the work people are doing, it still comes back down to that questionnaire, that checkbox. What's actually kind of nice is this isn't entirely true. Like people are getting better about this, and I think that's something that, as somebody in cyber, it's actually helpful. People who have been specifically targeted are looking for solutions, are solving these problems, are getting better at this. Bigger tech companies, the government obviously cares a lot about this. This is why they're pushing regulations. And organizations that are in more heavily regulated companies, organizations like financial industry, healthcare, like the FDA is pushing for both SBOM and cyber requirements around vulnerabilities. So it's not just SBOM, it's a little bit more than that, which of course is something. But ultimately, it does get kind of mind-numbing at the end because most people don't actually care. It seems like this is fine. What are we going to do? Are we going to keep moving forward? I think we need to. But I think what was that? Right. I think most of the time, people are just going to do what we're always doing because it's cheaper, it's easier. We're just going to say, hey, we'll do the bare minimum to check the box. We're going to trust our vendors. We're going to trust our build system. We're going to trust open source. We're just going to send things out and hope it's okay in the end. I mean, mostly because otherwise you'd actually have to do something, and people have to change, people that have to make it better, right? And ultimately, people are usually the biggest problem in cybersecurity. So I'm done. That's it. Any questions? I think I'm done, right? Oh, look, I got stopped.
so.
Hello?
Okay.
Sure.
Howdy, folks. I know our taping and streaming team are ready for the next talk. Are y'all ready for the next talk? Excellent. If you are sitting with somebody next to you, I know that we don't want to be that great of friends these days, but if you could close in a few gaps for the next folks that come into the room, that'd be great. Or not. Thank you. Next up in our fast and furious talks this afternoon is Building Canaries with Elk and ElastAlert. Please give Andy Janizak and Keith Erickson a warm ShmooCon welcome.
Hello, thank you for coming to our talk. This is Building Canaries with Elk and ElastAlert. We're going to talk about us quickly, talk about what canaries and canary tokens are, Elk, discuss what ElastAlert is and what it means, our implementation, observations, final thoughts, and some resources for you. So about us, we're part of a systems engineering team working in higher ed. We manage, monitor, and secure our infrastructure, and we do purple teamy stuff in our spare time for fun.
Yeah, it turns out it's a lot more fun when you don't have to do the boring parts like the paperwork and the reporting, so.
So canary tokens, for those who may not be familiar, canaries or canary tokens or honey tokens, there's many different names. We consider them low effort, high gain, blue team / defense tools. They can be fake resources or assets used to alert when something's been accessed or utilized or requested that shouldn't be. That's kind of like one definition. There's many different types and ways you can use them, but for example, you can create like a fake domain admin account that you never use and you never expect anybody else to use it, but as soon as you see somebody does use it, you're like, okay. You can create fake documents, like a fake payroll spreadsheet that would be kind of just very high stakes, high value to somebody who'd be interested in that data. Fake API keys, lots of different things. Not a honeypot per se, but the concept is the same. Things like decoys, stuff like that. Keith's going to talk about Elasticsearch.
So in our implementation, we specifically used an Elk stack. If you're not familiar with it, Elasticsearch is sort of the data storage layer. It's a document store, the search engine, Logstash, kind of your Swiss Army knife of logging data. Kibana is the data visualization layer that you can make pretty dashboards and such. Mostly we use it for centralized log searching, billions and billions of records. But I do want to emphasize that you don't need an Elk stack to do something like this. We took this approach because we already had an Elk stack in place and it's the easy way out. You could probably do this just with Logstash, or if you had some other log store, you might be able to do it with Splunk or Loki or something like that. It does need to be event-driven, right? Because you need to act on it quickly, and we'll get to that in a minute, but it can't be the sort of thing where you get a report the next morning that you've had canary hits. You need to get it in real time. And then we use ElastAlert 2. The original ElastAlert was abandoned, and somebody forked it into a drop-in replacement for ElastAlert 2. So everywhere we mention ElastAlert, we're actually talking about version 2. So it's a framework that runs queries for you against Elasticsearch and then can alert on them, as the name suggests, right? And you do configure with Lucene queries, which is sort of different. The Elk stack is moving towards a different query language in the data viz layer, but you must use Lucene with ElastAlert. And it supports a whole bunch of different alerting plugins or backends, so you can send messages to various message platforms. You can make Jira tickets. You can just send emails. You can, I don't know, PagerDuty, et cetera. And then configuring ElastAlert is just straight YAML. This is an example of an ElastAlert rule that looks for logs that say, hey, you missed a new line in your cron entry, I'm not going to run it, which has saved quite a few of our colleagues. In this case, it just sends an email to, well, to a list that goes to a bunch of people. It can be this simple. We happen to have written a layer on top of it to generate these rules from other things, but you could just write straight YAML and achieve this with the canaries.
So we had, or I'll speak for myself, I had initially learned about canaries from Black Hills InfoSec, or Information Security, their blog and their YouTube channel. Thank you, BHIS. Also, thanks to Jacob Torrey for last year's, the 2023. He had a ShmooCon talk.
I think it was actually in this room. Yeah.
That's cool. His talk was called Putting on a Big Show, Defending by Attacking Attacker Incentives. We were super inspired by this talk, and I'm 100% positive. It was the catalyst when we came back from ShmooCon to start looking into and doing this type of work. From our perspective, just kind of like planning out, we chose not to go with Canary as a surface option. That's something that's out there. We already have lots of fun and exciting tools and infrastructure that we control, so we just decided to use what we had. And as you can guess, we landed on Elk and ElastAlert too. We could do it with what we had. But the question was, is this going to provide any real value, or is it just going to give us like alert fatigue and we're just some additional thing that we're going to have to toil over? So that was a big question. So we created various types of canaries that generate taggable events in Elk, and then ElastAlert 2 can trigger on these events. The implementation was really simple. We just tested our canaries over and over again to see the fields, what fields of events and logs were distinct and repeatable and actionable, stuff that would definitely trigger for us and that would be clear that, get us closer to having real results and not false positives. But tuning was and continues to be required for the FPs. And tuning is just simply a matter of like refining the Lucene query or just playing around with your ElastAlert search, basically. But we would definitely see false positives from translation services, search engines, test servers, accessibility tools, and this was for internet-facing stuff. This wasn't like, none of these things were triggering alerts for like a domain administrator account, obviously. But you definitely saw some odd but harmless user behavior. The nice thing about kind of like this stack is that we can just go back and look at the logs and the events and really figure out, do we need to look at them further? Is this real? What's the surrounding data? We got just a ton of helpful info from the stack. And then, where we get the notification wherever we want, Slack, email, wherever. It's just super convenient. This is an example of, a triggered Slack alert pushed to our Slack workspace. And it's actually it was the start of a phishing and credential harvesting campaign. And if you notice the date, I don't know how well you can see it on the screen. This happened the day after Thanksgiving. So nobody's around. Everybody's out. And this particular alert, this was generated because we decided to embed some stuff in some of our pages that were being cloned. And just simple JavaScript one-liner that did some domain verification, validation. And
right, so what it's doing here is showing us what the referring page is, which we've determined to be critical in finding out where the fish is actually being hosted. So it's pretty simple to write a couple lines of JavaScript that send you the refer and the current URL when your login page is loaded not on your own domain. We promised our security team we wouldn't show exactly how it was done, but I didn't say I wouldn't tell you how it was done, and they might be watching, so sorry.
You can always you can come talk to us after the talk if you have more questions.
You could probably find our login page with the hint that's on this slide and just look at the source and figure it out yourself.
This is just another example of, this is just an email alert triggered on a specific Windows event ID for a specific user account. You can probably take a guess at what type of account it would be. Just another example. In terms of observations, we got the most bang for the buck from just the canaries on our sites. We saw phishing credential harvesting campaigns pop up around holidays and breaks, which told us they're obviously looking at our calendar. They typically would send a test from their IP first to make sure their site works, which was a really nice heads up for us. We could just put them on a DNS deny list for our on-campus users. Off-campus users, they'd eventually hit it. We'd see the alert, and then we could just filter out the email and kind of just put an end to stop the campaign.
Right, so we used to find the fish after the fact, after it had already gone out and somebody reported they got it, and then we could block the domain. Now we're able to intercept those by putting an email filtering so they never even get delivered to users' inboxes. So it's really sped up our response and a huge improvement. Good.
Some more interesting stuff. We saw bad actors actually de-obfuscate code and still included in their harvesting site. So some are actually looking at code. And if you choose to do this, be creative. You can be as creative as you want, and I encourage creativity in this. It's actually kind of fun. Thinking about hiding or redirecting calls to things that would give away your canaries. Other actors were just lazy and just copied and cloned the site, and that was it. I also saw some others combine code from various orgs. So one org's site and another org's like MFA prompt, which is really weird. They were just Frankensteining stuff together. Some final thoughts. Any skepticism or pushback we got was immediately dissipated after we started seeing results and reduced false positives, which was really nice. Tuning your queries may be necessary depending on what types of canaries you create, where you put them. And just a friendly OPSEC reminder, maybe don't poke around an open C2 or backend phishing page from your org's network.
Hypothetically, you might find an admin interface or a web shell that would let you delete all of their harvested credentials. Or you might find phishing pages for other organizations that you could just delete, hypothetically. But don't do that.
You'll definitely see some weird stuff. You'll be asking questions like, why are users saving my login page locally?
Yeah, we would get a few hits where the referral was like C:users, somebody, desktop, login.html. What are you doing?
And like, why is somebody logging or embedding our login form in a Google Doc? You're gonna see weird stuff. It will be interesting. Here's some resources to help you if you have any, if you want to get started. Elastic.co, ElastAlert 2. Thinks Canary has a lot of great info. I definitely started there. Check out the BHIS YouTube channel. And again, Jacob Torrey's talk from last year, it's on archive.org. And also Sean Metcalf's AD security blog, he had a great post on curb roasting detection. And that's it. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? Good. You have an updated version. Yeah, it says updated in all caps. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Sweet. Looks like I can go a minute or 30 seconds so you guys will kill me, right? No, I won't kill you. You won't have the other guys. It just did it, so I was timing. I was like, all right, good, because I was timing myself. It was like, Todd will be up here in a moment. Okay, just let me know. Who will give me the signal? Yeah. Here, wait, let's do one like this, and it'll be kind of funny because it's exactly your. Okay, wait. What's that? No, in order to turn this vulnerable app on, I had to enable Bluetooth. Bluetooth, which is pretty funny, but it's gotta be like this. Thank you. Hi. Hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? Doing well. I'm Rich.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name's Tom. I'll give you a quick introduction to what's going on here.
It's sort of, I was kind of in my zone, but yeah, it looks like I can go the 30 seconds over if I need to, so I appreciate that.
It'll be
They told me that I was supposed to tell you that I'm here, so I'm gonna do that.
Thank you.
I think I'm.
Who are you?
Level up. Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. So you're taking a train to right there. The folks get
Okay.
stops at 1:05 minutes already. I don't have a book, so I do appreciate you keeping us on time.
I'm gonna put my clock right here too, so I know what it goes. If I can actually get out of the app, it's well eager.
Any questions?
No, I'll just make sure my mic works and clicking, because I didn't bring my own laptop, was the one thing that I was worried about. I can hit the space bar. It's already in presentation mode.
Did you actually try it out?
No. Or I did in a different room. Okay. Yeah, or I can do space bar, right? Oh yeah.
Excellent.
Mic's hot?
Yes, Mike is hot.
Mic is hot? Awesome. Right, whenever I can do it. Are you gonna? Yeah.
Howdy, folks. Looks like our taping and streaming team are ready. Is the audience ready for our next Fast and Furious talk? Is anybody ready to practice some gourd husbandry? I have a gourd. I see an outstretched hand. Oh, well, that gourd might have died. So our next Fast and Furious talk this afternoon comes from Rich Wickersham. He's going to talk about hacking the planet under glass. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, ShmooCon. First thing I want to do is thank Heidi and Bruce and the entire ShmooCon team for having this con for so many years. Many years ago, ShmooCon had the concept of a hacker arcade, and I was always sad that I didn't bring a game to the hacker arcade. And I sent Heidi a note before the show, and she let me bring a dialed-in pinball machine. And you want to tuck that in your memory banks for a few minutes from now, because there's a vulnerability in that game. Of course, and that wasn't the case when we had the old hacker arcade, but carrying this time machine that we're in, if I could have gone back to the past, I would have brought a pinball, and I'm bringing one today, and we have one left, and I hope to bring one in the future, but we'll see. So, who am I? Most importantly, I'm a world-ranked pinball player. I'm technical, I'm hands-on, I like to get my hands dirty and work on electronics. That has led me into becoming an operator, a restorer, and a modifier of pinball machines. I'm also now a hacker of pinball machines. And the other important thing in my background is that I'm also a core organizer at B-Sides Nova. So putting these two things together and a lot of encouragement from the B-Sides Nova team allowed me to do some very interesting research. But before we start, I want to explain what a pinball machine is, because maybe some of you have never played one. That's something you can solve during this conference if you go to the chill out room. So keep that in mind. But pinball is a physical game. It's not like a video game. Where a metal ball is plunged and flippers, the most critical component, are used to propel a ball, solve a puzzle, or achieve a high score. The high score element's very important to us competitive players because that's how we win a game. The components have remained the same throughout time since pinball began for the most part. Flippers, steel balls, pop bumpers, slingshots, coils, relays, switches, all this good stuff. With one major difference. Today, pinball machines are IoT devices. They have protocols running on them, including Bluetooth, and they're Wi-Fi enabled. So looking at a timeline of pinball machine modernization, electromechanical machines really started in the 1920s, but the first pinball games with a flipper, 1947. That was the first one. And if you look at this timeline for purposes of innovation, you'll see to the right, pinball's changed significantly in the last few years. And it's become very popular again. In it was 2012, I'm sorry, there was only one company left making pinball. That was Stern Pinball. And in 2013, Jersey Jack Pinball came out with a high-definition game. It was Wizard of Oz, a great game, with a computer driving it and all this new patented technology. And it's led to, now there are 10 companies today making pinball machines, and they're simply amazing. You'll see one today, or perhaps you'll see one when you're out and about, and now you'll play it. But the other thing I'll note is that, and I put the red box on here, the first in-game exploit against a pinball machine was actually at a security conference, and I sort of accidentally orchestrated that, or maybe it was deliberate. But looking at, as a visual of electromechanical, or basically all pinball modernization, the electromechanicals, you'll hear bells and chimes, there's stepper motors, there's no concept of a computer in these games. If you want to learn to read a schematic, pick up an electromechanical pinball machine. You will be frustrated, but you will learn. And with so many of us that are not hands-on and we're doing it on a keyboard, learning to be hands-on is a skill that is invaluable, I believe. Looking again at this, you know, of course I had to include Doctor Who because time travel, and looking at this list of modernization, again, Jersey Jack came out with the Wizard of Oz game in 2023, and it was a big game changer. It sort of relit the fire of industry in pinball. So the potential threats are financial threats. It's more like the esports model, where tournament prizes can be very significant. I've played in tournaments with over $100,000 prize pool. So there's a threat model that is financial. Score integrity. Throughout the beginnings of video gaming, people want to achieve a high score. As hackers, we want to see our names, places, and get credit for doing things. Cheating and interference are a real threat model in competitive gaming. The next threats are the loss of availability for both players and operators. I want to be able to go into a place and play a pinball machine and have it function. If I'm operating a game, I want to have it have the ability to make money. And the last item, and one of the main reasons I'm here, when you think about IoT botnets and things of this nature, you think about technology and IoT technology that we can throw away. Pinball machines, like the electromechanicals, should be playable 70 years after they're made. And I want that for future generations that play pinball. I want to be able to take a game that came out today and have my kids' play it 50, 60, 70 years from now. And I do play these games, these electromechanicals, in tournaments. We still play them. So looking at the motives around cheating, I had to include a picture of the King of Kong. That is Billy Mitchell. Billy was recently accused, and there's lots of litigation going on around using a micro switch instead of a leaf switch to gain an advantage in competitive play. This is a physical manipulation. You can imagine the threat model would be a little bit different if it were something else. And then the esports scandals, I don't even really need to go into that. You can see plenty of that. The financial gain, or the financial threat model, in the center here we have Replay FX. This is a huge tournament that I played in. An auditorium the size of 2 football fields, hundreds of games, prize pool in excess of $100,000. I played in it, I wasn't on the stage at the end. But I'd imagine that in that large crowd, there's somebody that would do something to potentially manipulate a game in a negative way. Possibly, if the threat model were there, if the attack surface were there. The motive is there. So onto the vulnerability that we found. In 2020, so it's been a bit, but I brought an IoT pinball machine to B-Sides Nova. And this was the first machine to include Bluetooth connectivity. It included an application that paired to the pinball machine. And we found and exploited, you know, you say it takes a team to find things, and we're able to validate things because we had a whole lot of hackers in a single location. We found a bug in version 1.73 of the code, and we determined that it could impact players in a multiplayer active game. So in a tournament, that would be a critical bug for pinball. And ultimately, the mobile applications were removed from the Google and Apple app stores, and 1.75 was released. Looking at the threat model visually, all you would need to do, and there's a bit more, but if you have the application downloaded to your phone, you have the Bluetooth dongle in and enabled on the pinball machine, and you have a threat actor. That could be a player in the game, or that could be someone within proximity in the location. So the disclosure here in pinball, it's no different from anything else. I reached out to the company prior to bringing the game to the conference, and I reached out again after finding the vulnerability. So when code version 1.75 was released, they deprecated support for the mobile app, but the protocol did not go away. And I paused the research due to the pandemic. No one was playing pinball, as it turns out. And I reached out to the developers after this talk because it was the right thing to do. I wanted to reach out to them again. I had poor luck getting a response initially, and it's, again, that's kind of the way it goes in this space. But when the README came out, I want to point out that the app was no longer supported, but additional attack surface was introduced. Wi-Fi was then supported. So I haven't explored that space, but it's there, and it's there in almost every new company that's involved in pinball today. So it's something that needs to be considered in that industry. When you add internet connectivity or you add new protocols to something that traditionally has never had it before, things typically don't well, but innovation is necessary, so it's better to fail forward. In naming the vulnerability, flippers are the most critical component of a pinball machine. I was like, oh, I've got a 0 flipper here, but flipper's 0, so couldn't do that. And from Bluetooth app recommendations, I always looked at this from the perspective of a tournament director and tournament play, and the only way to be safe is to remove the dongle. The great thing about this particular game is they architected a game where it is a dongle enabling Bluetooth. Had this been on a board, it might, and depending on the implementation, in this case it can be removed, the game can be made secure. And I included some other recommendations that I would have made had I been there and involved, or just feedback to provide. And finally, the lessons learned that security is not a priority for most small businesses. Getting a response from the company was a big challenge, and I also learned, I reached out to senior executives in the company that I knew first, and that was not the way to do it. And what I've learned going forward in this project is that reaching out to developers goes pretty well. And so that's what I'm doing. I have a lot of passion for pinball, and I didn't allow myself to get discouraged, and I would tell any of you, don't give up if you have a passion for something. You can make it better, and if we all do this with these things that we touch in our lives and we make them better, the world's gonna be a better place. So I'm not one to stop something once I get started as well. So going into this year, I've already approached the largest pinball company in the world with a proposal to bring games to Hacker Summer Camp. We'll see where that goes, and I registered pinballvulnerabilities.com, and I've now established contacts with 3 of the largest pinball companies in the world. And I think we're going to be able to secure pinball for the current and future generations. Last thing is, I promised I wouldn't talk about North Korea or DPRK, but I came up with an original concept design that will never get made, because that company would certainly be hacked if they made it. Thank you. Generations. Last thing is, I promised I wouldn't talk about North Korea or DPRK, but I came up with an original concept design that will never get made, because that company would certainly be hacked if they made it. Thank you. Generations. Last thing is, I promised I wouldn't talk about North Korea or DPRK, but I came up with an original concept design that will never get made, because that company would certainly be hacked if they made it. Thank you.
You make a certain move, and you particular behavior levels you up, gains your strength, gains your life. This is going to be that type of conversation. Real quick, it was maybe the first day of the year or right at the beginning of the year. Ray Redacted did a tweet, and he listed a handful of people, and he said, so-and-so never set out to fill in the iconic thing that they did, the accomplishments. One of them's in this room, maybe two of them are in this room. And coincidentally, and I did not know, obviously, when I wrote this talk that he was going to do that. Two of the three people that I interviewed were on his list. So it's just, it kind of really brings back to the whole point is this is a community of giving. This is a community for teaching and learning, and we give our knowledge, and that's how we gain our strength. Trying to figure out if it's the space bar or the down button. All right, who am I? I'm Kirsten Renner, as was mentioned, known as Krenner, currently the Vice President of People Operations at Cytocor, and currently also on the ICS Village Board. I will be running for the first time ever this year, B-Sides Charm Hiring Village and B-Sides Las Vegas Higher Ground. So kind of the bottom line is, speaking of tweets, I have one I'm pretty sure is still pinned to my profile that says, you're going to have ideas and you're going to do things, and credit will get stolen and misappropriated and that sort of thing. But the one thing no one can steal from you is your reputation, and your reputation is built on your behaviors and the way you treat others, and it's what is yours. It's the one thing nobody can take away from you. Giving to this community of teachers and learners, this community where there's never a lack of people wanting to teach and learn. Never once have I ever wanted to know something and learn something, and people didn't have time to teach me. They stopped what they were doing and were excited that I was excited about whatever it was. So also in those interviews, on the cover slide it says I interviewed Alyssa Miller, I interviewed Spanky, who's sitting right there, and Jason Street. And Jason did correct me and say, don't refer to us as rock stars. We're all the same, right? We all have contributions to make. And one of the most meaningful things about the content that I received from the people that I interviewed them because I see them giving, I see them standing up villages and keynote speaking and just constantly giving of themselves and their knowledge. They're doing that after they work. They're not getting paid for it. They're doing it after they take care of their families, after they take care of themselves, and yet it's so fulfilling, right? So there's something about the energy that you give. And that was me misquoting and taking liberties on something Spanky said. So a few quotes. Alyssa made it very clear when she was answering my questions, first of all, that you never do the giving to gain back. It's just a symptom of what we do, right? It's just a symptom of that behavior. Just always be authentically who you are. I double quoted Jason's because he's technically quoting Hemingway here, so I won't drain the slide. But the very best thing that Steve said was, or that Spanky said was, the time is now. Somebody asked me once, when do you start being a runner? Is it after you get on the treadmill or after you lift weights? It's literally after you sign up for the race. So now is the time, if you're wondering, for giving, for answering a call to papers. Every conference that you go to, there's a volunteer who might be tired. They might want a drink of water. They might want a bathroom break. There's always opportunities to give. So I'll have no idea how much time I have left. So this is supposed to be video game themed. Okay. I'm going to take you through the very beginning, and then you can use this as a template kind of for yourselves. And I hope that this shows that the actions that I did that weren't part of my job gave me knowledge and abilities and relationships that I otherwise wouldn't have gotten either at work or at school. So actually, getting the receptionist position started with giving. I just was a 19-year-old at the mall, and my landlord's brother needed someone to babysit the house, right? So it's just a coincidence that doing something for someone led to, hey, we have a receptionist job open for 2 weeks, it's temporary. And right away when I got in there, I kept noticing, it's like a part of who I am, things that needed to be done around me. It was a satellite office, they didn't have an HR rep, they didn't have anybody to help with open enrollments, and I thought, I can collect forms, I can read forms, I can do that. And next thing you know, it was a permanent job, and then it was an HR job, and then it was a govie, so for a while. Now, in that government position, one of the things I had to do was do intakes and processing for workers' compensation cases. And one of them was particularly tragic. And immediately I said, what can we do for this family? And I started putting together my first fundraiser. And if you have ever been to a car hacking village party in the last 10 years, I probably planned or co-planned that party. So little did I know, this was in the 90s, that I was gaining skills for my future, right? So what do you got to do? You have to get the word out. There was no Twitter back then. And you have to get you need a facility, and you need entertainment, and you need food, and so on and so forth. Looks like I got to speed it up. It's a natural transition to go from HR to recruiting, and the very first thing I noticed, and this is important if I don't get to any of the other clouds, one of the first things I noticed was that nobody really knows how to write a resume, particularly, no offense, I love you guys, the active duty service members and transitioning service members need help. People on both sides of the interview table also need coaching. So immediately, every interaction that I had with a candidate or a manager, I was coaching and helping, and that leads me to meeting Kathleen. Yes, it's Kathleen. I saw a face in the room. Leslie was one of the earliest adapters of hiring villages. I don't even think we called it that at the time, but so was Kathleen, and it was just helping people, just taking the time to show people what they need to know, and that led to hiring villages and giving away about 20 weekends a year at B-Side. She introduced me to Jack. I didn't know what B-Sides was. Boom, I ended up at my first DEF CON. If you want to know about the first DEF CON, I think it's on YouTube. When at the welcome panel, I tell the crazy, funny, embarrassing story about what I did there. But even at the very first DEF CON, and Jason said this too, I realized this is a place where I will gain knowledge, and this is a place where I can give. The first thing I ever gave was some Red Bull to a CTF, right? But there's just always stuff to give, right? And then from there, helped stand up Car Hacking Village, ran that for 10 years. Lot of skills that you learned when you're standing up or assisting in the running of something like a village or like a conference. There's always something that needs to be done. There's a piece of paper that needs to be filled out. We violated some fire marshal code. The electricity didn't work. I tried to throw a party. There was no speakers. Somebody had to run and find some. Just, it's constant, right? And think of all the skills if we turn that into what I could put on my resume. Just the agility and the ability to solve problems and blah, blah, blah. So this truly did lead to me getting in my first management position, running low on time. So this actually did lead to me meeting the CEO of my next company, where I had a director position for a while. And this is when I started my first speaking engagements, coincidentally, right here in 2019. Thank you, ShmooCon, for all the opportunities. And then actually, those connections that I made led to someone sending me a text. In fact, the last 4 jobs I had started with a text message from somebody who I met at a conference who was introducing me to someone else. And that's how I got the job I have now. So you'll find me at the ICS Village and like I mentioned, those hiring villages. So in short, closing note, always be your true, authentic self. There is no right or wrong time for starting. Start now. Start with walking around, seeing who needs help. I highly encourage you to look at some CFPs that come out. You have content inside of you that you want to share. And some of the best learning experiences is getting those rejection letters, especially when DEF CON rejects you, you get a dissertation back and you learn from it. It's awesome. It's the best criticism you'll ever get. So I encourage you to give, and if you're scared, just know that every speaker is also scared every time. You know, the first time, the 20th time. It's scary to get up here. It's scary to be that vulnerable to give to yourself, but everybody appreciates it. And there will be nothing as fulfilling all throughout your career as when someone sends you a thank you note. I got the interview because of you. I got the raise because of you. I got the job because of you. There's nothing quite like it. It's awesome. So you get back naturally from what you're doing. So you're doing the right thing for the right reason. At no point, obviously, in the giving was I thinking, this is going to get me a promotion, this is going to get me a job. This is a look back. This is a look back on a long period of time. Your network is measured on the quality, not the quantity. Don't worry about your follower count. Just make some relationships, do some giving, and don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. Share and help and lift up others. I don't know, do I have nope, okay, no time for questions, but you can hit me up on LinkedIn or Twitter. Happy to not have a mask on that I left. Thank you so much.
My name's Todd. I'll be introducing your talk.
Hello, Todd. My name is Jennifer.
Excellent. And your last name is Van Antwerp?
Got it.
Okay, excellent. So, thanks so much for speaking to me.
Thank you for having
Have you
me.
done it before?
Never in my whole entire life. I've been at any conference ever. So this will be fun.
Yes. So,
It's like, okay, let's see how this goes.
Mostly it's I think the standard talks would be something
Yeah.
which, given...
Well, my friend brought me a mocktail. Isn't that awesome? Super thoughtful.
So, your taping and streaming team are right there. No pressure. Being broadcast live to the internet on
Yes.
To be archived forever.
My husband is watching, my family's watching. I'm going to send a video to my mom.
Excellent. So yeah, we're thrilled to have you. You have 12 minutes.
Oh, awesome. Okay, good.
You are going to get 5-minute remaining time to
Okay.
there. Yeah, basically, Israel now.
Oh, the notes are up there too. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's standard power.
Awesome. And is it right arrow?
Or the space bar.
Wonderful. All right. There's no turning back now, right?
Well, I mean, you can probably.
Always know where the exit is.
As I've told many people, I don't have a hook.
I don't.
If you're ready.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Are we at the time mark already? Oh, we're just about there. The mocktail.
Alrighty, folks. Taping and streaming team, are we ready for another Fast and Furious talk? He looks for a thumbs up or. And folks in the audience, if you could please take a seat as we're getting ready for our next speaker. Thank you very much. So, taping and streaming, are we ready to go? Excellent. So, our last, but certainly not least, Fast and Furious talk of ShmooCon 2024 is Sobriety Hacks with Jennifer Van Antwerp. Please give her a warm ShmooCon welcome.
Thank you, ShmooCon. I am so excited for my very first public speaking engagement ever. I am also very scared for my first public speaking engagement ever, not just because of the public speaking aspect, but because this can be a heavy subject, and it's something that I'm going to be a little bit vulnerable with. So bear with me. But first, we are actually going to talk about stress. Quick poll, by a show of hands, who here feels like they encounter a significant amount of stress at their job? So raise your hand, significant amount of stress. Okay, so just about everyone, or at least 50%. You are not alone. In a study that Tynes conducted in 2022, of over 1,000 security team members, 66% reported that they encountered significant stress at their jobs. It is not a surprise. I'm sure that's not a shocking number to any of you. We have an industry full of stressors. You've got late nights at the sock, however you pronounce it, 0 days or O days during the holidays, suck. You've got alert fatigue, yet another round of layoffs. These things just go on. And oftentimes, our physical and mental health, they are an afterthought. And we look to different types of substances to help minimize our stress. But it doesn't have to be that way. Today I'm going to share some different tips and tricks that I've learned that will hopefully, that have helped me at least, to go from the scary thought of never having to drink ever again, never again, and instead focus on one choice at a time. And now the vulnerable part, other than just walking up on this stage, I want to share why this topic is so important to me. This little Jen, how cute is she? Oh my gosh, with her bad hair and her little strawberry shortcake dress, she's adorable. This is about the age I was the first time I got drunk. But I was with family, so it's okay, right? Yikes, no. My substance abuse picked up. I started experimenting more in high school, and then in college, I went off the rails, did a lot of rails, had a lot of struggles. We have a family history of addiction in my family. Aunts, uncles, cousins going in and out of rehab. My personal triggers and the main issues that caused me to spiral out of control were negative self-talk, it is very loud and very rude, and social anxiety, which, yes, extroverts can experience social anxiety. It does happen. And I'm sure, like a lot of you in this room, and those of you watching from home, I have mourned and grieved friends and family members who have lost their lives to the struggle of addiction. One day, my uncle got sober, and this time it stuck. Woohoo. And he became an example, a positive example of sobriety for everyone in our family, starting to break that cycle of addiction. He taught me a mantra: what does it add to your life? And that planted the seed for my future sobriety. I got sober back in October 2000, so Y2K was actually very impactful for me. And I've been working in cybersecurity for a little over 3 years. Now, before that, I worked in the automotive industry and the healthcare industry. And while our industries are very different, the networking events are like exactly the same. You've got happy hours, wine pairings, whiskey tastings, everything revolving around alcohol. It's part of what motivated me to start Sober and Cyber, and why I even decided to get on this stage despite the nerves. Addiction does not discriminate, and it doesn't care what industry you work in. There was a 2019 CISO-focused study from Nominet in which 17% of CISOs stated that they were either medicating or using alcohol to deal with work-related stress. And that was back in 2019, before COVID. So now, the alcohol fairy could just fly right to your door and bring you alcohol, weed, whatever you want. And those stats don't get much better when you narrow in on the tech and cybersecurity field. The 2022 survey from Tynes stated that 18.7% of folks within our industry have 3 or more alcoholic beverages every single day. So that's 1 in 5 of us. I'm not going to ask for another show of hands, don't worry. 1 in 5 of us have more than 3 alcoholic drinks every single day. Pun completely intended. That was a very sobering stat. Okay, now, done with the depressing stats and the really bad 8-year-old hair, on to the fun stuff. Are you ready for sobriety hacks? Exclamation point. These are some of the different things that I've been able to, oops, I guess I already, oops, I cheated. I already gave my best line here. Oh, there we go. Now we can have the sobriety hacks. Exclamation point. Thank you. Who knows how long I would have kept on rambling there. Again, these are the things that helped me go from being afraid of never again and focusing on one choice at a time. So hack number 1, believe in the power of mantras. My uncle shared a whisper of a mantra with me that became my sobriety battle cry. What does it add to your life? Find the mantra or the why that works for you. Number 2, focus on gratitude. What works for me is I have a gratitude journal that I write down 3 different things I'm grateful for every single day. They could be sweet moments, funny quotes from your kid, different achievements that you're proud of. And then at the end of the year, on New Year's Day, I go through these as just a fun way to start the new year. Give yourself the grace to catch up on or skip different sessions and come back later on. It should be a fun and rewarding activity and not something that is guilt-filled for an obligation. Doing this practice really kind of tricks your brain into finding all those different moments that happen throughout the day because you want to remember them for your journal later on. Number 4, build your support squad. These are the people that will have your back no matter what. They will help you to be accountable to your goals. And let's see. Oh, thank you. I don't know how I keep skipping. Build your support squad. There it is. The folks that will always have your back and help you to be accountable to your different goals. My biggest, the most potent weapon that I have against a future relapse is this right here. It's my great big mouth. Whenever I start to feel the itch, I talk about it with the people I love who I know love and support me. An urge often starts to lose its power whenever you talk about your struggles or say things out loud. It's like that scene from The Labyrinth. You have no power over me, no power over me. And then tip number 5, this is a tried and true sobriety hack. Always have a beverage in your hand. My wonderful friend brought me a mocktail. I'll use this as an example. Also, I'm thirsty. At work-related events, a lot of times people are just trying to be polite when they try to offer you beverages. If you always have a mocktail or sparkling water in your hand, the chance of that happening is significantly reduced. And on the topic of networking events, there are a lot of things that you can do as managers, event organizers, or employers to try to help your events more inclusive for people like me who don't drink. Because after all, there are a lot of reasons why someone might choose not to drink at that particular moment. They might be sober like me, or maybe they're training for a triathlon. Perhaps they're pregnant and not quite ready to share that news with all of their coworkers. They could not be drinking for religious reasons, or maybe they're on day 4 of a conference in Las Vegas and they just need a break. Y'all have been there. All of these reasons are valid. And if you're able to offer some different alcohol-free options to your employees, then it'll give them the same opportunity that everyone else has to mingle, network, and bond with their fellow coworkers. And if you want to win extra bonus points, have something like my friend brought me. Have a non-alcoholic option that is not full of sugar, so something other than soda or Shirley Temples. I will never forget the first time that I saw a mocktail on the special drink menu at a work-related event. It was S4 2022, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I had some tears in my eyes when I saw it there at the bar. It made me feel included. and I'm getting the stop sign up there, so I will hop through there. So at the end of the day, we're all just perfectly imperfect people trying our best to make healthy choices and make genuine connections with the people around us. If anything that I've said here today has struck a chord, just know that making these changes doesn't have to be scary or all-encompassing. You can take these incremental changes to start moving towards either a more sober lifestyle or sober-ish. These are things that you can do from day to day. You can start today. You can do it. I believe in you. And if you want a reminder of these, come find me. I have some little coasters because I think sober coasters are just ironic and hilarious. So thank you very much, ShmooCon.
Wait, your laptop. Yeah.
Oh, it's ours.
Can we get you to put your mask back on? All right. Oh, this was. They had a bunch of 15-minute talks in a row.
Yeah, was that the last one?
No, yes, and now we have a half-hour talk, and it looks like they're coming up with their laptop.
Okay, so I'm.
Yep.
Stop.
Thank you. I have a USB-C, is that okay? Or I have a...
So do you have adapter or one of those?
Can I use yours or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
HDMI, right?
Oh, yes I do. Could you please help me hook it up? Thank you so much. All right. Yeah. No adapter is better.
Okay. That is.
Yay.
Okay,
Awesome.
can I get you to step back a minute?
Oh, yes,
So,
yes.
my name is Brian. I believe that you requested this not be recorded and not streamed.
Yes.
I just wanted to confirm that. I've already spoken to streaming and made sure that they're not going to stream or record.
Yep.
So a few things. Is this your first time presenting at ShmooCon?
This is my second.
Second time? All right, so welcome back. So you are familiar with most of it. The people with the green, normally our streaming team, they will still monitor your time. And so you'll see like a green, you've got 10 minutes.
Hey, good to see you, man. I am so glad you're here.
Just cause, or
Pardon?
just cause, or any particular reason?
Oh, I was just, delighted to see your talk, and it's like, oh, I know him.
I actually saw you last year just briefly. I think you were on like registration desk
Yeah.
or something. So.
Oh, you got it. That's one.
We have adapters if you need them.
Choose yours instead of mine. There was that one, there was the talk about...
You're going to be at the bar tonight?
Keyboard and like you like targeted like Apple keyboard. I was like, damn, I should have looked at like the keyboard. I was just like, I looked at the Cypress chip and the Bluetooth keyboard specifically for like the low level bugs, but like you never got up to the higher level things, like budget bugs and stuff like that. So,
Well, that means that lots of people will now be looking further up that stack. As usual, there will now be 15 more different problems found.
So what are you up to these days?
Doing some privacy and security consulting for SRI, providing comments to the U.S. government, I'm setting up a company with Kimberly Price where we're doing fractional application security. So, you know, kind of like what MSRC and SEER does.
Are you physically in this area or are you still in California?
That there are 3 of us, one in Seattle, one in the Bay Area, and one in Buffalo. Mike?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Make me loud.
Check, check.
This was working, it's just not loud. It's working, it's just not loud. See, I'm like this close. Make me loud.
So if you want to use one of those, you can. You want to not like you can take it off.
No, because I tend to point at stuff a lot. So yeah.
You just have to.
Yep. Get up close. Howdy, howdy.
We're going to be starting in a couple of moments. I have a couple of things to throw out into the audience. And our final announcements, in fact, are that the t-shirts are still available for donations and registration. Please take them home so that we don't have to. After this talk and tomorrow, visit the sponsors, other things going on. Tonight, there are fun times starting at 9 p.m. There's 2 events. One is ShmooFac, an audience participation quiz show in the big Bring It On room, which is the one in the middle. And Games, and More in the Build It room, which is the one far on the end in the other direction. There's details on page 16 of the program, so you can check with that. All right, are we about ready? Yep. Okay, so I would like to introduce Zeno Kova, who is one of the best hardware hackers that I know, and it's really exciting to have him give us a talk about Bluetooth printing.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Zeno Kova. And yeah, so Bluetooth tooth printing is what we're going to be talking about today, or just Bluetooth printing. So first, the obligatory About Me slide, in which I say what I'm talking to you about today is not my whole deal. In fact, it's not even the majority of my whole deal. It's the minority of what I do. The majority of what I do is I make free classes and I put them online. So free as in freedom, free as in beer. So basically, I run this nonprofit called Open Security Training 2, because Open Security Training 1 was a hobby project that I started back at MITRE when I was 2011 or so. But 2021, we relaunched as Open Security Training 2, and now it's an actual dedicated full-time project for me. So 25% of my time is then just doing hobby research and anything that I can't put under the nonprofit umbrella. But also, I use it to do this research, which is just a Trojan horse just to get this slide in front of people at conferences. ShmooCon let me talk about open security training last year, but you could only do that so long. Eventually, you have to do some research and put that in front of people. But I just want to say it's not just me at Open Security Training. It's all of these people giving you all sorts of cool free classes on C++, reverse engineering, UEFI, BIOS, Windows exploits, all kinds of cool stuff. And actually, we have a class right now in beta on TPM, Trusted Platform Module. So that'll be released in about a month or so. Now, to the point of this talk, what do I want to know in my research? I want to know what Bluetooth chip is inside any given device that I see broadcasting Bluetooth. So I've got a bunch of random Bluetooth devices. I want to know which silicon is inside of that. Now, why would I want to know that? Well, because I want to know if it's vulnerable to over-the-air, wireless, arbitrary code execution exploits. So Texas Instruments, back in 2018, ARMIS found a vulnerability where they send a magic packet, get arbitrary code execution, specifically on Texas Instrument chips. In 2019, researchers at the Technical University in Darmstadt, Germany, found a vulnerability in the Broadcom chips that applied to Apple devices and Macs and iPhones and all that kind of stuff. In 2020, my wife, Veronica Kova, presented at Black Hat that she had found vulnerabilities in Texas Instrument chips and also Silicon Labs chips. So all of these types of vulnerabilities are not just like logic bug type things that you heard about, perhaps if you watched the talk about Apple keyboards and keystroke injection and stuff like that at the conference. These are just send magic packet, get arbitrary code, take over the device. So those are cool, but we want to know, like, where does that apply? So I should say, like, you know, when my wife Veronica did her talk at Black Hat, we didn't make a whole big deal about it because the net result is great. We have arbitrary code execution. Where does that work? How does that apply? What is the impact? And the answer is we don't know. So we don't know where all the Texas Instrument chips are used, what kind of devices. I showed you the picture earlier. I know it's used on, like, you know, Teslas and stuff like that, but those are sort of like ad hoc results of like onesie twosie. Ecosystem-wide, nobody knows. Once you have a vulnerability in a chip, no one knows where all it's used. So this is kind of what I really want to know. I want to know a version print that can precisely tell me, I see a Bluetooth device beaconing some sort of information. I want to know, okay, it's this particular chip at version 3, and I know that's got the vulnerability or it doesn't have the vulnerability. That's what I really want to know. But I'm going to share with you a whole bunch of other information that I can get that, you know, tries to get me close to that, because you'll see that very often I can't get exactly that information, unfortunately. So you got version prints, like say some chip at some version. You've got chip prints that tell you it's exactly this chip, but I don't know which version of firmware it's running, so I don't know if it's vulnerable or not. You can have chip maker prints. You've got many chips. Maybe not all of them are applicable. Like for my wife's Texas Instruments thing and the ARMIS Texas Instruments thing, it was only some subset of the Texas Instruments silicon that applied, because some silicon had diverged and they had baked different code into their ROM and others had not. So basically, one chip maker, many chips, many versions for each chip. Some have vulnerabilities, some don't. And then there's an interesting thing in the Bluetooth ecosystem called module makers. And these are basically what I call manufacturers in the middle. So you've got a chip maker like Realtek. They go off and sell their chips to a module maker like AI Thinker. And the module maker then sells a whole bunch of Bluetooth modules. And these are basically little tiny PCBs that have the Bluetooth chip, but they also have things like the antenna and the crystal and stuff like that. And the basic point is that these are already FCC approved, because you have to go through regulatory authorities to transmit wireless information in this country and most every other country. And so there's a value add to basically say, I don't need to have RF engineers figure out my particular antenna design and, you know, power amplification and things like that. I'm just going to buy something that's already pre-approved and slap it on my board. So that's why module makers exist. But once there are these module makers who make many modules with many different chips, like these are all Realtek chips, they tell us which chip in that row, then the question is, which products do those go out to, right? Again, nobody knows. Like, honestly, even the Realtek won't know where all their chips are used. So you've got the module makers, but then if we come at it from the other direction, you've got product makers. And at the time I made these slides originally, there were 3,330 registered product makers with the Bluetooth special interest groups. So there's more than that by now, and I expect there's probably also product makers who don't bother, just for really small devices, they don't bother to register with the Bluetooth SIG. So you got many product makers, each product maker makes many products, and for each product there should be some sort of one-to-one relationship between this product has this chip, and that's what we got to find out. We have to discover, does product 1 have chip 1 and product 2 goes through a module maker and that has chip N? All of this is kind of the information that we can discover and try to tease out about devices. And then furthermore, something that can help us is that amongst the module makers, they're going to have very specific chips that they use. So, that AI Thinker, they were using Realtek, but some other module maker, they may actually offer modules from many different things. Like they'll sell a Nordic chip and a Texas Instrument chip and a Realtek chip, something like that. So, but basically, by knowing something about these module makers, you can say, well, I know that if I could figure out which module maker it is, then I could know that, well, they only use chip maker, 1's chips and these 2 chips. And so even that gets me closer to what I want to know. It gets me closer to, are these vulnerable chips? So unfortunately, this is what I want. I really want to know just, does it have the vulnerable firmware version that has a known exploit? And this is what I mostly get. And so we'll be digging through a bunch of this data, but we will see some instances where we get chip prints where it gets us really close. But like this is a lot of the kind of information we get, and like where can we pull this out of the Bluetooth packets and stuff. So my terminology for the purposes of this talk is that BTC is not Bitcoin, it's Bluetooth Classic, BLE, Bluetooth Low Energy, and BDAdder, Bluetooth Device Address. This is like a MAC address. So when my wife did her Black Hat talk and she had, exploits, I said, that's great, but eventually we're going to want to figure out, like, where does this apply? And so back then in 2020, I started just collecting naivest way possible, just run Linux on a Raspberry Pi, run Bluetooth Sniffer on there, and just collect all the data. And so then I did that for like 3 years, and then I only last year started getting around to like looking at the actual data. So I've got another talk where I talk about all the various anecdotes and stuff like that, cool, weird things I see, like driving through Chantilly, Virginia, there's some, traffic, and like Caterpillar heavy equipment has Bluetooth keyless ignitions and stuff like that, like cool stuff that I just see driving around. That's a different talk. This talk, we're going to say, okay, now I've got all these millions of data points. What can I do with that? What can I tease out of that about what I really want to know, which is where can we use these exploits? So last May I started digging into this. This is like just to give you a sense of things. We'll talk about the breakdown of these types of BDAdders in a second. But basically you can say I have about 75,000 Bluetooth Classic devices, which makes up 1% of my data. So that's why there's been an explosion in Bluetooth hacking since about 2013. That's when Bluetooth Classic when Bluetooth Low Energy sort of hit the scene. And Bluetooth Low Energy just really ramped up really quickly, whereas Bluetooth Classic, it got kind of stuck in certain niche use cases. And I've got about 8.5 million Bluetooth Low Energy things, and we'll break down those different types in a second. So when it comes to tooth printing, so this identification of the things, there's 3 ways you can go about it, and what I call passive, mostly passive, and active. So passive would be the notion of you just set up a sniffer. You are not going to actually send any packets, you're just going to listen to the air and hear what you hear. Now, that's good from a stealth perspective, like if you just want to know like what's talking right now, like I'm kind of curious, let's go ahead and run a sniffer right now. Yeah, so we've got about, in like 20 seconds, I see like about 1,100 devices, like passively, there's about 1,100 devices in this area right now, 1,200 now. So you could just sniff, and if you found something that was sufficient for you to know, like, oh, that particular address is exploitable, then you could just sniff and exploit. Great, no one's going to see anything. I distinguish that from there's then mostly passive. Mostly passive is you're going to send some packets, but these are going to be basically what you would say are natural packets. And so anytime you go into the like Bluetooth settings on your phone or something like that, and you say like what Bluetooth stuff is there, your phone will naturally send a variety of query packets out to say like who's there right now, because it's trying to find, you're trying to pair with some device, your keyboard, your headphones, whatever. You're trying to pair with some device. Your phone, your Mac, your desktop, it sends out a bunch of stuff to say who's there, and then it gets responses back. So this is mostly passive in the sense of you didn't do anything special, this is just natural stuff. And so I'm making this distinction to say if anyone ever wants to make anomaly detection system to say I can see someone's like scanning for bad Bluetooth things, we've got a threat actor in the area. Well, this is just like natural behavior, so there's nothing suspicious about the mostly passive stuff. Active, on the other hand, is where you start whipping packets at people, like I happen to be doing right now to all of you with my Bluetooth device in my backpack. So I'm just whipping packets at all of you and saying, hey, what's your device response to this kind of packet? And so that is potentially anomalous depending on how weird you get with it. And as you'll see in this talk, getting weird is kind of the best way to get the information that you want. But so you're going to typically send custom packets and potentially malformed packets. All right, so I'm going to talk about a variety of tooth printing mechanisms, and I'm going to start with the easiest one, and then we'll talk about the more custom one, and then I'll work back towards some other ones. So tooth print by BDAdder OUI, I'm going to say this is a passive technique. You can collect this information if you were being just a passive adversary. So BTC, Bluetooth Classic, BDAdder, Bluetooth device address, it's basically a MAC address like you're used to dealing with in Ethernet. You've got an IEEE organizationally unique identifier in the upper bits. It's usually 24 bits, but it could also be 20 or 12 bits these days. And so basically, this tells you something about the company that this particular device has assigned. So in Bluetooth Classic, these things never rotate. They're just like a static MAC address. They're fixed. They're set at manufacturing time, and you don't ever change them. So consequently, if Responics Inc., which sells devices that are like CPAPs, continuous positive airway pressure devices for sleep apnea. So it's a thing that blows air in your nose while you sleep. Responics, they are going to manufacture the device. They're going to say, hey, this is a Responics device. And then it's always going to say that forever, and I can always tell when there's Responics devices around. Bluetooth Low Energy, I'm going to hand wave for a second here and just say that there is a bit in the packet that says, is this a public address or is this a random address? If it says it's a public address, it's exactly like Bluetooth Classic. You've got an OUI at the beginning, and that's going to tell you something about the company. If it's a random address, then we've got three types. We've got random static, and that has the upper two bits are 1, 1, and the rest of it is just random static, never changes, but unlike a classic address or a public address, it doesn't tell you anything about the company. So you can't infer this is a Responics device or an Apple device or any other company's association. So it's random static, great if your threat model is trying to track someone around the world, but not great if you're trying to figure out, which company or which chip maker this is associated with. Then we also have random private addresses, and then there's subdivided into random private resolvable and random private non-resolvable. We don't care about the details of those. I just want to point out the bits. There's 0, 0, and 1, 1. These are things like when you hear the statement of like the iPhone changes its Bluetooth address every 15 minutes, they're talking about a random private resolvable address, and the distinction is just it's not completely random. There's some sort of hash in there that has to do with two entities that know a key, and then they hash it, and then they can say like, oh yeah, I know you. So that's it. So back to my stats, what do I care about amongst these stats? I care about, for figuring out which company this is associated with, I care about those 75,000 Bluetooth Classic devices, because that'll directly tell me the company, as will the Bluetooth Low Energy public addresses, the 205,000. So here's the stats. You don't need to, there's nothing super interesting about them. All I want to do is start to introduce this convention of, I'm going to put little emoji icons here. Phone-related, car-related, audio-related, chip-related is the one we're really going to care about. If there's a chocolate chip cookie, that is a chip maker. And so down this row, we've got like Action Semiconductor. So I have devices where I've seen their traffic, and they say, based on their Bluetooth, this is Bluetooth Classic, based on their Bluetooth Classic address, I am associated with Action Semiconductor. Now, I don't think Action Semiconductor is actually making a bunch of consumer devices. I think that some consumer device makers are just lazy and they don't bother to overwrite the BDAdder. Consequently, they're just using whatever it came with, and it came with their silicon vendor's BDAdder. So that gives us a strong indication that probably these random devices that we see going around, those could have this exact silicon maker if we're interested in, if we had an exploit for that silicon maker. So you will see that my data is kind of car skewed. And if you look at one of my previous talks, you'll know that I like to put these sniffers on overpasses on 495 and let the cars drive underneath and collect the data. So my data is skewed towards cars. That's why Garmin's #1 here, because Garmin makes these like diesel GPS things, like the name is Diesel. I'm pretty sure those are a bunch of trucker things, and so I get lots of data from truckers and cars and everything else. So skewed towards audio entertainment systems, that kind of thing. And just the Bluetooth Low Energy thing, here we can see that the top one is actually Texas Instruments, a chip maker. Then we've got some other things. We've got Silicon Labs, we've got Expressif, we've got T-Link, and so on. So basically this is just saying, this is the first traces of what I actually want to know, right? If I can say this device that I'm seeing right now, just based on its Bluetooth address, which I can completely passively collect, has my company is of a silicon maker's company, then with high probability that is using that silicon maker's Bluetooth chip, right? And so there are some that also actually have module makers in there, and so that's where I was saying with that whole spread out, like this module maker, like AI Thinker, whatever it was called, they may only use like 2 pieces of Bluetooth silicon or 3 pieces of Bluetooth silicon. So once you know module maker names as well, you can severely cut down the 20 plus silicon makers who make Bluetooth chips down to just what that module maker uses. So I see some BD adder. I use an IEEE OUI database lookup. I see that it says it's a Texas Instrument one, and my assumption is that an OUI print equals a chip print for this purpose, and therefore it's probably using Texas Instruments silicon. Okay, tooth printing by link layer version information. This can be either semi-passive or active. So down at the lowest layers of the Bluetooth stack, like right above the physical layer, at the lowest layers, Bluetooth Classic has a protocol called Link Management Protocol, and Bluetooth Low Energy has its link layer control packets, so link layer protocol and then control packets and data packets. So amongst those two things, there are packet types for Bluetooth Low Energy, it's LL version indication, and Bluetooth Classic, it's called LMP version response. Those are two types of packets I can fire at your devices right now, and your devices, with some probability, will send me back information from these packet types, and it doesn't require any sort of pairing or bonding. So basically all of that rigmarole of like type in the code and that kind of thing that you associate with Bluetooth, not applicable here. This is all the like lowest level protocol that is like how you speak that protocol for setting up pairing and things like that. But off to the side, there's other packet types that are not the, hey, let's set up pairing, hey, let's exchange crypto keys. So the Bluetooth spec, quite frankly, is absolutely terrible. This is an excerpt from it, and this is it just telling me what the packet types look like. So this LMP version response, it tells me there's 3 fields in there, but it doesn't like tell me what the sizes are, what the contents are, or anything like that. It tells me you can send a version request, you can get back a version response. So thankfully, at least the low energy spec is a little bit more verbose. It's basically these two packet types, when they created low energy, they just said, yeah, let's reuse that same packet from Bluetooth Classic. That seems like that works. So it's all named the same, it's all the content the same. So you've got version number, 1 byte, company ID, 2 bytes, and subversion number, 2 bytes. So I recognize that this could potentially, version numbers and stuff like that could potentially be useful for firmware version numbers, but I got kind of scooped on this point. So I said I only started like looking at this like last May, looking at my data, and then around September I accidentally stumbled upon this talk from Woot this past year, which didn't have a Bluetooth title, but I eventually found it, and I was like, oh crap, they realized that too. And I mean, it's an easy realization, it's just from the spec. But basically, in this talk, they were saying like, hey, we can put custom firmware onto ESP32 chips, and then we can, do sniffing from our watch, and that is cool. But they said like, hey, and, they had one slide and one tiny paragraph in their paper saying, by the way, there's this LL version indication type. We use this to fingerprint all the Bluetooth devices that we see. And so that's almost true, but it's really not sufficient. It's like a component of the larger toothprint. It's not sufficient by itself. They didn't offer any sort of proof that this could be used for fingerprinting, so I've got the data so I can take a deeper look. So we look at their specific example. They were seeing a MediaTek device at the time, and it had a subversion number of 0. So I can look through all my data. MediaTek is company ID number 70, and then I can quickly see that the most common subversion numbers are 0, and this actually like dwarfs all the rest of the data. So that means like, okay, I saw a device that said like, I'm a MediaTek device, I have a subversion of 0, but is that sufficient for me to know that like it actually has a vulnerable and exploitable Bluetooth stack if I had some MediaTek vulnerability? Maybe, maybe not, right? It's just the only point here is it's not sufficient. Like that's too much stuff lumped in. It's not specific enough. You need to grab more data points to be more precise. It is not a one shot, one kill. So looking at my data, looking other MediaTek stuff, all the MediaTek stuff with a subversion of 0, it could be a knockoff iPad, it could be these bikes outside of an Italian hacking conference where I had been seeing these devices advertising for the longest time. I couldn't figure out what they were, and then finally I figured out here, it's bike locks. It could be a Nokia phone, or it could be a telematics unit for like shipping tracking and stuff like that. So all of these devices are MediaTek devices with subversion 0, so not precise enough by itself. But just to explain a little more, like what are the other fields of that packet type? The version number, that's pretty simple. That is just saying what spec version it conforms to, actually. So it's saying we were manufactured with an expectation that we would conform to Bluetooth spec 5. There are certain packet types and protocols and things, some mandatory, some optional, but it's just saying we hit this. So obviously the older the spec version, if it's saying like we conform to version 4.0, I think like 4.0 didn't even have some of the more secure like Diffie-Hellman elliptic curve pairing technology. So you could know immediately from that, oh, this is probably vulnerable to like older architectural vulnerabilities, and then go exploit those instead. You don't need an arbitrary code execution vulnerability in that context. The second field is then that company ID, 2 bytes, and here again we just take the 2 bytes, look them up in a table, and now you can see that this is like an extremely high signal to noise ratio detector of this company ID, just happens to be a company that makes silicon. So we've got Broadcom. Apple mostly uses Broadcom, but they also describe their devices as Apple Silicon if it's like an AirPods or something like that. So most of the big devices are Broadcom, most of the small devices are Apple Silicon, Apple custom silicon. Nordic, Qualcomm, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's great. Those are almost all chip makers, and therefore, if I send these packets at you right now and I get the response back, I can probably tell what silicon your device is making, except that your device may not even respond. And so that's another problem with just assuming that, without the data, that like this is good enough to fingerprint devices. So from my data, I only see 12% of the time that the devices actually respond to me. Now, my data is noisy and messy and not like taken in a scientific manner. Like I said, it's just 3 years of run Raspberry Pi in my backpack. But like I have a student that's now sort of looking at this from the perspective of most of the time I expect that these things will respond, but it's usually like low signal strength. So like my device right now could be like, see someone who's like 2 rooms over and it's trying to like fingerprint them, but the signal strength is so low that even if my packet gets to them, their packet may not get back to me. So we need to actually like assess this in the context of like signal strength to know how good it actually is at the end of the day. So same thing for Bluetooth Classic, mostly silicon makers, and I can actually tell you with like very high certainty that these onesies down here are almost all like bit flips where I get like corrupted data. So like I know for sure that G wearables is not the actual field, it's just a bit flip somewhere. Now Bluetooth Classic, we get a little better data. We've got 31% of the time the devices are responding to these low-level inquiries for information and giving us back good information about which silicon it's actually using. All right, and then just for completion, there's this sub-version number, the 2 extra bytes in that packet type, and the vendor gets to make up whatever they want here. Now, when I read the spec here, it says subversion number field shall contain a unique value for each implementation or revision of an implementation of the Bluetooth controller. Now, I'm a firmware person, and when I read that, I was like, oh, it's going to change the version for each revision. It's probably a firmware number, right? But unfortunately, the silicon makers read that, and they said, oh, well, that should be a silicon revision number, right? At least, so far, that's what I think they may be doing. So my hypothesis was this subversion number is going to be the perfect, precise, like, on an Apple device with like a Broadcom thing. I'm going to like, do a firmware update. I'm going to move to the newest version of macOS, and I'll see that subversion number is going to change, and then great, win. It gives me like signal about firmware version and exploitability. And at least for Broadcom, it's a very severe reject on that assertion. So digging around through, I just came across this sort of accidentally, like I wasn't even looking for this, but in the BlueZ, which is the Linux stack, in their open source code, there's this packet.c. They've got Broadcom USB subversion table, so there's probably, like some of you may know USB stuff and tell me afterwards, but I don't know USB stuff, but maybe they have a subversion and it's being used the same way between USB and Bluetooth. But they've got this subversion table, and these are names that are essentially BCM for Broadcom, 43142A0 and 4314A0, blah, 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 blah. You can see A0, 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 A1, A2, B0, C0. These are basically Broadcom is the manufacturer, 4335 is the chip, and C0 is actually the silicon stepping. So basically, they put out the first version of the chip, and eventually they find some bugs, and they need to like actually revise it. So they go from A0 to A1. It's still basically the exact same silicon, but they fixed some bugs, and they've ran a new ROM and stuff like that. So this is like the most precise you can actually get with like which silicon is. It's the chip, but it's also the actual stepping of the chip. And then I remembered that there's this tool from TU Darmstadt in Germany called Internal Blue, and they have all of these firmware files. So they were, again, focused on like Apple and Broadcom, and so they basically, they have a system for like hooking the firmware and sending arbitrary packets with that. And if you look at their repository, they've got this big pile of firmwares in there. And you go through that and you see, oh, they have firmwares that are labeled like firmware 6109. And you go to the Linux source code and you see 6109 is actually a Broadcom 4335C0. So actually, basically, these subversion numbers, they use them in Internal Blue to say, let me check what the device says it is. Okay, great, I'm going to send it a custom firmware so that I can hook it to send arbitrary packets out of that Broadcom device. So yeah, this is a strong reject of my hypothesis of like these are going to be numbers for like firmware revisions for determining exploitability, but it is basically the perfect chip print because you can't get any more precise than silicon stepping numbers. So I said this is what I really want. I want version numbers. This is what I mostly get, like chip makers, Texas Instruments, Silicon Labs, and so forth. But this right there was basically a perfect chip print. Now, if I can get these packet types back, it gives me exactly which chip this is. And also, I should say that those stepping revisions, sometimes the stepping revision is because of like actual security vulnerabilities and stuff like that. So a Broadcom, B0 versus a C0, a major thing, they may or may not have like actually fixed some exploitable vulnerabilities for me while I was at Apple. So subversion, does it imply firmware version? No. For Broadcom, weak reject for MediaTek, the data suggests that probably not because everything's clumped together with that subversion 0. But the key thing here is just this all requires actual like hands-on investigation. You can't just like scan the world and like infer like for sure whether it's true. You need to have a device, do a firmware update, see whether the version changes. That starts to tell you whether or not this is actually for this vendor being used in this way. All right, tooth print by link layer packet combinations. So here I just want to say that version information is the most obvious thing because I ask you the version, you give it me back. That's the most obvious thing. But if you think about what I'm trying to do here, you could relate it back to the notion of like Nmap and operating system fingerprinting. So if you're doing network security and you know that there's a device on your network, but you don't know what it is, and you say, Nmap, tell me the operating system. What Nmap is doing is it's creating a bunch of combinations of packet types. It's sending those packets to the device, and then it's saying, okay, based on the decision tree of like, did it respond or not respond? Did it give me a reject or did it send me weird value back? Was the field set this way? It's got a decision tree where they basically walk down to say, okay, I think this is FreeBSD, not OpenBSD because of this, that, and the other thing. So if you want to think of what I'm doing kind of like I'm trying to get firmware versions the way someone like Nmap is trying to get operating system versions, then you could say that it would benefit me to send a bunch of weird packet types and then see how things are responding to me. And based on those quirks of particular vendors and particular chip versus chip changes, then that'll give me some indication of which chip I'm actually dealing with. So there's a whole bunch of other packet types. These are the ones that are currently like supported in the code that I've already released. So I just want to give you like a sense of what it means to send a weird packet type and why that might be useful to you. So I'll pick on LMP features extended request. Again, not great documentation. You send it, a request, you get back a response. Now, these feature requests are basically bit masks. So it's a bit mask of a whole bunch of features that the device actually supports. So does it support role switching, like from master to slave and slave to master? Can they switch roles? Does it support sniff mode, park mode, etc.? But in the feature mask, they knew they were going to run out of bits. So they got 64 bits allocated when they started Bluetooth, and they knew where they were going to run out. So bit 63 is saying, by the way, I have more features than I can tell you here. Go check the next 64 bits or the next 64 bits. So basically, they've got additional what they call pages. Page 0 is the first 64 bits. Page 1 is the next 64 bits. Page 2 is the next 64 bits. So these are all the new features like this one, ping. So just like sending a ping packet down at the lowest layers of Bluetooth, that has to be said specifically, I support ping. But then the question is, well, if it says it supports ping, can you try the ping? Does it respond? If it says it supports it, what if it doesn't respond? So you can use all of these features as like a way of saying, you say you do this, but let's see if you actually do. But what we're interested in is that there's this 3 fields of this packet, and features page says the LMP features request extension portable data unit contains a features page index that specifies which page is requested and the content of that page for the requesting device. So first of all, there's this common theme of like, they will send like, hey, by the way, here's my features, what are your features? So it's saying the feature request is actually a, hey, here's my features, but also tell me your features. But then the features page is saying for page 0 or page 1 or page 2. So I want you to tell me your features for page 0, 1, or 2. By the way, this max supported page, by the way, I only support pages up to 1. So don't ask me about anything past page 1. But the thing is, it says pages are numbered from 0 to 255 with page 0 corresponding to the normal thing. So none of the specs support, 255. They're just saying you've got a byte. Obviously, the index could be index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, index 4, but the spec doesn't support anything past 2. And the device may say my maximum is 0. So what happens when you send a device, please give me your features page 3 or 4 or 5 or 255? Well, what I've seen happen is that the device can do the correct thing, and it can say like, no, I don't have any features at page 255. Here's some zeros for you. Or it can, just drop the request and never respond. But what I also see is some devices fall over and crash, and other devices, they send me back what looks like uninitialized data, possibly from the heap. So maybe they're actually like leaking information when I start going past the bounds of what they actually expected. So this can turn into an info leak type vulnerability or other things. So yeah, this is just the point of figure out all the types of things you can fire at something, figure out how to fiddle with them, and then send those out, and then do the analysis afterwards. So how do I send these kind of custom packets? Well, 2020 and 2022 brought us Sventooth and Bracktooth. So Internal Blue was the first tool from the TU Darmstadt people, but that has very poor documentation, and so basically I went with Sventooth. Sventooth only does Bluetooth Low Energy. It puts a custom firmware on a Nordic chip, and then you send a packet to the Nordic chip, and then it just sends it for you. Bracktooth puts a custom firmware on a ESP32 chip, and you send a packet to it, and it just sends it for you. So one is in Python, one is in C, and they let you create arbitrary packets. Now, here's the point where I have to actually admit that although for this particular thing, the packet combos and the weird and the malformed stuff, I've collected a bunch of data, but I haven't actually analyzed it yet. And that's because I'm not really happy with this data yet. Because basically, I have a particular bias in that I think the best possible toothprint, like my version of what the best possible toothprint is that I send you packets and I get the responses back and like it's definitive, but it's also fast and it's the minimum number of packets. Do I send 2 packets, 3 packets? What is the minimal possible set that I have to send? And right now I've got all these things and I've got all these data, but I need to actually analyze like, okay, I could send you 10 packets and take like 3 minutes to get this toothprint from you. But what is the actual, like, what is the minimum possible combination of, like, these 3 packets are the ones that actually, like, give you 90% accurate data? So one, like, I'm trying to figure out what the minimization is. There's actually some academic work that I think that I can use for that, and so that's part of why I didn't want to just ad hoc it when I think I can do something rigorous. But 2, there is some limitations on Bracktooth and Sventooth, and that each of them adds about, like, 5 seconds of overhead. So I start them up, they get going, and then they send the packets, and then they're done. Then I send another packet, and then they're done. So 5-second overhead for each of those. I mentioned it earlier, I like to set my sniffers up over freeways. And so when a device is driving past, you have very limited time. More to the point, like my best case scenario is I'm driving on the freeway, and I want to catch like all the Bluetooth traffic from the people going the other way, and I want to toothprint all the people going the other way. So that means I've got order of magnitude a couple of seconds maybe in which I'm in like Bluetooth range, and then I'm going past. So like just a couple of seconds. So right now, although this is great for like static targets like yourself, this is not great for drive-bys, which is what I'm really kind of interested. So also, it's good to like actually, before we try to do this a little more rigorously, I want to have like known truth as well, so I can say like I've collected these devices, we guarantee that these are the right chips on them, and so now we can know correctly like what is the minimum set that gives us the accurate data. All right, toothprinting by manufacturer-specific data. This could be 100% passive or it could be semi-active. So both Bluetooth Low Energy and Bluetooth Classic, we have a type of data called manufacturer-specific data. And this data is supposed to be essentially like a 16-bit field that says this is the company ID. So we've got another company ID, potential opportunity for silicon chip makers. But then the rest of it is all whatever they want. And so this particular data type is used for things like iBeacons, which is like, if you've ever heard back in the day, people were trying to like track you indoors in like, department stores and stuff like that, and figure out like how long you were spending in the shoes section and how long you were spending in, the pants section and stuff like that. iBeacons was this Apple protocol where they basically spec'd out and said, you shall put the manufacturer specific data as Apple, and then you shall put like the 16-bit value, 128-bit value, and then you change the values for your different stores around the world and stuff like that. So iBeacons are pretty commonly used. Unfortunately, one thing is that the spec doesn't say what endianness the 16-bit data should be in, and so we see people going big endian and little endian. This just to say that really annoyed me, and I was wondering, like, why did the spec not say that? And it turns out they did say that in the 4.0 spec. They refactored their spec in 4.2, put it in some other place, and they lost it. So here's the actual data. So top vendors, Garmin, again, probably just due to my bias of car traffic. Apple, because iBeacons and stuff like that. But that's Apple in the wrong endianness. Like, Apple has an official Bluetooth ID that is assigned, and it is 4C, like just 4C, not 4C000. So the endianness is wrong here. Qualcomm, but we see that both with like Samsung and Apple. Samsung has wrong endianness and correct endianness. And Broadcom, and Samsung also just has some random value that I have no idea why they're using. But anyways, Bluetooth Classic, we have about 50-50 here in terms of like silicon makers versus non-silicon makers. So again, going back to the notion of if the company says that it's Shanghai Mountain View Silicon Company, it's probably not, someone else. It's probably using that silicon. Bluetooth Low Energy, on the other hand, and I can see based on this that it says I have 9.5 million data points. Bluetooth Low Energy is where you actually see the iBeacons. I shouldn't have said that on the Bluetooth Classic slide, sorry. This is, iBeacon only exists in Bluetooth Low Energy. So this is clearly non-deduplicated. That means I have 9.5 million raw data points of devices saying, hey, I'm Apple. And some of those are Apple devices for sure. Those are like just iPhones and Macs and stuff, but a lot of them are actually like Tesla actually does an iBeacon out that says like I'm an Apple device. It's just using this format that Apple has specified. All right, toothprint by GAT. This is going to be our last tooth of the day because I have like 7 more that I can't cover. So this is the last one. This is active, or at least it's supposed to be active. If you want to do the best case, this should be active. I'll compare against some past work. All right, so GAT is the generic attribute profile. It's not a protocol, it's a profile, which runs on top of a different protocol called attribute protocol, which is AT. So it's basically just this thing where you've got values where you can read and write basically arbitrary data. It's mostly used in Bluetooth Low Energy, but it can be used on Bluetooth Classic. And theoretically, the types of data I want to know about, like chip version and firmware version, can all be received directly through GAT. So, is this the ultimate tooth printing mechanism? Let's find out. So, if you pull up a Bluetooth scanner on your phone, there's lots of things you can just grab on your phone, and it'll say like Bluetooth scanner. I like Light Blue and Bluefruit Connect, and actually the new one that I found that is the best is BT Inspector. BT Inspector is my new favorite. But yeah, you pull them up and they'll show you something like this. They'll show you a name or they'll say this device has no name. So this was some random one called 047 Instacart 1. And the information it has, you can see that I've got individual device information by way of serial number. That should be unique to the specific device, so I could track this Instacart 1 thing anywhere in the world. I've got model information. It's a ZD621, whatever that is. I've got manufacturer name, Zebra Technologies, so between the model number and the company, I can probably figure out what it is now. And I've got firmware revision and software revision, so that is exactly what I want, right? This should theoretically tell me if I knew that a firmware revision corresponded to, some vulnerable silicon, that would tell me exactly what I want. So this particular thing, for this Instacart thing, I was in a Wegmans and I saw it, and it turns out it is a Bluetooth-based receipt printer. Okay, cool, whatever. On the other hand, with GAT, you can get a whole bunch of nothing. So that was like the best case scenario. This is the average case scenario. You see something called ID 205L, and it tells you, hey, by the way, 0AF6, 0AF7, 0AF2, and 0AF1. Those mean nothing to me right now, and maybe in some future world they'd mean something to me, but right now they mean nothing to me. So this tells me nothing I want to know about. So also, GAT is not great from my particular biases if I want to be able to collect stuff while I'm driving past things, because GAT is pretty slow, so not always the best thing. Now, I will tell you that I think this is this $30 knockoff Apple Watch IDL 205L. I say based on name print. Unfortunately, name print is not one of the things I'm going to have time to talk about, but it's basically a regex of here's some names and I Googled it, and so I think that these correspond to the devices. So there's been some prior work using GAT to try to figure out what devices are, but now here's where my notion, why I'm making up a new name of tooth printing instead of fingerprinting, because different people mean different things by fingerprinting. So this first piece of work in 2019, they actively connected to BLE devices. I think this was in France on the subway and places like that. And they just took everything that was in the GAT thing, they didn't do any sort of processing, and they said, that's the fingerprint. Now, their threat model and their focus was user privacy. And so therefore, that fingerprint they were interested in was more like an individual human fingerprint or individual device fingerprint. They were interested in privacy and therefore tracking, and therefore, can I track you and find out, which subway stop you get on every day, which subway stop you get off every day. So that's like the privacy, fingerprinting, individual user, individual device type thing. And so they focused on, device type, device model, manufacturer, user's name. These are the information that can threaten the user's privacy. But, again, I'm over here trying to exploit devices. Firmware version is not something they considered, and I think firmware version is the most important thing to consider because I want to know whether something's exploitable, because getting owned over the air is the worst privacy threat. So one of the things that they put that I just wanted to repeat is that GAT is slow. They're saying it takes 6 seconds to connect to some smart light bulb and 6 seconds to connect to a motion sensor. I've seen things take up to 24 seconds when they're just like sitting right next to me. So GAT is slow. So, is GAT the ultimate tooth printing mechanism? Maybe not. It's got some good information, but then again, back to the point of the information, they were looking at the various GAT services or characteristics in this case, like the different types of data that GAT would return. In their data set, 13,000 devices reported a name, and 99% of the time it was possible to get that name back, but then only 835 devices reported a firmware revision string. So they admitted that their data was highly skewed towards iPhones, so basically they had 9,900 iPhones out of that 13,000, and my data is very skewed towards iPhones too because there's a lot of iPhones out there. But basically, if we've got this data thing where it gives me exactly what I want, a version number, a firmware revision string, but if it's only less than 1/4 of the time, then is that the ultimate tooth print mechanism? No. So the theme here is there are many teeth to a tooth print, and you need all the data possible. You can't just rely on any individual piece of data. Now, there's one other thing that tried to use GAT for fingerprinting, but they did it semi-passively, and they claimed that it was, no, I'm not even get into it. They basically just scanned passively, just like those phone apps. But unlike those phone apps, you click into an individual device that you see, and now it goes out and it queries and it gets all the GAT information. And it says, give me your device name, give me your firmware string. They didn't do that. They only said whatever's passively advertised. And so some of the Bluetooth Low Energy advertisement will give you the top layer GAT information without you needing to ask for anything more. So they just did the basics there. But so their kind of fingerprinting was not like an individual device fingerprinting because you can't possibly get that by not getting all the information. They just said, this is more like a model fingerprint. And so I can see that there's an iPhone here and there's a Samsung Galaxy here. And so again, that kind of fingerprint, not even close to what I want and not even close to what you might be interested in for the privacy threat model. But what was super interesting about their work, and that I want to use this data a little bit more in the future, my current stuff doesn't include this, it doesn't publish it in the repository, but they gave me permission to publish it. So in the future, after I have a student update some of my code, they went and scraped all the Android applications. So you know that a common way that you're going to interact with a smart device is you're going to have an app on your phone, and then you're going to connect to the device. So they went and scraped a bunch of Android applications and then tried to do static analysis to figure out what are the GAT characteristics, what are the GAT UUIDs, what are these 128-bit values in the Android app that they also saw advertised by a Bluetooth device. And therefore, they could make a correlation of here's my Roomba, and here's what it says for Bluetooth. Here's my Nest camera, and here's what it says for Bluetooth. And they can see the Roomba application has that statically in the decompiled Android application, and the Nest app has it. So that is going to be super useful for getting backwards from random device with random number that I have no idea what it is, back to, oh, well, at least I know that's that Android application from that company, so maybe it's probably this kind of device. So just for completeness, I'll tell you that my get printing thing is using GAT tool from Bluesy. It's deprecated. It's not even included in the latest versions of Linux Bluetooth stuff. You have to go re-enable it and recompile stuff. But I used this because, one, it was pretty much what I needed. I just needed to change it to be a machine parsable output so I could put it in my database. And two, if you try to go out there and use just like high-level APIs like the Linux people want you to use these days, it's going to try to do like full connection and pairing. And you won't be able to do that with most devices without the PIN codes and all that kind of stuff. But you don't actually need to do that for GAT. You can do this unauthenticated. You can get all this information unauthenticated, so you have to use the lower level APIs to get all the information. So just some quick anecdotes of chip-specific things. So GAT has these 128-bit UUIDs for services and characteristics. They're like nested under each other. Service is like some high-level functionality, and characteristics are things that are read or written. So Texas Instruments has an over-the-air firmware update service from GAT. So basically, some devices from Texas that are using Texas Instruments silicon, you can just send them over the air. Here's your firmware update. And so Bleeding Bit, that Armis thing from 2018, they were the first ones to ever do like a typical buffer overflow exploit arbitrary code execution. But they also just bundled in with that. And by the way, Aruba was using TI chips, and they just put like some security by obscurity thing in front of their firmware update thing. So if you send a magic number to the device, great, you just opened up the firmware update interface, and it's got a completely unauthenticated firmware update. Just ship it the entire bundle of arbitrary code you want it to run. So I expect that all of these sort of things that have firmware updates over the air are generally going to have problems. So we've got Nordic. It has UART via Bluetooth, so Universal Asynchronous Receiver Transmitter. Serial port, so it's got serial port over Bluetooth. It's got insecure firmware update. They call it legacy firmware update compared to their new secure firmware update, so I call it insecure firmware update. It's architecturally designed to be insecure, not require authentication. If you see a Nordic device showing that, again, you don't need to do arbitrary code execution bugs. You just use the architectural feature. Cambridge Silicon Radio, they've got an over-the-air update. So again, just these are magic numbers where when I see them, I can say, that thing's probably using Cambridge Silicon Radio silicon, right? I don't need to, I can say it's a company, but probably no one in the world has randomly come up with the same number or decided like, hey, I think I'm going to use the Cambridge Silicon Radio firmware update UUID. Silicon Labs, same thing, and even down to the module makers. Layered, which is a module maker mostly used in cars, they have a virtual serial port. You see the magic number, you know that it's using Layered, and from Layered you can figure out the couple subset of chips that they use. So magic numbers imply manufacturers. Manufacturers, when they are silicon makers, imply silicon. So there's my stats. All I want to say about this is that you can see that my data is Apple biased, right? You can see that Apple services, the top level services, 10,000, and then the next level down is Bose, which is only 843, right? So clearly my data is skewed by a bunch of Apple devices. Apple services, Apple characteristics, and again, big jump down from 10,000 to 1,600 for the things that actually have firmware revision strings. Putting it all together, there are many different data types that all make up a tooth print. And even if wireless weren't a lossy type of thing, not every device is going to have every data type. But that's what makes it beautiful. The tooth print of any individual device is unique and special, and it's great, and I love collecting them all. So tooth printing code is now available, or it's been available for a bit on this link. But really what I want today is I want to have the call to action for all of you to look at Bluetooth. I want you to join me, and together we will rule the Bluetooth galaxy. That was for those people over there as well. Oh wait, they're done though, so whatever. All right, Bluetooth is cool. Bluetooth is under-researched. I didn't mention it in this talk. I mentioned it in other talks. There's like 20 silicon makers. There's more than enough room for all of us to like specialize in one particular silicon maker and things underneath that. So, I'm putting together a blue crew, and basically I need people to continue to work on this because this is only 25% of my time. I need to get back to making my free classes. I'm working on a RISC-V assembly class right now, so I like doing this work, but I need to keep my focus on the nonprofit. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, like I'm taking students from local colleges and stuff like that and saying, okay, you're going to work on this piece, you're going to work on that piece, and we're trying to like keep the ball rolling until I can pick it up again as part of my 25% per year. Now, to that point, doing research in some new area requires reading the related research, right? So I have this, darkmentor.com/bt.html, just like I used to do with UEFI and firmware. I put together, here's the last 20 years of all the Bluetooth research, all the Bluetooth research that matters, essentially. Like, there's lots of little like blog posts by people saying introduction to Bluetooth. Those don't matter. Read the actual academic research, read the conference papers, read the highly impactful things. So there's about 200 papers there, but you don't need to actually go read all 200 papers. I have a separate talk that I only did once, but it's basically statistics from this wiki showing that, like, in the Bluetooth security research space, there was, well, I mean, I'm the last slot, so I'm going to keep going, but I'm almost done. In the Bluetooth security research space, there was like a peak at the beginning, and like it completely died by 2006. And like I saw that, I was around back then, and like people were doing a ton of research, and then it was dead. And then like things only really started picking up, again, like 2013 and stuff. And now we're like in a massive spike of like all sorts of stuff going on, and so it's pretty cool. All right, that's my talk. Bluetooth research is cool, but again, open security training is cooler. That's what I spend my time on. So we are going to be putting together Bluetooth classes, myself and my wife. She's the Bluetooth expert. I'm just catching up to her at this point. But basically, you can already go there and do all sorts of classes on assembly language and reverse engineering and vulnerability hunting and TPM here soon. We will create Bluetooth classes, and that is also, I'm going to use my recruits from the Bluetooth classes to keep developing the tooth printing tools. But until then, go off and take a class, and we're always looking for volunteers to teach classes. I'm sure all of you know all sorts of stuff that I don't know. I'd love to have you teach some other people. With that, thank you. I'm going to take a question from that guy quick. Okay, or you can talk to me here.
Stuff there. It's not streaming, right? It's the last talk.
Yeah, that was
Alright.
What do you need?
I do not know. Right there? Try your backpack. Oh. Oops. You good? You're actually going? Like 2 hours? Okay. Alright. Okay. I'd go with you.
I'm sure it would be worth waiting.
It's like that was very specific.
I mean,
What kind of grab?
the only one in the description.
Both of these?
No,
Not the table, but open.
Yeah, hopefully nobody will take that.
Yeah.
You need to do tick. I'm right. Ready.
Okay.
There, and then that. Focus. Please. Yeah, tick. I wanted to tick that part of it. There, and then that. Yeah, I wanted to take that part of it. Yeah.